As far as the current situation is concerned, Iron Man seems to be trapped by these huge numbers of fighters. I don't know what the next result will be. Can Iron Man break through the siege and escape from the sky? If he can't break through before the carrier formation arrives, things will get worse. The carrier formation originally consisted of one Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, two Ticonderoga-class missile cruisers, four Burke-class missile destroyers, one Perry-class frigate, two Los Angeles-class attack nuclear submarines, and one Sacramento-class fast combat support ship. In order to block the sea area from the bottom, more than a dozen warships from the last capture operation were also transferred this time. More than 20 warships have sealed the sea in a tight formation. The aircraft carrier formation has a strong anti-air combat ability, and the powerful Aegis system can have a great impact on the steel battlesuit. Under the interference of a large number of fighters, the steel battlesuit is difficult to completely avoid the attack from the warship. And without the carrier formation approaching, their attack has arrived. A SM-2 Block III shipborne air defense missile is launched from a destroyer, and it flies to the Iron Man in the encirclement. This medium-sized shipborne air defense missile is different from the small air defense missile launched by fighter. It not only has greater explosion power, but also can detonate in advance after reaching the set distance near the target, and use a large number of shrapnel to carry out covering attack on the target. Besieged by many fighters and greatly reduced in maneuverability, it is difficult for the steel battlesuit to avoid the attack of this missile. At the end of the missile, there was a fierce fire, flying towards the steel battle clothes. The old housekeeper also found the missile, and his face sank. In fact, he has always been merciful. After all, what he represents at this time is not himself, but another identity of Chen Mo, Iron Man. In order not to have a negative impact on Chen Mo's identity, the old housekeeper did not give a hand to these fighters all the time. He was ready to consume their missile light. After losing the threat, he calmly left. However, the missile attack from the fleet disrupted his original plan. The coverage of shipborne missiles is that it is difficult to completely avoid the attack. Once hit, the flight will be affected, and missiles from all directions will hit one after another. Viewers on TV and the internet also noticed the missile launched from the destroyer. Even ordinary people who don't know about the military, even those who don't know about the situation, can't help but raise their hearts when they see it. The missile soon crossed most of the distance, less than 2 kilometers away from the Iron Man, who was surrounded by fighters. This distance is only a matter of seconds for supersonic missiles. However, Iron Man is blocked by missiles from all directions. He can only dodge within a limited range and cannot get rid of the lock of this shipborne missile. However, just as the shipborne missile continued to approach the steel battle suit, and the old housekeeper began to flash cold light in his eyes, a tiny missile only the size of a cigar, which was quite inconspicuous compared with other missiles around, suddenly shot down from above and hit the shipborne missile faster and more accurately than ordinary missiles. Boom! A huge fireball exploded in the air, and a large number of shrapnel were scattered. However, due to the distance of nearly 2 kilometers from the old housekeeper, these shrapnel didn't even touch the edge of the steel battle clothes. Seeing the intercepted missile, no matter the commander of the fleet, the pilot of the fighter plane, or the reporters and the rescued soldiers on the scene, they were all surprised and couldn't help looking up into the sky, and the camera lens also moved up. The people watching the live broadcast on TV and the internet were initially surprised by the early detonation of the shipborne missile. However, as the camera moved towards the sky, a familiar figure immediately came into their sight, which made them stare with surprise. I saw a figure in a black iron and steel war suit coming straight down from the sky. Isn't Iron Man surrounded by fighters? How can a missile suddenly go to the sky when it explodes? Can it be that he will move in an instant? Compared with the audience's doubts, the people on the scene can see more clearly and are more shocked at the same time. As like as two peas, they are clearly surrounded by the fighter. This is the same figure as Iron Man, who is diving down from high altitude. This unexpected scene made many people directly stunned on the spot. With the camera lens ray opened, the people watching the live broadcast finally found this. Looking at the two almost identical black figures, people only feel that their brains are not enough. There is another Iron Man. God, am I dazzled? How could there be two Iron Men? Will they come from different parallel universes? You've read too many comics. This is the real world. Didn't President Chris say before that the military only developed one prototype? Do you believe what he said? You don't really think the military can make steel war suits, do you? Iron and steel battle clothes are Iron and Steel Man's, of course. Nice to hear. Chris got slapped again. How could I have lost my head and voted for him? Before I said that Iron Man hijacked the plane, I didn't say that Iron Man's battle clothes were stolen. I see how he explains this time. You look down on Chris too much. He will tell you that the steel robber stole the military's technology and made it in the warehouse after he went home. I'm more curious about which is the original Iron Man. Who is the other? Chen Mo's sudden appearance surprised everyone. To be calm, it was the old housekeeper. When he saw the tiny missile that was shot down, the old housekeeper knew that his master was coming. This made his heart relaxed. Before that, he had some concerns about whether he should expose all the strength of the iron and steel battle clothes, whether he could fight back, whether he would bring trouble to Chen Mo and disrupt his plan. After all, he came out just for a test flight. Although Chen Mo said he would teach the U.S. government and military a lesson, the specific plan and scale were not determined. At this time, Chen Mo's situation is different. What he has to do is follow Chen Mo and do it in Chen Mo's way. Chen Mo had been paying attention to the development of the event before, because he knew that there would be no danger in the boss's house, so he didn't rush to appear, but let the old housekeeper play freely until the time was right. After intercepting the shipborne missile that was fired at the old housekeeper with the micro-missile in his arm, Chen Mo quickly dived down and rushed towards the group of fighters surrounding the old housekeeper. Since the targets of all the fighters before were the old housekeeper in the encirclement, I didn't expect another set of steel battle clothes would fall from the sky. Chen Mo's sudden attack caught them by surprise. Chen Mo keeps the flying posture, like a meteorite falling from the sky towards the outermost fighter plane. Although Chen Mo, who rushed to him from the top of his head, was found to be in control of the fighter's emergency maneuver, there was no escape from Chen Mo's lock. The iron and steel battle suit rushed down, just hit the wing of the fighter, and broke it directly. The fast-flying fighter lost control and tumbled down. However, Chen Mo was undamaged. His speed was not reduced at all. He adjusted his direction slightly, and then he continued to hit another fighter. After the dive just now, the speed of the steel battle suit has not reached the maximum, but it has exceeded Mach 5, much faster than the missile launched by the fighter plane. With the speed far faster than the fighter, what directly regards itself as a missile, flies around the periphery of the encirclement circle, directly uses itself as a weapon to crash a fighter. In addition to using himself for impact, Chen Mo will use the electric arc pulse gun in his palm to attack the surrounding fighters from time to time. From time to time, some fighters will be hit by him and fall out of control. When the old housekeeper saw Chen Mo's move, he couldn't help showing a light smile on his face. At that time, he didn't just run away to avoid but attack the surrounding fighter like Chen Mo. Originally, the iron and steel battle clothes, which had been chased and blocked by many fighters, finally showed their tusks and real power. With its powerful speed, flexibility, and its own super reaction ability, these fighters cannot avoid its attack at all. The speed of aircraft damage is accelerated again. Almost every second, the fighters are hit and fall down. Seeing the Iron Man who took the initiative to launch an attack on the fighter plane in an abnormal way, people at the scene, in front of the TV set, and on the internet can't help but feel nervous. Although they don't want to see the Iron Man captured by the military, when the Iron Man is really killing, their hearts are still tangled and lost. The crash of every fighter plane means the sacrifice of a pilot. When a superhero begins to kill, even the soldiers who take the initiative to attack him, people still have some difficulties to accept. Even the dozen soldiers rescued by Chen Mo from the warehouse were in a complicated mood when they looked at the falling fighters on the sea in the distance. Those fighter pilots are similar to them. They are all tools in the hands of senior military officials and the White House. If they can choose, they may not be willing to be enemies of Iron Man. But the identity of the military makes them have no choice but to act according to orders. Although they were unfortunately abandoned by the military, they were fortunately rescued by Iron Man. But what about these fighter pilots? Are they going to die? Who is responsible for their lives? Military, White House, or Iron Man? At this moment, they just feel uncomfortable in their heart, as if they are blocked by something. At the time when everyone's heart was tangled and complicated, a white umbrella flower suddenly bloomed in the air, not waiting for the reaction from the crowd, followed by a series of white umbrella flowers blooming in the air, carrying a pilot slowly falling towards the sea. Looking at the parachute falling all over the sky, all the people's faces showed surprise and relief. The tangle and sadness in the original heart were swept away in a flash, and the blocked place suddenly connected. The frown finally extended, and everyone's face showed a relaxed smile. In fact, it's very easy for Chen Mo to solve these fighters. Don't forget that he is the terrorist existence of the so-called aircraft Terminator. There are so many kinds of Earth and alien aircraft destroyed in his hands that it is not difficult to kill them. He only needs to open his double-shoulder armor, launch hundreds of micro-tracking missiles inside, and kill all these fighters in an instant. Although the micro-tracking missile is the smallest in size and the weakest in all missiles equipped with steel battle suits, it is enough to completely destroy the aircraft after hitting it, and it will not leave the pilot a chance to escape at all. But Chen Mo doesn't really plan to kill. At the end of the day, these fighter pilots are only ordered to act. In fact, they do not have the ability to threaten the steel battle clothes. It would be a little too much to kill them all. So Chen Mo chose a little more troublesome, but more direct and crude way to turn into a human missile and crash all these fighters. All the attacking parts he chose were wings and other non-lethal parts, while the missiles of F-22 and F-35 fighters were all loaded inside the fuselage instead of under the wings. Chen Mo's attack would make the fighter out of control, but it would not directly explode, which gave the pilot the chance to escape by using the ejection seat. The old housekeeper naturally noticed this, and his attack, like Chen Mo's, all evaded the key points of the fighter. So although some fighter planes were shot down, so far, no pilot has been killed. Seeing a fighter plane falling down, the original tight encirclement was completely torn, and the two sets of steel battle suits could no longer be stopped. The carrier formation could not sit. Due to the slow speed of warships, they can't reach the battle area in a short time, and many near-defense weapons can't be used, so they start to launch missiles. A missile was launched from more than 20 warships. Under the control of the guidance system, it rushed to two steel battle suits. The carrier formation and other warships blocked the whole Western Sea area, forming a very long blockade line from south to north. These missiles were launched from different warships and attacked towards the air battle circle in a fan-shaped way. Dozens of missiles pulled their long-tail flames, leaving behind a clear trail of smoke. Reporters and soldiers beside the factory, as well as the people watching the live broadcast, can see the missiles clearly. And see this scene, all faces cannot help but show a look of shock and anger. When the police launch powerful shipborne missiles at this time, they just take the lives of those pilots as a joke. Before that, the missile attack from the fleet could be justified. After all, the fighters and missiles are equipped with an enemy and friend identification system. These missiles are not likely to hurt the fighters by mistake, but now things are different. Dozens of pilots are parachuting in the air, almost all over the sky. There is no identification system on these parachutes. The fleet has launched so many missiles all of a sudden, which will almost certainly cause accidental injuries. This reminds people of what the rescued soldiers said before. They are just pieces abandoned by the high level. The military and the White House did not care about the lives of these soldiers and military pilots at all. In order to catch Iron Man, they would not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of any more soldiers and civilians. The true face of the military was seen through by them at this moment, and their hearts could not help but anger. The appearance of the second steel war suit has proved that what President Chris said before is all lies. He claims that the military laboratory has made a prototype, which can't be made in a short time, but the Iron Man who stole the only steel war suit in their mouth immediately launched the second steel war suit. So all of Chris's previous accusations against Iron Man, including stealing military research, threatening national security, and so on, are all bullshit. Iron and Steel war clothes are made by Iron and Steel Man himself. All the lies and actions of the military and the White House are to steal his Iron and Steel war clothes from Iron and Steel Man and take them as their own. In order to achieve this goal, they have no choice but to sacrifice the lives of countless innocent soldiers to achieve their goal. But it's clear that anger can't save pilots in danger. In fact, it's not just the parachuting pilots. When those pilots who are driving fighter planes and two Iron Men continue to struggle with each other find that many shipborne missiles are coming, their faces can't help changing. We do have an IFF system on board, but not on shrapnel. Once the number of these missiles is close, they will explode. They don't know if there is anything about Iron Man, but they are fighting with Iron Man. A large part of them will definitely be hit by shrapnel. If they are only hit by wings and other parts, they will have a chance to parachute. Of course, they will not be hit by subsequent missiles before landing on the sea. If they are hit by shrapnel in cockpit or missile cabin, they can only be martyrs. In the face of such a dangerous situation, no one wants to continue fighting. But just when they wanted to get away from Iron Man and avoid the power of missile explosion, the command center issued an order in the communicator asking them to stick to their duties. They must hold Iron Man back and not let him escape. Fighter pilots understand that the meaning of this order is to let them die and use their lives to drag down Iron Man. Maybe this round of attack won't shoot them all down, but as long as Iron Man hasn't been solved, there will be a second round and a third round of attack in the future, and they will also be consumed in this attack. I'm afraid there will be little left to survive. However, the superior's order has been issued. Even if they are angry and unwilling again, they can only do it according to the order. Otherwise, they will escape on the spot, disobey the order, and be sent to the military court. The final result will not be good. The pilot under the parachute looked at the incoming missile, and his face was full of despair. The pilot on the fighter plane continued to struggle with the two Iron Men with the belief that he would die. As the incoming missiles got closer and closer, everyone's heart sank, and a tragedy was about to happen in front of them. At this time, Chen Mo suddenly stopped the attack, turned around and rushed towards the approaching missiles. Seeing his action, everyone was surprised and puzzled. These shipborne missiles are so powerful that it is difficult to avoid one, let alone more than 20 missiles surrounded by fans. Turning around and running away are likely to get rid of them by speed, and rushing up in the face will only be hit by all these pre-detonated missiles. The power of more than 20 shipborne missiles exploding at the same time, even the most powerful alloy will be torn. Although Chen Mo's actions were incomprehensible, they were in the interests of the military, so the fighters did not intercept them, and Chen Mo was allowed to rush towards the incoming missiles. More than 20 missiles have long targeted Chen Mo, and with Chen Mo's active approach, they began to adjust their trajectory automatically, taking Chen Mo as the center and copying up to the Tundish. When all the missiles were only a few hundred meters away from Chen Mo, the armor on the shoulders of the steel battle suit suddenly bounced off. More than 20 micro-tracking missiles were launched rapidly. They adjusted their attitude flexibly in the air and rushed towards the incoming missiles. In a twinkling of an eye, the two collide in the air, and each micro-tracking missile accurately hits a shipborne missile. Although the difference between the two is huge, the power of the micro-tracking missile is unambiguous. A series of explosions exploded on the shipboard missiles. As soon as the shipboard missiles were directly detonated, more than 20 huge fires covered the sky completely, and even Chen Mo's figure disappeared in everyone's sight. Looking at the huge fireball that could not be extinguished for a long time in the air, people didn't understand Chen Mo's purpose until now. He wanted to detonate the missiles ahead of time to prevent them from injuring the pilots. People who realize this are deeply moved. They are the superheroes who protect human beings. But at the same time, they can't help worrying. The power of more than 20 shipborne missiles exploding at the same time is too great. Even those large warships suffering from such fierce attacks will be destroyed on the spot. Although Iron Man's battle clothes are very advanced, they should not be able to withstand such a huge explosion. In people's worried eyes, the huge fire light in the air hasn't disappeared yet, but a familiar figure rushed out from the fire light. Iron Man, he's okay. Great. I was scared to death just now. I almost thought he was killed by those missiles. He's Iron Man. For Chen Mo's reappearance, the people watching the live broadcast were full of excitement, and the military, who was full of expectation to shoot down Iron Man, was very angry. But the hearts of those fighters and pilots who had parachuted were extremely complex. There are blessings, gratitude, and entanglements. They have been attacking Iron Man all the time, but at the critical moment, it is Iron Man who protects them. Listening to the attack instructions from the communication, they can't help hesitating for a while. But Chen Mo didn't worry about them. He didn't hesitate to help when it was time to save, but he didn't give up when it was time to attack. Although he was merciful to the pilots who were ordered to do so, Chen Mo was not prepared to let go of one of the hundreds of fighters sent by the military. With the cooperation of the old housekeeper, the two men shot down all the remaining fighters with the speed advantage of the steel battle suit. The sky was full of white parachutes, which slowly drifted down towards the sea. At this time, the second round of the fleet launched a total of more than 40 shipborne missiles, which have also spread to them. With the density of this wave of missiles, even if they only fly through this airspace, they will cause many casualties to hundreds of fighter pilots floating in the air. Chen Mo and the old housekeeper could get rid of the missiles directly with the powerful speed of the iron and steel battle clothes without the obstacles of the fighter. However, instead of leaving, he turned to the incoming missiles and rushed up again. Killing those fighters doesn't mean the battle is over. For Chen Mo, today's battle is just beginning. If the U.S. military wants to arrest him, it must be ready to be attacked by him. There must be consequences in doing things, that is, they don't know whether they can bear the consequences. Chen Mo takes the lead, and the old housekeeper follows him and rushes over. Before that, I was ambushed in the warehouse, and then I was besieged, intercepted, and attacked by hundreds of airplanes. Thanks to the generous character of the old housekeeper, I couldn't help getting angry. Just now, Chen Mo shot down hundreds of fighter planes together, which made him feel more comfortable, but his anger towards the U.S. military still hasn't been completely eliminated. Today, he wants to give them a deep lesson and let them know the consequences of failure in calculation. It's very serious. 2 iron and steel battle suits rushed up against more than 40 shipborne missiles. After entering the attack range of micro-tracking missiles, Chen Mo directly opened his double-shoulder armor, and more than 40 micro-tracking missiles shot out, facing the shipborne missiles coming from opposite sides. Boom, boom, boom. More than 40 shipborne missiles exploded one after another, forming a larger continuous fire light in the air than before. However, at the next moment, 2 black figures flew out through the firelight, flying at the same speed towards the carrier formation ahead. Seeing this, people on TV and internet can't help wondering, what are they doing? If we don't run as soon as we have solved the problem, how can we still take the initiative to send the fighter to the door? You don't want to fight back, do you? With the aircraft carrier formation's air defense capability, isn't it dead? That's not necessarily. We can't see that those missiles can hurt them at all. The air defense systems of the aircraft carrier formation are all aimed at ordinary fighters and missiles. It's not necessarily that we can deal with Iron Man. Isn't this carrier formation going to be finished? It's not that easy. It's the carrier formation, the most powerful military force in the world. I don't know if I look down. Iron Man is excited when he wants to fight the aircraft carrier, but who should I support? Nonsense, Iron Man, of course. Yes, Iron Man, come on. Blow up that carrier. Better get rid of the whole fleet. Hello, you're still not from America. The whole fleet is fine, just blow up and sink the carrier. The people of the United States have no resistance to the Iron Man's attempt to attack the military fleet. After the military has continuously demonstrated its ruthlessness and unscrupulousness, the military, which people have little affection for, has become a major villain in people's mind. Isn't it just an aircraft carrier? Anyway, they still have more than 10. It's no big deal if they are destroyed by Iron Man. Anyway, their taxpayers' money has not been wasted by the government and the military. It's good to take out an aircraft carrier to play for Iron Man. At this moment, between Iron Man and the U.S. military, most people still can't help but stand on the side of Iron Man. It's a series of moves before the military that make them completely disappointed in the military. If they didn't have the strength, they might go with Chen Mo. The people of the United States are looking forward to the battle between Iron Man and their own fleet with joy, but the military doesn't know that they have lost the hearts of the people. Seeing that Iron Man shot down all the fighters, they not only didn't escape, but actively sent them to the door, and the commander of the fleet excitedly ordered full-scale attack. Before that, he was worried about the escape of Iron Man. When all the fighters were annihilated, they could not take these two steel battle suits with amazing speed. Now these two iron and steel heroes come to the door on their own initiative. The situation is different. Their fleet has the most advanced radars, weapons, and defense systems in the world. As long as Iron Man dare to come, he is confident to kill him. With the order of attack issued by the fleet commander, a RIM-7E, Mk-38, Mk-52 and other types of air defense missiles were launched from each warship, and they were all over the world towards the two steel battle suits that rushed in. Chen Mo is not afraid of the power of these missiles, but if he is hit, it will affect the normal flight of the steel battle suit. If he is hit by a large number of missiles in a row, it will be difficult for him to attack the fleet. So he once again opened the armor on his shoulders, and when the missile entered the range, he launched a satellite tracking missile to detonate it in advance. Although the temperature of the flame after the explosion of the missile is very high, it has no effect on the steel battle jacket. Continuous explosions have been generated, laying a passage of flame in the air, extending rapidly to the position of the fleet. Although there were only 100 Wechat tracking missiles originally loaded in the iron and steel battle suit, in Chen Mo's space, the number of missiles supporting the iron and steel battle suit was calculated in 10,000. Even if all the missiles of the whole fleet were fired, Chen Mo's ammunition inventory could not be consumed. Chen Mo and the old housekeeper went through the flames and rushed to the aircraft carrier in the center of the fleet. The missiles that exploded all over the sky shocked the people and surprised the commander of the fleet. A small steel battle suit has such a strong anti-aircraft capability. It can intercept dozens of missiles at different times, without any omission. It is very difficult for their aircraft carrier to realize this. However, he also found that the interception distance of the steel battle suit is very limited, only about 100 meters. Although the power of shipborne air defense missile is much greater than that of air-to-air missile equipped by most fighters, the power of explosion cannot have a great impact on the iron and steel battle jacket 100 meters away. But their warships are not only equipped with anti-aircraft missiles. Since the power of air defense missiles is not enough to threaten Iron Man, use more powerful missiles. Launch Tomahawk cruise missile. With the command of the fleet commander, the vertical missile launching platform on the deck of a dozen warships was opened, and the intense flames erupted from the launching shaft. The smoke billowing across the entire deck, a 5-meter-long missile with a diameter of more than half a meter, flew up from the dense smoke, turned in the air and flew over to the two iron war suits. The Tomahawk cruise missile was originally a powerful long-range missile used to strike enemy ground targets at a long distance, which was used to strike fighter planes with the feeling of shooting guns and mosquitoes. However, In the case of insufficient power of air defense missiles, they can only hope that the explosive power of Tomahawk missile can break through the interception radius of the steel armor, and they can still kill the steel armor within the explosion range after being intercepted and detonated. In order to increase his power, he launched more than 10 Tomahawk missiles at a time. You know, the cost of a Tomahawk cruise missile is as high as $1.2 million, and the total value of these 10 missiles is nearly $20 million. However, as long as we can catch the Iron Man, no matter how much it costs. The momentum of Tomahawk cruise missile launching is much larger than that of ordinary shipborne air defense missile. So even if Chen Mording finds the difference between these missiles, Jarvis gives the information of these missiles and the estimated explosion power for the first time. When Chen Mo found that the explosive power coverage radius of these missiles has exceeded the range of micro-tracking missiles, he looked at a dozen Tomahawk missiles approaching at a high speed. Instead of carrying them hard, Chen Mo directly chose to dodge. After all, the Tomahawk cruise missile is not an air-to-air missile. It is huge and bulky, with a flight speed of less than Mach, poor maneuverability, and no ability of disguised pursuit. Chen Mo and the old housekeeper easily evaded the attack of more than a dozen Tomahawk missiles. But just as Chen Mo was about to continue to rush to the carrier, Jarvis suddenly issued a warning. The hologram in front of us shows a satellite map, which is the real-time satellite image of their location. After being dodged by them, the dozens of missiles did not turn back to attack, but still flew forward according to the original trajectory. Jarvis showed the flight path and final landing point of these dozens of missiles. Chen Mo immediately found that the attack target of these Tomahawk missiles was exactly the location of the soldiers and journalists rescued by him. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo's eyes suddenly flashed a touch of coldness. In order to catch themselves, these guys even took civilian life as a threat. Looking at the aircraft carrier in the distance coldly, Chen Mo quickly adjusted himself to stop in the air, turned around and looked at a dozen missiles flying towards the land behind him. The rescued soldiers and reporters were still waiting for the battle between the Iron Man and the aircraft carrier. However, when several Tomahawk missiles were launched in the thick smoke, their expression could not help but stagnate. For Tomahawk missiles, most of the people on the scene are not new. In recent years' foreign wars launched by the United States, this powerful cruise missile has been widely used. It is also often reported on TV that they know the huge power of Tomahawk missiles, but Tomahawk missiles seem to be used to attack ground targets. Even air defense missiles can't hit Iron Man, let alone this heavy cruise missile. They were puzzled by the action of the fleet. Many people felt a bad feeling. People on TV and the internet were puzzled to see this. Is the fleet commander crazy? I want to attack Iron Man with Tomahawk and missile. Although the power of Tomahawk missile is huge, it's useless if we can't fight it. Don't say it's Iron Man. Even if it's an ordinary fighter, he won't want to hit it. Isn't it the fact that the fighters are completely destroyed that makes us stupid? I don't know why. I have a bad feeling in my heart. Would Iron Man really be hit by these Tomahawk missiles? No way. Soon they saw that Iron Man easily escaped the attack of Tomahawk and missile, but then everyone's face suddenly changed. Directly, those dozen Tomahawk missiles did not turn after losing their targets but still flew in the original direction. Through their flight path, people can clearly see that the target of these missiles is the location of the camera. These bastards, they want to blow up the journalists and the soldiers. Are they crazy to launch missiles at civilians? I think their real goal is still Iron Man. They know that under normal circumstances, Tomahawk missiles can't hit Iron Man at all, but they can't ignore the safety of civilians like the military, so they set the target of missile attack as those journalists and soldiers, forcing Iron Man to rescue them and block the missiles. These damn bastards, they should be shot. Will Iron Man really come to save them? The power of Tomahawk missile is much greater than air defense missile. Even Iron Man can't bear it. The people on TV and the internet are okay, more worried and angry, but the reporters, photographers, and soldiers rescued by Chen Mo are all dead and sweating. They want to escape, but with the speed and number of missiles, they have nowhere to escape. Seeing a dozen Tomahawk missiles approaching rapidly, some people fled in panic, some collapsed in fear, others stood there in despair. According to the military's idea, Iron Man will certainly not wait for these civilians to be killed, and will inevitably rush to intercept missiles. However, to their surprise, Iron Man stopped after discovering the attack intention of Tomahawk missiles, but did not pursue them. Then, in their astonished eyes, the Iron Man floating in the middle of the sky in the satellite image raised his arm in the direction of more than a dozen missiles, and the armor above his arm opened. A small cigar-sized missile bounced out of his arm and then launched, flying towards the Tomahawk missile at a high speed. Seeing the Iron Man launch missiles to intercept, the military people were surprised but didn't pay attention. Iron Man used to launch mini-tracking missiles from the shoulders to intercept anti-aircraft missiles, as well as small missiles just launched from the arms, which are very similar in shape and function to Iron Man in the movie, so the quantity should be the same. However, this cigar-sized small missile is much larger than the previous micro-tracking. This cigar-sized small missile is much larger than the previous micro-tracking missile. In the movie, there is only one small missile hidden in Iron Man's arm, while they launch a dozen Tomahawk missiles, and they keep a certain safe distance from each other, and will not be destroyed by a certain missile. Even if there is more than one small missile equipped with these two steel battle suits in front of them, there is absolutely not much. Even if the two missiles add up, it is impossible to intercept all these 10 Tomahawk missiles. At that time, he can only go out in person and catch up on his own. The military's calculation is not silent, and as they speculate with the size of a small missile, the steel battle jacket is indeed only equipped with one. If it's the old housekeeper, after finding that the small missiles can't detonate all the Tomahawk missiles, he can always catch up with them and use more micro-tracking missiles to detonate them. However, at the same time, he will also enter the explosive range of the POW missile and be affected by the power of the explosion. Unfortunately, Chen Mo's ammunition quantity can't be predicted by common sense. After the launch of the first small missile, it was followed by another missile that popped out of its arm and shot out quickly. People in the military were not too surprised to see this, but when the third and fourth small missiles were launched, their faces finally changed. The size of the 4 medium-sized missiles is not small, and the shape of the steel battle suit is not very bloated. Apart from the arm armor and the internal drive device, there is not much space left for the arm, so the steel chivalry inside is as thin as wood. In other words, there is no one in the steel war suit. The director of the command center couldn't help but think of the information about Iron Man that he had seen before, including the analysis conclusion of FBI agent David, who was responsible for investigating Iron Man before. It's hard to achieve the performance of the exoskeleton armor shown by the steel battle suit, so he speculated that the Iron Man might not be like in the movie. Someone is wearing a set of steel battle suit but a robot. In this way, there is more room for the drive and propulsion system inside, which naturally means more ammunition. Later, when more small missiles were launched, the head of the command center confirmed his guess. The volume of these dozens of small missiles almost occupies the whole arm. Either the Iron Man is a disabled man without arms, as they had previously guessed about his identity, or, as David analyzed, a robot. His mind is more inclined to the last possibility, because it also explains why Iron Man could stay at the bottom of the sea for a long time in the last chase. Robots don't need oxygen, so it's no problem how long they stay at the bottom of the sea. Looking at dozens of small missiles flying towards the Tomahawk missiles launched by the fleet, the director of the command center was not upset, but showed a trace of excitement on his face. He felt that he had discovered the secret of Iron Man. In order to intercept Tomahawk missiles, these small missiles launched by Iron Man expose the fact that it is a robot. If we know the details of Iron Man, they can attack him more pertinently. At this time, more than a dozen Tomahawk missiles have already flown over half of the distance. Seeing that they are about to cross the coastline, the people on the internet scold repeatedly, and the people on the scene are even more desperate and collapsed. At this time, Chen Mo used space to replenish ammunition, and more than a dozen small missiles launched in a row had also caught up. Tomahawk missile itself is a kind of long-distance subsonic cruise missile, which is much slower than air defense missile, and the small missile equipped with iron and steel battle suit is faster than air defense missile. Before Tomahawks crossed the coastline, a dozen small missiles overtook them. Under the control of Jarvis, each small missile hit a Tomahawk missile accurately and detonated it directly. A series of huge flames broke out in the air, covering a long coastline. A group of reporters, cameras, and soldiers who thought they were going to die were stunned by the dozens of missiles that exploded in the air on the coastline. They were saved, because the small missile launched by Chen Mo is too small and fast. It's hard for the people at the scene to see it with the naked eye. They just speculate that the Iron Man should save them at the critical moment. However, after the slow playback and amplification of the video, the TV station clearly showed Chen Mo's picture of launching a small missile and destroying a Tomahawk missile in front of the TV and the audience on the internet. Looking at the long-standing fire in the sky, people can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What they are most afraid of hasn't happened. But then all eyes on the distant fleet became angry. At this time, in the eyes of all people, this fleet is no longer the guardian of them, but the ferocious thugs, the evil pirates, the private arms serving the politicians. Those Tomahawk missiles fired at civilians have made them stand on the opposite side of ordinary people. So when they watched the Iron Man rush to the fleet again, some people who had been struggling before also changed their positions. Kill these bastards. Iron Man, sink them all. We don't need such a fleet. Let them all die. At this time, in the aircraft carrier command room, the fleet commander was not discouraged by the Tomahawk missile being detonated and looked at the two steel battle suits rushing towards the aircraft carrier formation with a flash of excitement in his eyes. He just received the intelligence from the ground command center. These two Iron Men are probably robots. No one is controlling them, but they are controlled remotely like drones. And according to his previous reaction speed in the warehouse, which is far faster than that of ordinary people, they also speculated that Iron Man should have an automatic control program, which can automatically avoid according to the data collected by sensors. After getting these information, even if he made a targeted operational deployment, what the Iron Man rushed to the fleet again was that the electronic warfare devices on the warship had been started in succession, shielding and interfering the signal of the sea area where the fleet was, trying to block the remote operation and control of the iron and steel battlesuit. Even if there is an automatic control program for the iron and steel battlesuit, it can only evade. It is impossible to deal with all kinds of attacks as flexibly as human beings. After losing the control from the operator, his threat and capture difficulty will be greatly reduced. Looking at the two iron and steel battle suits coming straight to the aircraft carrier at the same speed, they could not see whether the signal shielding had played a role for the time being, so a dozen more Tomahawk missiles were launched from each warship and flew towards two iron and steel battle suits. The fleet commander and the head of the ground command center all looked forward to the satellite picture. It is reasonable to say that after the signal is shielded and interfered, and the human control is lost, the steel battle suit can only rely on the automatic control system for simple evasion, and in front of these powerful and equipped with the Tomahawk missile detonated in advance, its evasion will lose significance. However, the situation did not develop as they expected. Seeing a dozen Tomahawk missiles approaching rapidly, Iron Man didn't evade, but directly raised his arm and opened the armor. One small armor-piercing missile launched continuously, rushed up against a dozen Tomahawk missiles, and soon detonated them all. Looking at the Iron Man, who launched more than a dozen small missiles again, the fleet commander and the head of the ground command center were more determined to speculate that the Iron Man was a robot, and even the possibility of disabled people was ruled out by them. but it also shows that the steel robot is much more intelligent than they thought. Even if they interfere with the control signals and lose the control of personnel, it can still automatically analyze the power of attacking missiles and choose the corresponding weapons to fight back. Seeing the two Iron Men passing through the firelight of the missile explosion, they continued to approach the aircraft carrier. The distance between the two sides was only a few kilometers. With their powerful speed and flexibility, the weapon operators in the fleet could hardly keep up with their speed. So the fleet commander directly ordered to open the Aegis defense system and issued the automatic attack through the command and decision system. The weapon control system intercepts the target automatically. ANSP-1A multifunctional phased array radar system has already locked two iron and steel battle suits firmly. With the battle suits entering the range of air defense missiles, under the control of Fire Control System, Mk-26 double-arm air defense missile launching device turns to aim, and one air defense missile is launched from the aircraft carrier and several warships around it, towards the two iron and steel battle suits coming in. However, these air defense missiles were intercepted and destroyed by micro-automatic tracking missiles when they were within 100 meters of the iron and steel battle clothes. Although there were continuous air defense missiles launched from warships, they could not stop Chen Mo and the old housekeeper from advancing. In the explosion, the distance between the two steel battle suits and the aircraft carrier is getting closer. The commander of the fleet stared at the anti-aircraft missiles that were constantly fired from various warships in the air, but all exploded one after another 100 meters away from Iron Man. How many missiles are equipped in this steel battle suit? Not to mention that, just after the Aegis system was started, more than 100 anti-aircraft missiles have been launched. However, the missiles on this iron and steel battle suit seem to never finish shooting. They are still launching and intercepting the incoming anti-aircraft missiles. So far, no missile can enter their 100-meter range. At the same time that Aegis intercepts with anti-aircraft missiles, the fleet commander also orders each warship to continue to launch Tomahawk cruise missiles, trying to take advantage of the Iron Man's busy dealing with anti-aircraft missiles, and it has no time to take advantage of the opportunity to severely damage them. In his mind, the incoming anti-aircraft missiles and the continuous explosion of fire will inevitably interfere with the automatic control system of the steel battle suit, making him unable to accurately distinguish each incoming missile. As long as he misjudges a Tomahawk missile and uses it as an air defense missile to fly within 100 meters, the power of Tomahawk missile explosion will be enough to attack him. Even if he can't shoot it down directly, he will not be able to continue to resist the overwhelming air defense missiles. However, he clearly did not know that in his view, the fierce anti-aircraft missile attack was not worth mentioning for the steel war clothes. Although it's not like they guessed that the steel battle suit is a remote-controlled robot, they guessed one thing right. The steel battle suit does have an automatic control system, and it's also the top-level super artificial intelligence, Jarvis. Although the reaction speed with Chen Mo does not require Jarvis to control the battle suit to evade, the interception of the micro-tracking missile to the incoming air defense missile is all controlled by Jarvis. And the multi-target they think about and the impact of the explosion on the automatic control system is not there at all. Through a variety of advanced detection devices of iron and steel battle suit, the number, speed, trajectory and types of all incoming missiles are clearly controlled by Jarvis. Under its control, even if the number of air defense missiles is doubling, it is impossible to break through the defense circle of satellite tracking missiles. And those Tomahawk missiles that want to take advantage of the chaos, even if they don't need to be specially marked by Jarvis, Chen Mo has found them all. In the arm bomb chamber where only one small armor-piercing missile could be launched, a silver missile the size of a cigar was shot out quickly. Before these Tomahawk missiles could approach, all the small armor-piercing missiles had been detonated. Looking at the Tomahawks and missiles that had not yet flown to the half, the fleet commander couldn't help but lose his mind for a while. Couldn't this do? With their current attack strength, even another aircraft carrier formation is hard to resist, but these advanced missiles can't even touch the edge of the steel battle jacket. Each of these shipborne missiles, which cost tens of millions of dollars, has no effect at all except to explode in the air like fireworks. Two iron and steel battle suits flew at high speed and soon entered the range of 1,500 meters of aircraft carrier, reaching the range of dense array system, which is also the last defense line of Aegis defense system. The independent search and tracking radar above the 20 caliber automatic revolving gun locks the steel battle suit. The base and the muzzle immediately start to move rapidly, and the 6-tube Mk-15, God of Fire gun starts to fire quickly. A fierce flame shot out of the rapidly rotating muzzle. 4,500 rounds of depleted uranium armor-piercing projectiles per minute formed a long bullet chain in the air and swept away towards the steel battle suit. Dense Array System is a powerful weapon used by warships to deal with fighters and missiles flying at low altitude. All its combat functions are automatically completed by high-speed computer control without manual operation, and the response speed is extremely fast. Under the automatic control of the fire control system, the reaction speed of the dense array defense system is much higher than that of the ordinary people. In addition to the barrage formed by the ultra-high firing speed, it is difficult for ordinary fighters and missiles to break through its defense. The Mk-15 Vulcan gun, used by the dense array, is the airborne Vulcan gun used by Chen Mo to deal with the invasion of the Zetari army in the Avenger Alliance world before. At the beginning of the war, hundreds of Zetari aircraft were killed by the Vulcan gun in his hand, which was regarded as the aircraft's star killer. However, Chen Mo did not expect that one day he would also face the attack of this kind of firecrackers, and it is a more powerful dense array system. However, it is obvious that the steel battle suit cannot be measured by ordinary fighters and missiles, and Chen Mo's reaction speed is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Looking at the oncoming barrage, Chen Mo quickly dodged, but under the lock of the search and tracking radar, the Vulcan gun quickly adjusted its direction, and the fire line in the air followed the iron and steel battle close, but it always lagged Chen Mo one step behind. It could only be shot from behind the iron and steel battle close. Even his side could not be touched. Although the control system of the dense array can predict the movement of the target so as to adjust the attack of the Vulcan cannon, Chen Mo's iron and steel battle suit is what they can predict. Chen Mo's mind power covers the surrounding area of 400 meters, and the chains of missiles flying in the air are all under Chen Mo's control. No matter how the dense array system predicts, the shells will never touch the steel battle close. It's not just a dense array firing at the steel battle close. In order to form a blockade line on the sea, most of the warships are lined up along the coast, keeping a distance of more than 10 kilometers from each other, beyond the range of the dense array. However, as the core of the whole fleet, there are several frigates around the aircraft carrier for close protection. There are 2 dense arrays attacking the old housekeeper, and there are 3 bullet chains sweeping at Chen Mo. That is to say, Chen Mo's reaction speed is super fast, so he can constantly move around under these 3 bullet chains, never being hit by a shell. Although the old housekeeper's physical quality including reaction is much worse than Chen Mo's, it is also far beyond the ordinary people. It is not a big problem for him to avoid bullets. Although the simultaneous attack of 2 dense arrays also caused him a lot of pressure, he still failed to hit him. Chen Mo also did not blindly avoid, passively beaten. While dodging the attack of the dense array, Chen Mo rushed to the aircraft carrier. At the same time, Chen Mo raised his right arm, and the armor on his arm was turned on again. The small armor-piercing missile automatically popped up and shot at the aircraft carrier and several surrounding frigates. When Chen Mo intercepted the Tomahawk missile, a small missile constantly ejected from the armor, launched, and fired at the dense array that was constantly attacking him and the old housekeeper from the seats of the warship. Although these dense arrays were originally used to intercept missiles, the volume of small missiles launched by iron and steel battle suits is too small, far less than that detected by dense arrays and Aegis system radars. Therefore, in the face of incoming small missiles, whether they are dense arrays or Aegis system, they are all like blind people, without any response. A small missile has no response hit the target unimpeded. Accompanied by a series of violent explosions, two iron and steel battle suits are being tracked in the air. The dense array of continuous attacks is destroyed by one seat, and the ammunition warehouse below is destroyed by martyrdom. 20 shells are flying around. Fortunately, the modern warship's operation mode is different from the past. All weapons are automatically controlled by the control personnel or defense system in the battle room. During the operation, all personnel are inside the closed ship, and no people are exposed on the deck. Therefore, although these shells caused certain damage to the surrounding hull, they did not cause any casualties. With the destruction of all the dense array, the air defense fire, which was fierce before, was suddenly empty. However, Chenmo did not stop at this point. After destroying the dense array, he and the old housekeeper had already flown over the aircraft carrier, and the whole aircraft carrier had completely entered the attack range of the micro-automatic tracking missile. The surrounding frigates are all within a few hundred meters, and small armor-piercing missiles can be reached in a flash. Although the iron and steel battle suit of the old housekeeper is also equipped with micro-tracking missiles and small armor-piercing bombs, the number is limited, especially that there is only one small armor-piercing bomb. If an attack is launched soon, it will shoot out. It can't be launched continuously like Chenmo, which is easy to be found abnormal by the U.S. military. So the two men worked together. The old housekeeper approached and attacked with the electric arc pulse gun in the center of the battle clothes. Chenmo continued to attack all the external air defense missile launchers on the aircraft carrier, and several frigates with his endless micro-tracking missiles and small armor-piercing bombs. In this process, although anti-aircraft missiles are constantly launched into the air, there is no way to take two steel battle suits at all. Although the Aegis defense system loaded on the aircraft carrier and frigate is the most advanced shipboard defense system in the world, it still lags behind a large part in performance and technology in front of the iron and steel battle clothes from the Avenger Alliance world. Using Aegis defense system to deal with steel battle clothes seems to be shooting guns and mosquitoes, but in fact, it's shooting planes with rifles, which is not a level at all. The old housekeeper controls the steel battle clothes to shuttle quickly among several frigates, and the electric arc pulse gun in the palm continuously shoots a dazzling white light column, which bombards the frigate and brings one explosion after another. Chenmo hovered directly over the aircraft carrier. The armor on his shoulders was turned on. A micro-automatic tracking missile was constantly shooting at the aircraft carrier below, and the small armor-piercing missile on his arm was constantly attacking several frigates around him. Under the attack of electric arc pulse gun, micro-automatic tracking missile and small armor-piercing bullet, the missile launchers and other external weapons on the aircraft carrier and several frigates around were all destroyed soon, and the missiles killed in explosion burst out a group of sparks on the warship. Fortunately, there were no soldiers on the deck, and the power of the explosion did not tear the solid warship armor, so although the explosion seemed very fierce and continuous, it did not cause substantial casualties. All the aircraft on the aircraft carrier have been shot down by Chenmo and the old housekeeper in the previous battle. At this time, the deck of the aircraft carrier is empty, and all the deck maintenance personnel have all retreated to the interior of the aircraft carrier to avoid. After all the anti-aircraft weapons have been solved, the aircraft carrier and several frigates around it have completely lost their defense capabilities. Facing the two steel battle suits, they can only be slaughtered. Without the obstruction of anti-aircraft missiles and dense array, Chenmo began to carry out his final plan to dismantle the aircraft carrier. Since the U.S. government and military set traps and sent fighters and aircraft carriers to attack him, Chen Mo could not easily let them go. And he had planned to teach the U.S. government and military a lesson. Now Chen Mo doesn't care about any influence. Since he provoked me, he must pay the corresponding price. More than 100 fighter planes shot down before were just dessert. This aircraft carrier is Chen Mo's meal for the military and the government. The cost of the more than 100 F-22 and F-35 fighters adds up to more than $10 billion, while the cost of the Ford-class aircraft carrier is as high as $15 billion. But their value and significance are not only measurable by money. There are only 11 aircraft carriers in total in the United States, and the aircraft carrier formation composed of them is an important guarantee for the global hegemony of the United States. If an aircraft carrier is destroyed, it will not only bring a major blow to the international prestige of the United States, but also have a great impact on their global strategic deployment. Under the command of Chen Mo, Jarvis marked all the key parts, valuable equipment, and hard-to-repair positions of the aircraft carrier on the holographic screen. On the premise of no casualties, a micro-tracking missile was launched from the missile launchers on the shoulders of the iron and steel battle clothes, and an arc was drawn in the air towards all parts of the aircraft carrier flying away. Radar, antenna, and other peripherals have been destroyed. Some micro-tracking missiles can't destroy targets. Chen Mo will use small armor-piercing missiles. Even the aircraft carrier's strong armor can't block the super armor-piercing missiles made by Tony Stark, a super munitions genius. 15-thick aircraft carrier armor is easily penetrated, a costly device is destroyed, and key structures are destroyed everywhere. In the carrier bridge, the fleet commander looked at a micro-tracking missile and armor-piercing bullet that were falling rapidly in the air, as well as a group of flames that exploded after the aircraft carrier was hit everywhere. He couldn't help but look desperate. The destruction of missile launchers and dense arrays is like cutting off their claws and teeth, completely losing their resistance. The destruction of shipborne radar is like blinding their eyes, destroying their communication antenna, cutting off their contact with the ground command center, and cutting off their command of the entire fleet. In the face of the Iron Man who hovers quietly over the aircraft carrier and bombards the whole aircraft carrier, the commander of the fleet only feels a deep powerlessness. In his opinion, it was not a big problem to capture a small Iron Man in front of this advanced and powerful aircraft carrier fleet. However, reality slapped him in the face and woke him up completely. Not to mention the aircraft carrier fleet. Even if it is to gather the strength of the 10 headquarters of the 7 major fleets of the whole United States, I'm afraid there is no way to take these 2 Iron Men. In the brief confrontation, the fleet commander clearly felt the huge power gap between the steel battle suit and their aircraft carrier. Before, they were most proud of the advanced fleets and equipment that had been ahead of other countries for decades. In front of the steel battle clothes, it seemed that the sail warship in the era of great navigation had met an F-22 fighter. The battle effectiveness of iron and steel battle suits has far exceeded that of any fighter, just like the super weapons from advanced alien civilization, which cannot be dealt with by the Earth people at all. He even suspected that even a nuclear bomb would hardly threaten him. At this time, he gave up completely in catching Iron Man. He only hoped that Iron Man would not kill all of them and reward their command room with a missile. Soon, without the help of other warships around, the carrier was almost completely destroyed by Chen Mo. All the core and important devices such as radar, electromagnetic catapult, landing recovery system, aircraft elevator, engine system, power distribution system were destroyed by Chen Mo. Even the nuclear reactor was destroyed. Although Chen Mo did not directly destroy the core of the nuclear reactor in order to avoid pollution and casualties caused by nuclear leakage, he also damaged it to a certain extent. Although there will be no nuclear leakage in a short period of time, it can no longer be used and can only be scrapped. Other important equipment such as turbine, generator, and large propeller bearing are all when Chen Mo closed the missile launch cabin and stopped tilting the missile. The military's most advanced Ford-class aircraft carrier had completely turned into a floating scrap of iron. In addition to the ship island with a large number of people, it was relatively complete, and other parts had been damaged beyond appearance. The flat flight deck was blasted with small armor-piercing bombs, which were thick and thick. The deck armor was twisted to reveal the various damaged devices below. Looking at the old housekeeper who is still shuttling around several frigates and launching a series of arc pulse guns, Chen Mo doesn't stop. Although the aircraft carrier's radar, reactor and other devices were basically destroyed by him, but the hull is still intact. After 2 or 3 years of major repair, it can still be put back into service. Although it seems to take a long time compared with the construction period of an aircraft carrier of 7 or 8 years, it is very short, but Chen Mo has to do it thoroughly. Even this hull, he doesn't plan to stay with them. But the size of the aircraft carrier is too large. The power of the micro-tracking missile is insufficient. Even the surface armor is difficult to penetrate, and the penetration force of the armor-piercing bullet is enough, but only a small area can be damaged. If we want to meet the requirements of Chen Mo and completely scrap the hull, we may need hundreds of missiles. Before Chen Mo had launched dozens of small armor-piercing missiles, and then continued to launch them. The volume of these missiles combined would exceed that of the steel battle suit itself, and unlike micro-tracking missiles, small armor-piercing missiles need to be launched one by one, which is too much trouble. Laser-cutting weapons can only penetrate 1 or 2 layers of armor. In the face of a large and heavy aircraft carrier with complex internal structure, the destructive power is limited after all. However, this does not mean that Chen has no way to use this aircraft carrier. The most powerful weapon of the whole steel battle suit is actually the energy transmitter on the chest of the battle suit. The cluster gun on the chest of iron and steel battle suit can shoot high-energy rays originally, which is more powerful than the arc pulse gun in the palm. After acquiring the Mecha Hunter technology in the Pacific Rim world, Chen Mo has improved and upgraded the cluster gun in his chest, integrating the high-energy ray technology of the Mecha Hunter, making the power of the energy gun in his chest more powerful, and at the same time, it can be launched continuously for a long time. The only disadvantage is that the energy consumption is relatively large. Although the improved energy gun consumes a lot of energy, for the 3rd generation arc, although the improved energy gun consumes a lot of energy, for the 3rd generation arc reactor made of new elements, this energy consumption can be fully affordable, and there is no need to worry about the situation of energy exhaustion in the process of battle. Needless to say, there are a large number of arc reactors stored in the silent space, which can be replaced at any time. The energy problem is the least to worry about for Chen Mo. The whole aircraft carrier was completely shrouded by the mental force. Every piece of armor, every structure and the position of every crew member were clearly presented in Chen Mo's mind. Chen Mo, who hovered over the aircraft carrier, slowly landed on the flight deck. Looking up at the tall ship island standing nearby, Chen Mo's vision intersected with the fleet commander in the air through the glass of the command room. The commander of the fleet felt a chill in his heart. If he hadn't been in front of the crew, he would have turned around and ran. He used to think that the command room of the aircraft carrier was the safest place in the world. Even the White House could not compare with it. But now, this place can't give him any sense of security. He was afraid that the Iron Man would break through the window and rush in directly, lift up his hand and kill them all with the white light. But what he worried about didn't happen. Chen Mo was not interested in killing them, but what happened next still shocked them. In the surprised eyes of the commander and soldiers on the island, the Iron Man stood on the deck and slowly turned to the front of the aircraft carrier, leaning forward slightly. Then the energy gun on the chest of the battle suit lit up, and a hot and dazzling orange beam suddenly shot out, shooting towards the flight deck in front of the aircraft carrier. The dazzling energy beam passed through the air and sank into the deck in an instant. The heavy and strong deck armor melts as fast as ice in front of the energy rays, and the inner layer of steel plates can't resist the power of the high energy rays. The rays slant down from the center of the deck of the aircraft carrier and easily penetrate the whole aircraft carrier. They just shoot out from the water line of the front bow and directly into the sea. Strong energy will directly evaporate the sea water immediately boiling up, transpiration out of a large number of steam. This scene on the sea was not found, and the commander and soldiers on the island did not know that the power of this high-energy ray had penetrated the entire aircraft carrier. But as time went on, they gradually found out that the situation was not right. As Chen Mo slowly turns his body, the high-energy rays from his chest sweep across the deck, making a long cut on the flat flight deck, and the molten metal on the section radiates a dazzling orange-red light. At the same time, the whole aircraft carrier also made a great noise of metal friction and distortion, and the people in the island were able to feel a strong vibration clearly from their feet. Everyone could not help being flustered, and the face of the commander of the fleet was full of horror. He knows what these sounds and vibrations mean. Only when the structure of the aircraft carrier is greatly damaged, the stability of the ship's structure is broken, and serious fracture and deformation occur, can this situation occur. However, at this time, he just thought that the radiation from Iron Man's chest had damaged the important structure of the aircraft carrier, but did not expect that the aircraft carrier was being cut open. As the energy ray straws towards the deck, the sound of distortion becomes louder and louder, and the vibration felt by the people in the ship island becomes stronger and stronger. Squeak when touch. When the ray strafed from the center of the deck to the right side of the ship, the whole right half of the deck sank a large part in a violent sound of metal distortion and collision. Through the window, the fleet commander and others looked at the sinking right front deck, and their eyes widened in shock. The power of this energy beam actually made the deck of the aircraft carrier begin to sink. After cutting the right half of the deck, Chen Mo didn't stop at this point, but suddenly turned around and started cutting towards the middle from the left side of the deck again. The harsh metal twisting and rubbing sound sounded again, and the deck on the left side of the ship began to sink a little. Looking at the scene in front of him, the admiral's heart couldn't help rising higher and higher. He felt a very bad feeling in his heart. Soon, the high-energy ray moved to the center of the deck, and the cuts on both sides finally connected. At the same time, the whole aircraft carrier suddenly vibrated violently, and the whole front deck fell down along the slope cut by the high-energy ray in a strong metal friction crash. Finally, in the incredible eyes of the fleet commander and soldiers, the whole front deck and the hull below completely fell into the sea, setting off a huge wave. Standing in the middle of the island and looking down, they could clearly see the flat section of the remaining hull cut by high-energy rays. The deck, hull, cabin, and various internal pipes and equipment are all cut by this high-energy ray, and the internal structure of the aircraft carrier is fully exposed. The cut parts are all red, and the molten metal cannot be cooled for a long time. After the first half of the hull was cut off, the center of gravity of the aircraft carrier shifted greatly, and the front of the hull was raised. Chen Mo did not stop, but flew to the deck behind the island and cut off the second half of the aircraft carrier. Chen Mo, like a kitchen knife cutting radish, soon cut off most of the deck and hull around the front and back of the aircraft carrier, leaving only one island standing on the top of the ship, which was cut into irregular pyramids. At this time, the aircraft carrier has completely lost the original prestige posture, and even cannot see that it is an aircraft carrier. At this time, only less than 1/10 of the huge flight deck, which is the size of 3 football fields, is left. The huge hull is totally different under the cutting of high-energy rays. The complex internal structure of the aircraft carrier is clearly revealed in every section, just like a scrapped ship that has been disassembled and cut. Chen Mo looks at his masterpiece at his feet and nods his head contentedly as he rises from the only small deck left. He didn't cut at random. Under the inspection of his mind, the whole aircraft carrier was completely under his control, cut down by high-energy rays, and no one was involved in the ship sinking into the sea. And the whole process has been accurately calculated by Jarvis to ensure that it will not lead to the sinking of the aircraft carrier and nuclear leakage. Destroying the aircraft carrier is enough. Chen Mo didn't want to kill all the soldiers on board. As for the commander of the carrier formation, Chen Mo naturally has a better way to clean him up. At this time, the old housekeeper has solved several frigates and flew to Chen Mo's side. Looking at the steel pyramid sculpted by Chen Mo with high-energy rays, the old housekeeper nodded in secret. What a great work of art! The exposed complex steel structure is full of the aesthetic feeling of industry, while the flat section with the trace of metal melting shows a strong force beyond the times, which means the destruction and conquest of the world's most powerful weapon of war. The only high ship island standing on the deck is a symbol of kindness and forgiveness, showing Chen Mo's noble moral sentiment and broad mind like the ocean. Staring at the artistic steel sculpture for a long time, the old housekeeper felt proud. Chen Mo's sculpture technique was taught by him when he was in Liverpool at the beginning. Chen Mo's sculpture technique seems simple and rough, but in fact, it's too clever. Every time it's just right. In a few times, it shows a very high artistic skill and exquisite waiting time. The work presented at the end is perfect. Chen Mo doesn't know what the old housekeeper thinks in his heart, or how much he praises the work created by Chen Mo casually. He can only say that the old housekeeper is a real artist with eyes to discover beauty and art. After cutting the aircraft carrier of the Rice Army into pyramids, Chen Mo's heart was much more comfortable, and his anger was largely dissipated by the calculation of the government and the military of the United States. Looking at the fleets coming in the distance, Chen Mo was too lazy to spend any time to destroy them all. The destruction of the aircraft carrier has been a very painful lesson for them. In addition to the hundreds of fighters shot down before, the U.S. government and military have some headaches. I'll be here today, and I don't need him to do anything else. At that time, Chen Mo and the old housekeeper turned around and flew towards the coast in the fright and fear of the complex vision of the ship island. In the live TV and internet pictures, the figures of the two Iron Men crossed the air and disappeared rapidly in the city behind them. When the camera turned back to the sea again and looked at the steel pyramid standing on the sea after a moment of silence, countless excited voices burst out. God, the invincible aircraft carrier was cut into scrap by Iron Man. I can't believe it. Is what just happened true? An aircraft carrier fleet has no way to deal with Iron Man, but it was easily destroyed by him. Iron Man did a good job. These bastards deserve a lesson. But the Iron Man destroyed our aircraft carrier. Why do you speak for him? It's not our aircraft carrier, it's the government and the military that use our money to build their own. Didn't you see the previous picture? They fire tomahawks and missiles at the location of civilians, forcing Iron Man to intercept them. Well, shortly after I clicked on the video, it turned out that no wonder Iron Man was so angry that he cut off the aircraft carrier directly. But these guys in the military are too unscrupulous. In order to catch Iron Man, they can even do such things. Think of the strength that Iron Man just showed. If the steel war clothes fall into the hands of the military, they can completely dominate the world. Do these bastards want to start a war again? Isn't there enough dead? Politicians and bigwigs don't care about the lives and deaths of civilians and soldiers. In their eyes, there are only rights and interests. It's all the work of President Chris. We should get rid of him. He's not the only one behind this, but Chris is the most energetic one. According to the former soldiers, the warehouse fire is also a trap they set. They want to kill those soldiers and frame Iron Man. I don't know what else Chris will do if he keeps messing around. Let Chris go. Chris, get out of the White House. And those who launch missiles at civilians should be sent to a military court. It has to be said that this entrapment plan, which was approved by President Chris himself, has completely failed. And not only failed to catch Iron Man, but also lost heavily under the counterattack of Iron Man. Hundreds of advanced fighters were shot down. A Ford-class aircraft carrier was completely scrapped. And most importantly, President Chris Ben's crumbling reputation plummeted to the bottom. The internet is full of voices denouncing Chris and asking him to step down. During the furious discussion on the internet, Chen Mo and the old housekeeper flew all the way to the downtown area of Los Angeles and took part in a closed construction site. In the sea, it's okay. Without the stealth device, it's hard for the steel battle suit to escape the tracking of the reconnaissance satellite, and it can only dive into the deep sea, but it still can't avoid the detection of sonar in the deep sea. It's much easier on land. The radiation of various heat sources on land is very complex. The infrared detection effect of satellite is greatly reduced, and various huge buildings can block the optical detection of satellite. After entering the building site, after scanning and confirming that there is no monitoring device, the two men directly removed the steel battle clothes and were admitted into the space by Chen Mo. Then Chen Mo and the old housekeeper directly launched a blink and left here. Chen Mo's current blink distance has reached 4 kilometers. After several blinks, the two men returned to the castle directly, while the military reconnaissance satellite is firmly locked in the last site they appear. A large number of personnel were sent to the construction site for investigation, but except for the footprints of several steel battle suits, they had nothing to gain. The buildings on the construction site were almost demolished by them, but they could not find any secret room or secret passage. The two steel battle suits seemed to disappear from the sky, completely disappeared in their sight, and the capture operation was completely declared lost defeat. The Iron Man didn't catch it, but the fleet and the plane lost a lot. President Chris was scolded by countless people. This time, they really lost their wife and lost their soldiers. They didn't get any benefits but got a lot of complaints, and it's just the beginning. With the end of this massive capture, all kinds of things happened and the whole event spread rapidly on the internet. Ferment. Various major media reported in succession, and the parade activity which had been eased was intensified again. Previously, President Chris claimed that the steel battle suit was a secret weapon developed by the military, which only produced a prototype, but was stolen by Iron Man. Compared with Iron Man's independent production of advanced iron and steel battle suits, most people are willing to accept President Chris's statement that iron and steel battle suits are the research results of the military. But this time, the appearance of the second Steel War suit completely exposed the lies of President Chris. There is only one in his mouth, and even the military laboratory that created it can't make the second Steel War suit in a short time, so it appears in front of all people, which undoubtedly shows that the manufacturer of Steel War suit is not the military at all, but someone else. President Chris's accusation of steel theft from military research is not true at all. In addition, the last time he falsely accused the Iron Man of hijacking the airliner, Chris lost the trust of the people completely and was named the liar president by the people. The plot to kill the soldiers in the warehouse to blame the Iron Man, regardless of the lives and deaths of civilians and pilots, and the firing of missiles at them and other acts caused strong anger among the people. And for a while, the public was furious. In addition to leaving messages on the internet, more people directly put into action and took to the streets in succession. If it comes to the continuous demonstration, the planners, decision-makers, and executors of this series of actions are required to be severely punished. Many government officials, state governors, legislators, and senior military officials have also come out to support the people's voice, asking for a thorough investigation of the truth of the incident and severely punishing the relevant responsible persons. Seeing the trend of further out of control of the situation, President Chris was unwilling to fail and began the final struggle. A press conference was held on the lawn of the White House again, and President Chris came on in person to explain the incident. Yesterday's warehouse fire is indeed the trap we set. Our purpose is to catch the ferocious terrorist Iron Man and avoid him causing greater harm to national security and people's life safety. Iron Man shot down 105 fighters, destroyed a Ford-class aircraft carrier and 6 frigates, which is the most serious military loss suffered by the United States since the end of World War II. Iron Man's move can be said to be insane, which has seriously threatened the national security of the United States. This time he attacked the fleet, and the next time he may attack the city and kill civilians, which is absolutely not allowed to happen. Standing on the stage, Chris's face was full of indignation. He said in a high voice, "Here I promise all the people that I will arrest the terrorist Iron Man at all costs and ensure that the lives and property of the people are not threatened by terrorists." Since the terrorist attack, under the distorted guidance of many forces with ulterior motives, the military, which fought bravely to protect the people and national security and paid a huge price for it, has been criticized and questioned for many reasons. Here, I want to clarify for them. The soldiers who were abandoned and attacked by the military were originally arranged in the warehouse to arrest Iron Man. But in the face of the powerful Iron Man, they chose to flee on the spot and surrender to the evil terrorist Iron Man. They were saved by him. In order to escape the sanction of the military court, they lied when attacked by the military. All this is actually a lie they made up. Our country is the most free, democratic, and human rights respecting country in the world. The accusations of deserters are nonsense. They can never happen on our land. As for those who claim that the Tomahawk missile attacking Iron Man points at journalists and civilians, it is even more groundless. Those missiles are aimed at Iron Man. How can they attack civilians? The flight path of Tomahawk missile can be changed. When the missile fails to hit the target, the accusation just because of the missile's flight direction is totally unprovoked speculation. Moreover, when the missile crossed the coastline in order to prevent accidental injury to civilians, the fleet detonated the missile ahead of time. In fact, no civilian casualties were caused in the end, so the job of launching missiles to civilians does not exist at all. It's all malice. After the lessons learned from the last press conference, there was no question link in this conference. After President Chris finished his speech, he turned around and left without giving reporters a chance to speak and refute. Although his speech didn't convince most people, it played some role. After the incident, a dozen rescued soldiers were quickly taken away and controlled by the military personnel who arrived later. There is no evidence to support their claim, except for the traces of steel wire mesh on several soldiers. Although there are a large number of cameras installed in the warehouse, the military cannot take out these videos to hit their faces. Although Chris's practice may not work, people can't be sure who is lying when he muddles the water at least. But they ignored a little bit. The video on the spot is not only for them, but also for Iron. Shortly after the press conference, a video appeared on various websites. After people clicked in, they found that it was actually a battle in the warehouse shot from the first perspective of Iron Man. People are nervous about the attacks on the steel battle clothes by the steel wire mesh, several tanks and anti-aircraft missile launchers. The picture of the Iron Man facing the continuous attacks of anti-aircraft missiles and diving down to the tank is even more exciting for everyone. Then they saw that the Iron Man destroyed the tank, destroyed the missile launcher and the engine of the tank, completely paralyzed them, and the soldiers in the two missile vehicles fled in panic. Although the hatch covers of several tanks were pushed away, they could not be fully opened due to the shackles of the wire mesh. Seeing the fuel flowing on the ground and the burning shelves nearby, people should understand why these soldiers fled in panic. When the fuel on the ground is ignited, they have no choice but to die. When people couldn't help worrying about them, the picture quickly dived down and landed on the turret of one of the tanks. Watching the Iron Man rescue, people can't help but feel warm. At the critical moment, the Iron Man didn't sit back and let the soldiers who attacked him burn in the tank, but risked being caught to rescue them. When Iron Man cut the wire mesh on the first tank and rescued the people inside, everyone was excited. But just as he was about to cut the wire mesh on the second tank, he suddenly stopped and flew away from the tank. People were confused at first, but when they saw several steel wire nets coming down from the air and netting several tanks again, everyone was furious. Iron Man is saving people. They shouldn't have attacked. Besides, the second tank they attacked was to catch Iron Man. What's the matter with the wire mesh that shot at the first tank full of soldiers? They managed to escape from the tank, but they were tightly trapped in the tank by steel wire mesh. Once the leaked fuel was ignited, they would be burned alive. Facts speak louder than words. The accuracy of attacking Iron Man with wire mesh is absolutely impossible to be a misfire. There was nothing wrong with what the soldiers said before. The military wanted them to die in it, and their purpose is also obvious, is to frame Iron Man to smear him. Not only that, the picture of Iron Man launching small missiles to intercept Tomahawk missiles fired at reporters was also exposed. People knew that those missiles were not detonated by the military, but were intercepted by Iron Man. Chris's many lies were thoroughly exposed: endless deception, reckless attempt to kill soldiers to frame Iron Man, and indifference to civilian life completely ignited the anger of the people. More people took to the streets, participated in demonstrations, asked to impeach Chris, and thoroughly investigated the whole incident. Demonstrations have broken out in almost all cities in the whole country, and they are very powerful. Outside, the White House is surrounded by countless people. Facing the angry demonstrators, in order to prevent the crowd from rushing into the White House, President Chris even once hid in the bunker. Facing the gradually out-of-control situation, President Chris was unwilling to step down. In order to solve the immediate crisis and keep his position as president, Chris began a series of actions. First of all, Chris defines the ongoing demonstrations in various parts of the country as riots, claiming that behind these actions are some foreign forces and radical organizations that are agitating and organizing to advance to the country and must be stopped immediately. He then ordered police everywhere to deploy explosion-proof equipment to disperse the demonstrators, and the White House directly fired tear gas at the protesters to disperse the crowd. Finally, Chris threatened to send out troops to suppress the riots, and strongly recommended that every governor deploy the National Guard to ensure that there are enough people to control the streets. Governors and mayors must deploy overwhelming law enforcement forces until violence is stopped, and if a city or state refuses to act, he will send federal forces directly to suppress violence. Chris's series of actions did play a certain role. Many places sent out police, fired rubber bullets and tear gas at the demonstrators to disperse, to some extent temporarily suppress the demonstration. But in fact, it's just drinking poison to quench thirst. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Although the violent suppression by the police temporarily controlled the demonstration, it made people feel the oppression from power more deeply. They were originally for the Iron Man, for the journalists attacked by missiles, and for the soldiers abandoned by the military, but now they are for themselves. So after a short contraction, this activity not only didn't subside, but also ushered in a huge rebound. It became more intense and huge. The peaceful demonstration gradually turned into violent protest. Facing the police who fired rubber bullets and tear gas at them, the demonstrators also began to fight back, throwing stones and bottles at them, and both sides rushed suddenly more and more intense, gradually out of control trend. The protesters outside the White House began to attack the White House. The White House had to close the door, lock the door, and send a large number of Secret Service personnel and police force to defend. Listening to the angry shouting of the protesters outside the White House, Chris once again hid in the bunker, afraid that the protesters would rush into the White House and tear him to pieces. Moreover, not all cities and states have sent out police to suppress according to his instructions. The United States itself is a federal state. The states are relatively independent and do not need to obey the president's orders. Moreover, the two parties, including the party itself, are not totally one-sided. Many cities have not carried out too much suppression of protests. Even many mayors and the governor stood up for the protesters. As the protests intensified and the situation became out of control, many people who had been on Chris's side turned their guns and joined the ranks of those who denounced him for their future. Mayor Watson pulled out all the police around the White House and left the mess to Chris himself. The Secret Service personnel responsible for protecting the president are all elite, but the number is limited after all. In the face of more than 100,000 angry protesters, the White House may fall at any time. Chris simply hid in the bunker and never dared to come out again. Seeing the situation getting worse, he had to put his hopes on the military. But for Chris's request that the military send out soldiers to suppress the riot, the senior military officials did not pass, but sent a team of soldiers to help guard the White House, so as to prevent their president from being really torn to pieces by angry people rushing into the White House. In fact, the military did not want to suppress the riot quickly, but they dare not. A series of actions by the military have aroused the public's anger, and even the internal military has been unstable. From ordinary soldiers, tank soldiers, missile soldiers, ship officers, and pilots, they are all seriously dissatisfied with their previous actions. Although there is no major disturbance caused for the time being, if they send troops to suppress the riot, as required by President Chris, the final result is likely to be that these soldiers directly join the riot and point their guns at them. This action against Iron Man not only failed to frame him, but also made him very popular in the army. First, he saved the soldiers abandoned by the military in the burning warehouse, and then he was merciful under the siege of many fighters. The micro-tracking missile launched by Iron Man when intercepting the air defense missile can easily destroy their fighters directly, but Iron Man did not do so, which is to use a more troublesome way. Although all the fighters were shot down, it did not hurt the life of a pilot. Moreover, when the fleet ignored their safety and launched many missiles towards them, it was also Iron Man who stood up to help them stop and detonated the missiles. Otherwise, many of them will be killed on the spot by the incoming missile or the subsequent explosion, including the later attacks on the aircraft carrier fleet, although it seemed very fierce. Including the later attacks on the aircraft carrier fleet. Although it seemed very fierce, the aircraft carrier was directly cut into scrap iron, and several frigates around the convoy were also destroyed. But he deliberately avoided all the crew members, and eventually no Navy soldier was killed. Iron Man won the respect and support of all the soldiers of the Rice Army with his practical actions. The senior military believes that if they launch another attack against Iron Man, most of the soldiers will choose to disobey orders, because the military may abandon them, but Iron Man will save them. If they really support President Chris to suppress the riot, it is likely to lead to a mutiny of troops. In the end, they may not have a good ending. President Chris has been on the cusp of the storm. He is desperate to save his political future. However, there are only a limited number of people actually involved in the operation. Other people will not take such a big risk for President Chris and the top military officials. In fact, at the time when the capture operation failed, everything was doomed. As the events continued to ferment, the protests became more and more fierce, and more senior officials, lawmakers and military officials came out against President Chris. Congress finally voted to officially start the investigation process of impeachment when the news came out. There were cheers from the crowd surrounding the White House. At the same time, people and soldiers are most concerned about the investigation of violations in the military operation to capture Iron Man. The planners, policymakers, and executors of the operation have been investigated by the Ministry of Defense. Members of the FBI's Iron Man capture team, who initially proposed the plan, as well as the head of the Ground Command Center, and the commander of the aircraft carrier formation who directly issued the attack order, were taken away for investigation. Because of the appearance of Iron Man and a series of operations by the government and military of the United States has attracted the attention of the whole world, so people did not pay much attention to the bizarre whale attack on the whaling ship in Japan. After the Japanese whaling ship was knocked over and sunk by the blue whale, all the crew members were rescued by the Japanese warship that came later and returned to the country safely. The situation that they were attacked by the blue whale was finally reported, which attracted the attention of the Japanese people. At first, people were still shouting to kill the whale and avenge the sinking whaling ship, but soon, the news of Iron Man was overwhelming, completely covering the news that the whale attacked the whaling ship. Compared with a whale that would attack the whaling ship, Iron Man was obviously more concerned. Then a series of events happened in the United States: demonstrations, protests, false accusations, arrests, as well as the fierce air war over the Bay of Los Angeles and the destruction of aircraft carriers and other explosive news firmly caught everyone's attention. In the eyes of the Japanese people, the United States is the most powerful country in the world. Their fleet and soldiers are invincible. In the face of the United States, they only have to fear and worship. However, such a powerful country and army lost a lot in the hands of Iron Man. Hundreds of fighters and aircraft carriers were destroyed. Even the President of the United States was facing the impeachment crisis, which made them respect Iron Man more and more. This is even their father of the United States are afraid to provoke the terror of the strong. In their minds is like a god-like existence. However, they only watch the riots in the United States and secretly rejoice. It does not have much substantive benefits for them, but whaling represents real benefits. When President Chris was in a mess because of the impeachment proposal of the Congress, Japan's Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries suddenly announced that, in view of the recent blue whale attack on the whaling ship, scientists from Japan's Institute of Cetaceans concluded that whales began to attack the ship actively, which showed that whales are very dangerous animals with strong aggressiveness and must attack the ship they clean up, reduce the population, so as not to threaten the safety of ships sailing on the sea all over the world. Japan, as an example, will take the initiative to put into the action of killing whales and safeguarding the safety of navigation in the world, and calls on all countries to participate in the whaling action together and return a safe ocean for mankind. It has to be said that the Japanese people are really shameless. They can kill whales, but they can't fight back. They should stay there and let them kill, just like the countless civilians killed by the Japanese army in World War II. What's more, it's a safe ocean for human beings. This ocean was originally the home of marine wildlife. You invaded their homes and killed them for the sake of interests. In turn, you raked back and branded whales as dangerous creatures. Of course, the so-called statements and slogans issued by them to safeguard the safety of world navigation are just pretexts for them to make full use of. The purpose is to break the international anti-whaling agreement and carry out whaling without restriction. But other countries are not idiots. Whales have never caused any damage to their ships for so many years. You don't know how to sink a whaling ship and put them with the hats of dangerous creatures. They will believe it. And even if this incident is true, the whale attack is only the Japanese whaling ship, and there is no attack on the drowning crew, which is not dangerous at all. Everyone is busy watching the bustle of the United States. There is no response from any country or organization to the call of Japan. Instead, it has been opposed and resisted by everyone. They are not stupid. Naturally, they can see the real purpose of Japan. However, Japan did not pay any attention to the protests of other countries. They had not planned that other countries would join them. In fact, they did not want to be robbed by others, but they just wanted to look like this. All they want is a reason. In the past, they also used to hunt whales in the name of scientific research. Now whales take the initiative to attack their whaling ships. In their opinion, it just gives them a good excuse to increase the killing force in a reasonable way. They are full of expectations for the harvest this year. This time, they will make up for all the losses caused by the restrictions on whaling in the previous years. As for the threat of whale attack, in their view, the previous attack was just an accident. Although it was declared to be a very aggressive and dangerous creature, it was just an excuse they made up. They were very clear that in front of the whaling ship, the whale was just a lamb to be slaughtered. As long as they are vigilant, whales do not pose any threat to whaling ships. Just when Japan launched a new round of whaling activities, a spaceship launched from the rocket launch base of Shendon Industrial Park in Los Angeles. the birthplace of the unrest in the United States, flew towards the geosynchronous orbit in the raging flames. After months of construction and commissioning, the spaceship built by Chen Mo's technology from the Life Foundation of Venom World has finally completed all preparations and started its first launch mission. In its cabin, there are 36 multifunctional communication reconnaissance satellites, which will be put into geosynchronous orbit at one time. The technology of this spaceship is far more advanced than that of rockets and space shuttles all over the world. It's not a one-off vehicle with no return. It can go back and forth in the solar system, be used repeatedly, and carry out various launch missions. And this time, it's just a test flight. The task is relatively simple. It's just to fly to geosynchronous orbit and launch satellites. The real function of this spaceship is space exploration and interplanetary navigation. To launch a satellite is like killing chickens and using ox knives. It's just an incidental work in flight test. With these satellites, Shendon Group has its own satellite network, and Jarvis no longer needs to invade the satellites of other countries and companies to perform tasks. Without being discovered by the country and company to which the satellite belongs, Jarvis has relatively limited control over the satellite, which is not very convenient to use, but his own satellite is different. Jarvis can control them to change orbit at will, adjust their direction, and carry out 24-hour continuous monitoring of targets at any place. With the cooperation of all satellites, the situation of the whole Earth surface is under Jarvis's control. It's not just satellite images. These cutting-edge satellites independently built by Shendon Group are equipped with various types of advanced detection equipment, which can scan the ground through multispectral remote sensing, low-light remote sensing, infrared, radar, and other ways. The detection effect should also be on the military reconnaissance satellites of the U.S. military. The Keyhole 12 satellite optical lens, launched by the National Reconnaissance Bureau of the United States, uses automatic optical imaging, which can achieve a resolution of 0.1 meters. It is currently the most accurate reconnaissance satellite in the world, with only 4 at present. The 36 satellites built by Shendon Group, relying on Chen Mo's advanced technology, have a resolution of 0.01 meters, which is hard to be surpassed by other countries in 10 years. These Shendon satellites not only have high optical detection accuracy, but also have a variety of detection methods. Even if the target stays indoors, they can detect their actions. Unless they hide in the deep underground, where the radar cannot detect, or in the specially modified and reinforced anti-detection building, they cannot escape the exploration of these satellites as long as they are on the ground. As long as Chen muses, he can know the situation of any place at any time. Of course, the indoor-specific situation and voice and other information still rely on Jarvis to invade the network and collect through monitoring and mobile phones and other devices. In any case, the launch of these satellites has greatly improved Jarvis's intelligence exploration ability. As 2 secret organizations under Chen Mo, Hydra and Shendon Bureau have greatly improved their intelligence collection and mission support capabilities after they have the support of Shendon Satellite. And also enjoy the Shendon Satellite brought by the convenience of the Sea Guardian Association. After the last airliner accident, Gao Yuan, who was on vacation, suddenly found that his bedside had a multi-million-dollar holographic smartphone one morning and unexpectedly received the secret communication from Iron Man. Then he joined the Sea Guardian Association. For Gao Yuan's joining, the Sea Guardian Association is very welcome. In the previous airliner accident, although Iron Man was the absolute protagonist, Gao Yuan's heroic performance also made him gain great reputation and influence. His joining is obviously of great significance to the Sea Guardian Association. Gao Yuan's participation can attract more people to pay attention to their marine conservation cause, which is very good news for their organization and marine wildlife. In fact, this is also the case. With the joining of Gao Yuan, the Sea Guardian Association has entered more people's field of vision and gained more people's recognition and support. The most intuitive performance is that the amount of donations they have received has increased dramatically, and the originally scarce funds for activities have become very sufficient in an instant. What's more, they were surprised and excited that just a few days after Gaeyuan joined in, they have received 13 anti-whaling ships donated from all over the world, the number of which is just equal to that of all whaling ships in Japan. What's more, unlike their previous anti-whaling ships, the newly donated 13 anti-whaling ships are far ahead of Japan's whaling ships in terms of tonnage, speed, firmness, equipment, and advancement. If both sides are on the right side, they will have an absolute advantage. Japan's whaling ships have no chance to launch whaling forks to whales. With the 13 anti-whaling ships successively arriving at the port and delivered to the Sea Shepherd Association, these marine fighters who have been fighting against the Japanese whaling ships by relying on a few backward broken ships in their hands, have changed their guns completely. Members of the Sea Shepherd Association were thrilled to see the larger and stronger hull of the whaling ship and the high-pressure water cannons on the deck. With these advanced anti-whaling ships, it will be easier for them to deal with Japanese whaling ships, save more whales, and even completely cut off the Japanese whaling industry. In fact, Chen Mo secretly supports all this. Although some of the donations received by the Sea Shepherd Association are indeed donated by people from all over the world, most of them are secretly donated by Jarvis in various ways. The 13 advanced anti-whaling ships were all donated by Chen Mo, but on the surface of investigation, they had nothing to do with him. They were donated by different countries, organizations, and individuals from all over the world. It's impossible to find Chen Mo in any way. But in fact, no one will want to investigate the origin of these ships. After all, the Sea Shepherd Association is only an environmental protection organization, and all of its actions have been taken to protect whales and other wild animals. For all countries in the world, there is no interest or harm. No one cares about the supporters behind them except Japan. Besides the support of capital and anti-whaling ship, with the launch of 36 SHIELD satellites, Gaeyuan can master the position and trend of all Japanese whaling ships at any time through its holographic smartphone. In the past, they needed to send people to squat in the port where the whaling ship was moored. When they got the news of the whaling ship going out to sea, they immediately set out to search for the whaling ship in the whaling sea area and carry out interference and interception. It's just that it's very difficult to search for a whaling ship on the vast sea. In many cases, they can't find the location of the whaling ship at all, and they can only return before the fuel is exhausted. Now, with the satellite support of Jarvis, the situation is totally different. All whalers are under Jarvis's real-time monitoring. They don't need to look for a needle in a haystack. They just need to stop at full speed according to the position given by Jarvis. In this way, the most time-consuming and demoralizing search process is completely saved. As for blocking whaling ships, fighting with each other is their favorite process. No one who can join the Sea Shepherd Association and take part in the action against whaling is afraid of fighting. Japan calls them environmental terrorists for a reason. Most of the members of the anti-whaling ship are strong, big, and thick. There are not a few strong men with beards like Paul Watson. At first glance, it's easy to regard them as pirates with their skeletons like pirate flags. In fact, in the eyes of Japanese whalers, they are a group of real pirates. Although they didn't take real gold and silver, the whales they rescued are real gold and silver in the eyes of whalers. Every whale is a lot of wealth, but they are taken away by these damn pirates. But they didn't think that these whales do not belong to them, but the precious wealth shared by all mankind. Their value should not be measured by money, not to mention that after being killed, they should be divided into pieces and sent to the table, and their bodies should be exchanged for money to meet the wealth desire of a small number of people. In the past, these pirates couldn't find their position, and the threat to them was relatively small. Now, with the support of Chen Mo and accurate intelligence, the nightmare of whaling ships finally came. The next day, The country sent out all 13 whaling boats, and soldiers went to the North Pacific and Antarctic waters in 2 ways for whaling activities. However, when they arrived at the whaling area after several days or even more than 10 days of sea voyage, they found that the anti-whaling ship with the skull flag of the Sea Shepherd Association had been waiting there early. When they try to bypass the anti-whaling ship of the Sea Shepherd Association and enter the whaling area at their own speed, they are surprised to find that the speed of each other is faster than that of them. No matter how they turn and accelerate, they will be blocked by the tall ship of the other side. Then they are met by a thick high-pressure water column, sweeping across the deck of the whaling ship I can't stand. They can't even enter the whaling sea area under the block of the anti-whaling ship, whose tonnage and performance are more powerful than their whaling ship. The conflict between Japan's whaling ship and the Sea Shepherd Association has lasted for many years, and both sides can be said to know very well. Although Japan's whaling ship hates these real sea shepherds, in fact, it doesn't pay attention to them. As a public welfare organization, the Sea Shepherd Association has limited funds. There are only a few broken ships, and many times they cannot be found. Even if these pirates find them, they can get rid of them by virtue of the speed advantage of whaling ships. Only when they are doing whaling can these guys seize the opportunity to stop them. But now things have changed dramatically. These guys don't know where to get so many new ships. Their tonnage and performance are much better than their whaling ships. Their previous advantages disappear completely, but they fall into disadvantages. After some entanglement, they had to withdraw from the whaling area temporarily, but they didn't give up whaling. The large number of whales in the whaling area does not mean that there are no whales in the surrounding area. Since the ships of the Sea Shepherd Association cannot enter the whaling area in front of them, they can also hunt outside. But it's obviously not so simple. Watching the Japanese whaling ship turn around and leave, the anti-whaling ship of the Sea Shepherd Association didn't stop it, but it followed. When they finally found the whale and wanted to rush up to catch it, the anti-whaling ship of the Sea Shepherd Association would rush forward quickly and stop between them and the whale. They have no way to start. In the North Pacific Ocean, several whalers and the Sea Shepherd Association have been pestering each other for a whole day. After being beaten to dogs by their bigger, faster, and more powerful anti-whaling ships, they have to retreat temporarily. However, Japan obviously will not give up whaling so easily. Although the anti-whaling ship of the Sea Shepherd Association is so fierce that they have no temper, they are only a public welfare organization after all, and behind them are the whole country. A few days later, Japanese warships appeared behind the whaling ship. Originally, all the whaling ships went out this time. There were 6 going to the North Pacific Ocean alone. Compared with several broken ships of the Sea Shepherd Association, they had an absolute advantage. So Japan did not send warships to escort until they received the help of several whaling ships. They learned that the Sea Shepherd Association was not an opponent, unable to operate normally, just sent warships to escort. Behind the whaling industry, however, there are many high-level tycoons whose interests are among them, so they should not pay attention to them. With the arrival of Japanese warships, the advantages of anti-whaling ships have disappeared. Although members of the Sea Shepherd Association have also made fierce obstruction, they are still under the impact of the collision of warships, and they are rushed into the whaling area by these whalers and heading for the area where the former whaling ship sank. This time, in addition to preparing to hunt whales vigorously, they are also preparing to avenge the sinking of the whaling ship and kill the blue whale that sank the whaling ship. Jarvis has been monitoring the movement of the whaling ship and has informed Chen Mo of the situation here before reporting to him. Chen Mo's face sank as he watched the satellite image of the fleet heading for the area where the whaling ship had sunk, and the blue whale positioning icon still wandering in that area. These guys are really desperate for whaling. It seems that they won't give up easily if they don't suffer a bit. Looking at the Japanese warship, which was in the rear of the whaling fleet and was blocking the anti-whaling fleet, Chen Mo said to Jarvis with a cold light in his eyes, Where is the fleet that attacked last time? It's all anchored in San Diego's military port. 6 of the damaged frigates are ready for repair and are moving missiles from the launch shaft. After the fire source transformation, Jarvis is not less intelligent than human beings. Combined with the situation at this time when he guessed Chen Mo's intention, he directly said what Chen Mo wanted to know. Hearing this, Chen Mo smiled and said slowly, "Then help them. San Diego Military Port. The carrier fleet of the last battle with 2 Iron Men is parked here for repair. Although the carrier has not sunk, it has been completely scrapped. In order to prevent radiation caused by nuclear leakage, it has been parked in the distant sea after being towed back, and no one is allowed to approach. The specific disposal plan is still under discussion." At that time, the 6 frigates that escorted the aircraft carrier were mainly damaged by the external devices and weapons. The internal structure and power system were still intact, and they could still operate normally after being repaired. However, in order to ensure safety, some missiles on the frigate that have not yet been launched must be removed before maintenance, so as to avoid danger during maintenance. As the largest military port on the west coast of the United States, Santiago Military Port has 4 large docks. At this time, 4 of the damaged frigates are in the dock for missile dismantlement. The old housekeeper destroyed all the weapons on the deck of these frigates in the battle at that time, but the missiles in the launching shaft of the hull were still in good condition. At this time, the staff were using the crane to lift out the missiles in the launching shaft one by one. On one of the frigates, under the command of the person in charge, the operator in the control room opened the hatch cover of the last launching shaft. However, when the on-site staff were ready to go up for hoisting, a fire light suddenly came out of the launching shaft. "Damn it, the missile is activated. Run!" As soon as the staff's face changed, they immediately turned around and ran around. Some rushed into the island, others from both sides towards the rear deck. It's not that the water in the dock has been drained. If they jump down, they will die directly. They will definitely jump over the ship's side without hesitation. When the missile of the vertical launch system is launched, the flame emitted by the rocket engine will cover half of the deck. Although the time is very short, it is enough to cause serious injury to the staff on the deck. They are not allowed to panic. Fortunately, the launch of the missile is not so fast. It will take some time from the start of the rocket engine to the complete departure of the missile from the launch well. During this period, the flame emitted by the rocket engine is only shot up along the launch inlet and will not cause injury to the surrounding staff. However, the heat wave behind them made them all rush forward desperately, and finally they were all out of the danger area before the missile lifted off. In the launching shaft, a Tomahawk missile rises rapidly in the flames and soon rises out of the launching shaft towards the air. The hot flames and smoke cover the whole deck. When the smoke gradually dissipated, people looked at the Tomahawk missile that was rapidly going away in the air and couldn't help but look ignorant. In the North Pacific Ocean, more than 100 nautical miles from the area where the last blue whale hit and sank the whaling ship, more than a dozen ships are sailing in 2 directions. At the front are 6 Japanese whaling ships, and at the back are 6 anti-whaling ships. But in the middle of them, a larger Japanese warship is in the middle. Whenever the anti-whaling ship behind accelerates to catch up with them, the warship will suddenly change direction and collide with them. Although the tonnage of these anti-whaling ships is larger and stronger than that of Japanese whaling ships, they are still far behind that of warships. Even though their number is more, they still cannot break through the interception of warships. Moreover, this warship not only collides with their ships, but also sometimes throws explosive bombs at their ships when they are very close, which makes these anti-whaling ships unable to get close, break through their blockade, and catch up with those whaling ships. Just as the Japanese warship was flying in all directions, a Tomahawk cruise missile was flying towards their sea area in the far sky. The Japanese warship's radar soon found the incoming missile, and the originally relaxed and complacent crew were in a panic. "Damn it, how could missiles come at us? Air defense missile ready. Evacuate all people on deck." With the sound of the alarm, there was chaos on the Japanese warships. As the younger brother of the United States, some of the Japanese warships are also equipped with the Aegis defense system, but they are all equipped on the most advanced large cruisers and destroyers. Although their warship is in front of the anti-whaling ship, it is not in the Japanese naval fleet sequence. The whole warship's air defense system has only one four-way anti-aircraft missile launcher. Whether they can intercept this incoming missile or not is not clear to them. On the 6 anti-whaling ships at the back of the warship, the members of the Sea Shepherd Association looked at the Navy soldiers on the warship who were panicking and hiding in the warship, all of whom were puzzled. When Paul Watson was about to order all anti-whaling ships to break through the blockade and catch up with them, Gao Yuan stopped him. Following the direction of his fingers, Paul Watson looked up into the air and found the missile coming at a high speed. Paul Watson, who had seen many big scenes, looked at the missile coming from the air, and his face was shocked. They did use some unusual means to stop the Japanese whaling, but they sent warships to collide with them and used shock bombs to attack them. It's too much to launch missiles at them. Even if Paul Watson ordered the fleet to disperse to avoid, he also drew away from the Japanese warships ahead. Soon, the incoming Tomahawk missile came close, began to lower the altitude, and dive towards the sea. The anti-aircraft missile on the Japanese warship immediately launched. The only 4 anti-aircraft missiles were launched in one go, and the Tomahawk missiles were flying up to intercept them. Under normal circumstances, the probability of anti-aircraft missiles intercepting under normal circumstances, the probability of anti-aircraft missiles intercepting Tomahawk missiles is very high, but what they are facing at this time is obviously not normal. The Tomahawk missile was already diving at a high speed when 4 anti-aircraft missiles were launched. When the 4 anti-aircraft missiles were fully launched, the Tomahawk missile had already dived to the sea surface and was only a few meters away from the sea surface, flying towards the Japanese warships at a high speed. Because of the serious echo and clutter on the sea surface, 4 air defense missiles could not be locked even if they lost their targets. They fell on the sea behind the Tomahawk missile and exploded. They failed to intercept the Tomahawk missile flying close to the sea surface. Seeing the air defense missile interception failure, the personnel on the Japanese warship immediately panicked completely. There are only 4 anti-aircraft missiles on their warship. Just now, all of them have been shot out. At this time, although the Tomahawk missile is close to the sea, it is still a few meters away from the sea, and the torpedo on the ship has no way to take it. Although the ship is loaded with shipborne machine guns, at Mach 0.7 of Tomahawk missile speed, only automatic tracking and locking are available, and the dense array system with amazing firing speed can intercept them. Obviously, their shipborne machine guns do not have the ability to intercept missiles, and time is not allowed at all. After the air defense missile failed to intercept, the Tomahawk missile was less than 10 kilometers away from the warship. At the speed of Tomahawk missile, it only took less than 50 seconds. They didn't even have time to abandon the ship and escape. In the shocked eyes of the members of the Sea Guardian on the anti-whaling ship, the incoming Tomahawk missile flew close to the sea and quickly hit the Japanese warship and exploded. The huge explosion made the soldiers on the warship stand unsteadily and fall to the ground one after another, but they didn't have time to cry for pain at all. They quickly got up from the ground. They knew exactly what would happen if a warship was hit by a missile flying over the sea. In fact, as they expected, the Tomahawk missile exploded a huge gap on its side, and the sea water surged in from the hole and quickly poured into the hull. Because of the huge power of Tomahawk missile, not only a big hole has been blasted in the hull of the ship, but also a lot of internal compartments and structures have been damaged. Even if they want to close the compartments to prevent the spread of sea water, they cannot do so. Finally, the captain had no choice but to order the abandoned ship to escape. When a lifeboat fell into the sea, the faces of hundreds of crew members were full of panic and confusion. Because the opening of Tomahawk missile is too big, the speed of seawater pouring in is very fast, the warship soon begins to tilt, and the soldiers on the deck have to grasp the railings to barely keep the balance. However, as the ship tilted more and more, there was a danger of capsizing at any time. Many soldiers jumped into the sea directly in panic and swam towards the distance. Several whalers in front also found something wrong when they launched anti-aircraft missiles. At this time, looking at the sinking warship, the crew of the whaling ship opened their mouths in shock. What happened just now? How can a good warship sink in an instant? They can't help but focus on several anti-whaling ships in the distance. Are these anti-whaling ships equipped with torpedoes? But at this time, the members of the Sea Shepherd Association on several anti-whaling ships were not much better than them. Looking at the gradually silent Japanese warships, their faces were also unbelievable. Under the watchful eyes of both sides, the Japanese warship finally sank into the sea, but the crew on the warship finally fled before the warship sank, and those who jumped into the sea were all rescued into lifeboats. Looking at the warships that were still boasting not long ago disappearing on the sea, there are only a dozen lifeboats left floating there. People on the anti-whaling ship can't help feeling a little strange, but more of them are gloating. In the past, the Japanese warship crashed in front of them, almost knocked over their ship, and even threw explosive bombs directly on their deck. How arrogant was their attitude! Now they have been punished. They were directly bombed and sunk by the missile general ship that didn't know where to shoot. They can only squeeze into a dozen lifeboats to wait for rescue. Several anti-whaling ships of the Sea Shepherd Association immediately passed by these lifeboats. The waves on both sides of the ship's side caused the lifeboats to shake violently. The Japanese naval soldiers on the lifeboats could only grasp the ship tightly and curse angrily towards the anti-whaling ships. And the members of the Sea Shepherd Association on the deck could not help laughing at the angry faces of the sailors who had bullied them with warships. Ha ha, to help tyranny is to be punished. This is the punishment God gives you. Enjoy it. Be careful of the sea. There are horrible whales in this sea. Be careful that they knock your boat over and eat you all one by one. That's right. The whaling ship was knocked over by it last time. You have to be careful. The Marines in the lifeboat below listened to the ridicule and sarcasm of the Sea Shepherd Association. They were angry and panicked at the same time. Last time the whaling ship was sunk, they all knew that they were going to the original waters where the whaling ship sank to search for the blue whale and kill it. At this time, listening to the words of the people above and looking at the deep and dark water under the lifeboat, they could not help but feel some palpitations for fear that a terrible blue whale would suddenly jump out of the water and eat them. At a time when the Navy soldiers were worried, several whaling boats in front of them finally drove back, and all the soldiers in the lifeboat were received on board. But then they found that they were once again trapped in the encirclement of anti-whaling ships. Without the escort of warships, they could not get rid of the encirclement and blockade of 6 anti-whaling ships. They could not sail normally, let alone carry out whaling operations. They managed to turn the situation around with the help of warships before, but they did not expect to return to the original situation so soon. They would like to apply to the Navy for another warship to continue to escort, but after learning that the warship has been attacked by missiles of unknown origin and has sunk, the Japanese military has not promised them to continue to send warships to escort. In normal times, that's all. Now that a warship has sunk, someone has to take responsibility and be implicated. In this case, no one dares to send another warship to escort it. If the other side launches another missile, they will lose another warship. Without the escort of Japanese warships, these whalers were not the opponents of the anti-whaling fleet of the Sea Shepherd Association at all, so several whalers had to turn back with reluctance. The anti-whaling ship of the Sea Shepherd Association followed them all the time and escorted them out of the whaling area before stopping. Looking at their disappearing figure, the members of the Sea Shepherd Association on the anti-whaling ship burst into a loud cheering. This is their biggest success since the founding of the Sea Guardian Association. 6 whalers went back to their homes without catching anything. They didn't kill a single whale, which they couldn't even think of before. However, in addition to the new anti-whaling ship they are equipped with and the location information provided by Gaeyuan, the most important thing is the missile that came down from the sky. Not only are Japanese soldiers confused, they are also confused about where the missile came from. It's hard not to say that the army of any country is as opposed to whaling as they are. They can't see the situation here, so they launch missiles to help them kill the warship blocking the way. Too headstrong. They don't believe this kind of speculation, but they can't think of any other more reasonable possibility. It's not the wrong launch, is it? It's impossible that the missile was launched wrong when it recognized the Japanese warship's direct attack. But soon they found that sometimes things are so dramatic. Japan's warships were sunk by missiles. Naturally, they would not be so easy to calculate. They soon investigated according to the information they had, and finally confirmed the origin of the missile. Although the warship has sunk to the bottom of the sea completely, even salvage is very difficult. But at that time, the pictures taken on the warship and the information collected by the radar have already been transmitted to the base. After comparison, it is easy to determine that the missile model is the Tomahawk cruise missile equipped by the United States, and the direction that it shoots also is the naval base of San Diego of the United States. The situation of the Tomahawk missile launched by the frigate under maintenance at the San Diego Naval Base can't be concealed. Many tourists and residents around saw the image of the missile when it was launched, and some even photographed it. Whether it's time, missile type, or flight direction, it's from this frigate that the Tomahawk missile that sank the Japanese warship is launched. Although the culprit has been found, the Japanese side is not happy at all, but entangled. If it is a missile launched by any other country, they will directly stand up and severely criticize and ask the other party to give them an account. But now it is the United States that launches missiles, so they don't know what to do. Although Japan has its own self-defense forces, they are far from comparable in size and strength with the United States, but these are not the most important. The most important thing is that the United States has deployed more than 140 military bases, large and small, all over Japan. Although Japan is a sovereign country, in fact, it is completely controlled by the United States militarily and completely reduced to the younger brother of the United States. For a long time, the Rice Army stationed in Japan has been acting recklessly in Japan, but the Japanese authorities dare not speak up. Now they know that the one who sank their warship is their own eldest brother. The Japanese government, which used to be aggressive in investigating the real murderer, suddenly withered, even dare not fart. However, although the Japanese government feared that the United States would not speak up, the Japanese people did not have the government's concerns. The angry people spontaneously gathered to protest outside the U.S. Embassy and military bases. At the same time, while the Japanese authorities kept silent, many other countries came forward to express their concern and condemnation for the unprovoked bombing of Japanese warships by the United States. Watching other countries stand up to the condemnation statement issued by righteous words, and then comparing the silence of their own government, the hearts of Japanese people are extremely complex. As Japanese people, they can't help feeling extremely cowardly and oppressed. After the accidental launch of the Tomahawk missile, the U.S. military was shocked, but when they learned that they had only sunk a Japanese warship, they did not pay attention to it. As the leader of Japan, what's so remarkable about bombing a warship? I'm afraid the Japanese government dare not say a word. But they didn't think that, although the Japanese government chose to compromise, the Japanese people and other countries stood up, and even the people of the country also protested their behavior. Military had to come forward and explain. This incident is just an accident, it's a mistake. A Pentagon spokesman standing on the podium said in a deep voice, "This Tomahawk missile was originally installed on the frigate destroyed by Iron Man. It was accidentally launched when the missile was disassembled for maintenance. It happened to hit the Japanese warship." According to the news we received from Japan, all the crew members on the Japanese warship were rescued, with no casualties. The Pentagon gave a detailed explanation for the accidental launch of the missile, and took the surveillance video of the dock at that time as evidence. Unfortunately, not many people believed them. The last battle between Iron Man and the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet attracted countless people's attention. The huge scale of protests and demonstrations in the U.S. later attracted people's continuous attention. The sinking of a Japanese warship by a U.S. missile undoubtedly brought the US back to the forefront of the storm. Countless people were wondering what the U.S. wanted to do: capture Iron Man, murder our soldiers, bomb our civilians. Now we can't let Japanese warships go. There are too many plays for them to show off how many missiles you have. After the bombing of Japan, do they want to start the Third World War? Thinking of Chris's unfavorable situation, many people can't help but think of a possibility. According to the Constitution of the United States of America, the president cannot be impeached during the war. If the United States really started the Third World War, or had a war with a certain country, the impeachment proposal of the Congress for Chris would be postponed, and the crisis faced by Chris would be temporarily lifted. This kind of conjecture quickly got a lot of people's approval. No one believed that it was really an accident. No, the Japanese government believes it. In this regard, the U.S. military is also very aggrieved. Although before they arrested Iron Man, killed their own soldiers, bombed their own civilians, all of these were intentional, but this time it was really an accident. It's a pity that no one believes the explanation of the U.S. military except the Japanese government apparently accepts it. It's true that they have done so many similar things and lied too much before, and this time they really feel wronged. Because of a series of previous events, the controversial U.S. government and military, because of the bombing of Japanese warships, once again fell in the hearts of the people of the United States and the people of the world, and were used to the hat of reckless, lawless, and hegemonic. In fact, they were not wronged. Although it was an accident to blow up Japanese warships, they used to wage war in other countries for various interests. The situation is worse than this. It's not too bad to say that they are bandits and bullies. They don't wear those hats for the first time, but this time they are reluctant to wear them. Because of a series of recent moves by the United States, both in the country and in the world, Chen Mo, the founder of the uproar, has devoted his attention to the development of Shendun Group as if nothing had happened. Recently, the successful launch and return of Shendun Space Shuttle, even under the big news of demonstrations and impeachment of the president, still attracted many peoples. The aerospace field is one of the most advanced fields in the world, and also an important aspect to show the scientific and technological strength of all countries. Although many private commercial companies have entered the aerospace field in recent years and have made some achievements at most, they are just like other big aerospace countries, successfully launching rockets and satellites, and there is no greater breakthrough. Although the U.S. space shuttle was eliminated due to its high cost and potential accidents, it is still the most advanced space technology in terms of performance and function. Some private commercial aerospace companies have been able to realize partial recycling and reuse of rockets, which is a very big achievement. In recent years, many countries and major commercial aerospace companies in the world have made some achievements and improvements, but in fact, there are not many substantive breakthroughs. The technology of high-thrust launch vehicle has not been greatly improved. The huge rocket weighs hundreds of tons, and the payload that can be put into geosynchronous orbit is only a few tons. The launch cost has not been greatly reduced, and the cost of aerospace is still high. Even those commercial aerospace companies that claim to develop reusable rockets have encountered various failures in the actual recovery process. So far, only part of the rocket structure can be recovered, and the launch cost has not been greatly reduced. Complete reuse, like the previous U.S. space shuttles, has never been possible. In the field of manned spaceflight, there is almost no improvement. Since the U.S. moon landing plan, no one has ever stepped on the moon again. The manned spaceflight plans of all countries are just space stations that put astronauts into Earth orbit. Manned moon landing and Mars landing plans are far away. And the successful launch of Shendan Aerospace Company's spaceship undoubtedly caused great repercussions in the field of spaceflight, which has been in place for a long time. Even ordinary people are very concerned about it. Although there was no manned flight in this test flight, as many as 36 satellites were successfully launched and successfully returned to the ground after completing the mission. The test flight of the spaceship alone has reached or even exceeded the performance of the Space Shuttle of the United States. Although for safety reasons, this test flight is not equipped with astronauts for manned spaceflight, but remote control by automatic control program and ground command center. But for its performance, manned spaceflight is not a problem at all. Needless to say, according to the announcement issued by Shendan Aerospace Company, the initial design purpose of the spacecraft is not to launch the Earth orbit mission, but to explore outer space, as well as to land on the Moon and Mars and other more difficult and complex missions. This Shendan spaceship directly stops human beings for a long time, and the space technology in the bottleneck has been upgraded to a huge level. It is likely to mean that alien immigrants, long imagined by human beings, will become possible. In fact, when Shendan Aerospace began to build the spacecraft, it made a statement on the official website, but at that time, the outside world was all skeptical about it. At that time, Shendan Aerospace Company just developed a very powerful supersonic private aircraft, but people still don't believe that a new aerospace company can directly develop a spacecraft beyond the current space technology across the carrier rocket and space shuttle. But now the facts are in front of us. The first test flight mission of the spaceship was completed successfully without any accidents. The whole flight and satellite launch mission are very smooth. The overall performance and stability of the spaceship have been proved. Many companies with satellite launch needs, as well as countries with space stations, have contacted Shendan Airlines to discuss cooperation in satellite launch and space station material transportation. The cost of using rocket to launch satellite and transport materials for space station is very high. The cost of launching a satellite usually needs tens of millions of dollars or even hundreds of millions. The price of material transportation is more than $20,000 per kilogram. The cost of material transportation for space station is more than $200 million each time. But Shendan Group's spaceship can carry out the launch mission repeatedly, unlike the conventional rocket, which will be damaged after one launch, so the launch cost will be greatly reduced. And the result of their final contact, as they guessed. The price offered by Shendan Aerospace is half lower than that offered by other NASA and commercial aerospace companies. When it comes to specific satellite and material transportation tasks, the price gap is tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. After understanding, they found that Shendan Group can not only launch satellites and transport materials, but also independently manufacture all kinds of advanced satellites. In terms of price and performance, Shendan Group has a huge advantage over other satellite manufacturing companies. Shendan Group has proved its strength with facts. The successful launch and return of Shendan spacecraft, as well as the normal operation of Shendan satellite, are no longer a concern for us. When many companies and countries and Shendan Group have reached material transportation orders for satellite launch and space station, many of them have also directly handed over the satellite manufacturing orders to Shendan Group. The amount of money represented by the numerous orders is amazing, and each order represents hundreds of millions of dollars of projects. If these orders are handed over to any commercial space company, they will be excited and headache at the same time. Because for them, the launch of each rocket needs a long time of preparation, from manufacturing, debugging, to the final launch. It needs a long process. With so many orders in their hands, they can't complete them all in a short time. In fact, in general, the orders received by commercial space companies are made in years, often at the beginning of the year, and they can't really launch until the end of the year or even the second year. For Shendan, it's a different story. After the spaceship is built, it can be put into normal use after this test flight. But this spaceship, which is built by the current space technology beyond the Earth, is not so different from the ordinary airplane in carrying out a normal flight for the launch mission of Earth orbit. If time is right, it can fly once a day. Of course, considering the actual situation, the time spent in each mission itself, as well as the preparation in the early stage and the maintenance work after launch, it is not realistic to carry out a mission once a day. However, after the integrated planning of the existing orders, Shandong Aerospace Company carried out multiple satellite launches and space station material transportation missions at the frequency of once a week, and all of them were completed perfectly without any accidents. With the smooth implementation of each launch mission, people who were worried that Shandong Group's spaceship would have security risks like the space shuttle also put their hearts down, and Shandong Group received more and more launch orders. If it wasn't for the Shandong spacecraft's carrying capacity far beyond that of ordinary launch vehicles and space shuttles, many launch missions could be completed at the same time. They all had to consider whether to build another spacecraft to meet the rapidly growing orders. In fact, this is just the beginning. The function of Shandong spacecraft is far more than launching satellites and transporting materials. The spaceship that can fly directly to outer space with huge size can not only have super carrying capacity, but also perform tasks that many rocket platforms cannot perform at all. The Shandong spacecraft is equipped with comprehensive functions. In addition to the huge cargo cabin, spacious cab and crew cabin, it is also equipped with multifunctional mechanical arm and various detection devices. In addition to the capabilities of satellite deployment, space transportation, and space exploration, it can also carry out maintenance, recovery, space rescue, space experiment and production, space travel, and other tasks. Due to the limited fuel and materials, the orbit of a small spaceship or space capsule launched by an ordinary launch vehicle must be calculated accurately. Any mistake or omission may lead to mission failure. The Shandong spacecraft, which uses the new propulsion fuel, has sufficient power to move flexibly in the Earth orbit, perform various complex tasks, or directly stay in the space orbit as a space station, and the materials carried by the spacecraft are enough to support them to stay in the space orbit for a long time. It is a very complex and difficult task for NASA and commercial aerospace companies, but it is very simple for Shandong spacecraft. Some countries, companies and laboratories that need space experiments but don't have space stations have placed orders for space experiments after confirming the manned safety of spacecraft. Since space experiments usually take a long time, or at least a few days, the Shandong spacecraft is also full of tasks. At the same time, many satellite maintenance tasks have also found the door. The satellite runs and works in the space orbit with bad environment, and bears huge temperature difference and strong space radiation. All kinds of precision devices on WeChat are prone to various failures. If it's just a system problem, we can do our best to carry out remote maintenance and troubleshooting from the ground. But if it's a hardware problem, then they have only two options. They can either watch the satellite gradually reduce its altitude and finally fall into the dense Earth's atmosphere and burn it. Or if the satellite is still under control and there is still fuel left, it can be lifted to a height of 38,000 kilometers from the ground, so-called cemetery orbit. At this height, these abandoned satellites will not pose a threat to the normal operation of the satellite. But how can countries and companies with satellites afford to throw away these billions of things? Most of the equipment of these satellites is good, only one of them is broken, or the fuel to maintain the orbit height is used up, so it is a pity to give up. But because there is no way to go to space to repair the satellite, and there is no way to fuel it, they can only choose the two options to abandon the satellite. It was not until the development of the space shuttle in the United States that human beings had the ability to maintain satellites. Several satellites received the maintenance of the space shuttle. But since the retirement of the U.S. space shuttle a few years ago, in theory, human beings have lost the ability to maintain the faulty satellite in orbit. And the appearance of Shandong Aerospace's spaceship, no doubt, let them see the hope again. No matter how high the maintenance cost is, it's much cheaper than rebuilding and launching a satellite, let alone the time lost in launching a satellite again. In addition to these various kinds of space missions, the spaceship is most concerned about its space travel plan. Yes, after several manned missions and confirming the safety of the spacecraft, Shandong Aerospace Company officially launched its space travel plan. At present, only the Earth orbit sightseeing project has been launched. The spaceship costs US $10 million per person, and there will be subsequent Moon and Mars travel plans that have never been before. Due to the huge technical advantages of Shandong spacecraft, and different from launch and return modes of launch vehicles, the overload during the whole flight process, especially during launch and landing, is much smaller than that of launch vehicles. Ordinary people without strict space flight training can also bear it, which makes many people unable to bear it because of their physical fitness when the rocket is launched. The powerful and overloaded space travel enthusiasts can also have the opportunity to realize their dream of space travel. Moreover, the crew cabin of Shandong spacecraft is much more spacious than that of rocket spacecraft and the space shuttles of the United States. The flight experience is not the same as that of the previous kind of travel mode of being launched into space by rocket in a space capsule like an iron can. Of course, the reason why the rich are most attracted and willing to pay $10 million for space tourism tickets is the safety of Shandong spacecraft. At present, every NASA and private commercial aerospace company that master the rocket launch technology will inevitably fail in the initial experimental process or in the later conventional launch process. There will be explosions after the launch of the rocket and disintegration in the air, while the astronauts in the spacecraft will not be born naturally also. Even the most technologically advanced U.S. country, whether it's a manned rocket or a space shuttle, has suffered accidents. So far, 16 astronauts have been killed in the SO. Although many people have the dream of traveling in space and enough money, they can't make up their minds. Although they are eager to take a spaceship into space, experience the feeling of weightlessness, and feel the vastness of the universe, compared with this desire, their own life is more important. Those who can afford to travel in space are the world's top tycoons. Compared with ordinary people, they cherish their lives more. So far, only a few rich people who are really obsessed with space travel have ventured to take a space trip in a rocket ship. But Shandong Group's spaceship, from the initial test flight to the later commercial operation, all went smoothly without any failure or accident. Its safety performance rolled over the spaceships of NASA and commercial aerospace companies all over the world. Gradually, people began to rekindle the idea of space travel, and with the increasing number of missions carried out by the Shandong spacecraft, it still kept a 100% safety record, and more people bought tickets. Later, almost every mission, the cargo and crew compartments of the spacecraft were full. However, all of these are only in a short period of time. With the passage of time, the satellite launch and space transportation business will inevitably decline. After all, the world's demand for satellite launch and space transportation is limited. In the past, NASA and commercial aerospace companies of various countries launched a Fire Arrow in a few months, while Shandong Group once a week. The large number of orders signed are not too long. In fact, time will be able to complete, even if coupled with space travel and other businesses, later will inevitably reduce the launch frequency. However, Shandong Aerospace Company, under the order of Chen Mo, immediately started the construction of the second spaceship after the completion of the construction of the last spaceship. Chen Mo's plan is not just to help countries launch satellites, deliver a little goods, and take the rich people of various countries to the space for a transit. This first spaceship is just the beginning, and the main purpose of accepting various commercial orders is not to make money. Of course, Shandong Aerospace makes a lot of money as a result, but for today's Shandong Group, it's just icing on the cake. Their real purpose is to make Shandong Aerospace famous, prepare for the next step of development. Having seen the vastness of space and Chen Mo of various alien civilizations, it is obvious that he will not only focus on the Earth's orbit. His goal is the Sea of Stars. During this period, the development of Shendun Group is not limited to this. The sales volume of new Shendun car models keeps increasing with a very rapid momentum. Although the price is much lower than that of the 3 supercars, the huge sales volume has made up the gap. Now the profits of new models have exceeded that of supercars, and the revenue of Shendun cars has more than doubled. With the hot sales of new models, Shendun cars can be seen on the road gradually, no longer like before, only occasionally in some big cities. The new Shendun car, which is mainly in the middle and high-end market, has begun to appear in all countries and small and medium-sized cities, and the number is increasing. The Shendun car, which was inaccessible to most people, has also stepped down from the altar, came to their side and become a part of their lives. Shendun's brand awareness, recognition, and influence have been greatly improved. Originally, in the eyes of ordinary people, Shendun Group can be said to be the synonym of top luxury goods. Supercars worth $5 million, supersonic private planes worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and holographic smartphones with a minimum price of $10,000 are all beyond the reach of most ordinary people. But with the popularity of new models of Shendun, the name of Shendun Group appears more and more in people's ears. If relatives, friends, colleagues, and leaders around buy a new Shendun car, they can't help sharing the powerful performance of Shendun car with them. Under the continuous publicity and influence of these Shendun owners, even some people who didn't know Shendun Group before gradually understood the powerful strength of Shendun Group, and the new model of Shendun car made countless people yearn for. The $5 million supercar is too far away for ordinary people, but there are many people who can afford the hundreds of thousands of RMB high-end Shendun car. Therefore, with the gradual popularity of high-end Shendun cars and the continuous improvement of public praise and popularity, the sales volume of new models not only did not fall back, but also increased day by day and became more and more popular. In addition to the huge development of these original products and projects, after returning from the Pacific Rim world this time, Chen Mo also started several new projects using some technologies obtained from the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force and Xiao's industry. The most powerful technology in the Pacific Rim world is the giant mecha manufacturing technology. However, in the real world, this technology can't be used directly and has not much practical value. After all, the hunter's machine armor was originally a war weapon developed to deal with giant monsters. Even if Chen Merchant made a hunter's machine armor, it would not be very useful except to arouse people's admiration. It is to send it to the mine for mining and refitting. The efficiency must be amazing, but its cost is also amazing. It is estimated that no mine owner can afford it. However, in addition to the giant mecha technology, Chen Mo also got many other advanced technologies from the Pacific Rim world, many of which can be directly used in the real world, such as aircraft. The science and technology of the Pacific Rim world is abnormal to some extent. Due to the threat of giant monsters, all science and technology are developed around the fight against monsters. The science and technology of people's livelihood is not far behind that of the Earth, but it is extremely developed in the hunter machine armor and related fields. This includes the deployment of hunter armor used by the 4-rotor heavy transport helicopter. The weight of hunter's armor is generally about 2,000 tons, which is usually deployed by the weight of hunter's armor is generally about 2,000 tons, which is usually deployed by 6 heavy transport helicopters, each with a load of more than 300 tons. At present, the largest helicopter in the world is Mi-12, which has not been put into mass production since its successful development. It is also the largest helicopter in the world, with a maximum carrying capacity of 30 tons, less than 1/10 of the world's heavy transport helicopters around the Pacific Ocean. The other active mass-produced helicopters, with the largest capacity of M26 and the largest capacity of 20 tons, have a capacity of only 10 to 15 tons. Not only the load, but also the advanced engine and fuselage structure design make this kind of heavy transport helicopter around the Pacific world have the range and speed comparable to the fixed-wing transport aircraft. At the same time, it has a strong resistance to severe weather and environment, and its flight safety is much higher than that of the ordinary helicopter. The helicopter's vertical takeoff and landing ability enables them to take off and land at any open space without the restriction of terrain. This kind of four-rotor heavy transport helicopter is used to lift the hunter's armor in the Pacific Rim world. In the real world, even those large military fixed-wing transport helicopters have no advantage in front of them. Whether it's load capacity, flight speed, range, or site requirements, flexibility and safety, it's not worse than the main military transport aircraft of various countries, or even more than many in many aspects, especially in the complex environment of the battlefield. The capability of this four-rotor heavy transport helicopter is particularly strong. It can be predicted that once the helicopter is manufactured, it will inevitably attract the attention of the military of all countries in the world and want to be equipped into the army. If Chenmo never took it out before, after all, it's so eye-catching that it may bring a lot of troubles. But now Chenmo doesn't have any worries. Now he has enough strength to protect his things. If someone dares to reach out, Chenmo doesn't mind cutting off their claws. And Chenmo doesn't plan to make a full version of the helicopter. After all, he doesn't need to lift heavy hunter armor. In fact, Chenmo's purpose of manufacturing this heavy transport helicopter is not to sell to the outside world, but to use it in his own company. Before Chenmo built 3D holographic cinema, he also established his own logistics network in Shendon Group around the world, which is responsible for the transportation of holographic smartphones, portable projection devices, and other products, and delivered the products purchased by users directly to them through drones. After a period of development, Terminal Logistics Network has been fully spread. Users of Shendon Company around the world can receive products delivered by UAV in a very short time after placing an order. However, before Shendon Group's logistics network development focus was mainly on the logistics centers all over the large and medium-sized cities and intelligent drones that can automatically distribute directly to the downstream terminal network of users. The upstream logistics from Shendon Company to major cities in China and all over the world still relies on the traditional logistics system through airlines, land passenger transport companies, and shipping companies. Before Shendon Group's main products were small products such as holographic smartphones. Although the number was large, the upstream logistics requirements were not very high. However, with the continuous improvement of the sales volume of high-end Shendon cars, not only in China and the United States, but also around the world, there is a very high demand for these high-end cars with very strong performance. Even if additional import tariffs are required, the price is much more expensive than in China and the United States, and the supply is still in short supply. There is a lot of momentum that the rich in China bought a large number of imported luxury cars in those years, but Shendon Group's medium and high-end cars are obviously not comparable to those of ordinary luxury cars. This eventually led to the continuous improvement of Shendon Group's demand for upstream logistics network. Although the traditional logistics system composed of major airlines, shipping companies, and road transport companies can barely meet the needs of Shendon Group. On the one hand, the cost is high, but the timeliness is poor. Owners around the world usually need to wait for a while to mention it. On the other hand, Chenmo doesn't want the company's logistics network to be choked by other companies. If someone targeted Shendon Group and stuck them in a certain link, it would have a great impact. Chenmo does not intend to waste time to set up specialized shipping, air and land transportation companies, so it is his best choice to build a transportation tool that can perfectly solve the upstream logistics needs of Shendon Group. It happens that the four-rotor medium-sized transport helicopter around the Pacific world just meets Chen Mo's needs. As the new medium and high-end vehicles have factories in China and the United States, they can just radiate the surrounding Eastern and Western countries. There is no need to carry out long-distance transportation across the Earth. The longest transportation distance is thousands of kilometers, which is completely within the range of heavy transport helicopters. Moreover, it can reach its destination in half a day at most with its super-fast speed of 900 kilometers, which is close to the speed of sound. It is more efficient. Because there is not too much requirement for landing site, it can directly arrive at the logistics center, sales center, or any other designated location, and no need to replace any other means of transportation in the middle, which greatly reduces the complexity of transportation and improves the efficiency. This kind of heavy transport helicopter can completely cover the whole upstream, midstream, and downstream logistics network, make up for the shortcomings of the original logistics network, and completely improve it. In fact, in addition to the four-rotor heavy transport helicopter, the vertical takeoff and landing jet aircraft of Xiao's industry is also very good. It can completely replace the helicopter as a new vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, which will definitely be greatly welcomed by the rich and the military. However, the technology of this kind of jet aircraft is too advanced, and the technology span of the real world is too large, at least not suitable for taking it out at present. Moreover, if it is used for material transportation, the four-rotor heavy transport helicopter of the Joint Pacific Rim Defense Force is more suitable and relatively more acceptable. In addition to the heavy transport helicopter, Chen Mo also took out the armor neural connection technology, which was sent to Shendun Technology Company for research. Chen Mo asked Bradley to use this neural connection and analog feedback technology, combined with Shendun Machinery Company's manipulator technology, to develop a mechanical prosthesis for the disabled who lost their hands and feet, normal movement and perception. Chen Mo's vision has never been limited to making money. In fact, the profitability of Shendun Group is very strong now. Whether it's Shendun Automobile, Shendun Technology, Shendun Biology, or Shendun Aerospace, its annual profit is comparable to that of the world's top 500 enterprises, and it has to rank in the front row. Even with the box office of A Dark Knight, Shendun Films' profit has reached billions of dollars, so Chen Morgan is not short of money. Now, in addition to continuing to develop Shendun Group and accomplish some of his goals, Chen Mo also wants to do more for the world, including supporting the Sea Guardian Association. Previously, Shendun Biology launched a new type of anti-cancer drug, which saved countless cancer patients and hundreds of millions of lives. After that, Shendun Biology has successively launched some other special drugs for AIDS, high blood pressure, diabetes, hepatitis B, pneumonia, arthritis, and other diseases. Although these drugs are not as powerful as anti-cancer drugs, their effects are much better than other drugs in the real world. Moreover, compared with the high price of similar drugs of other pharmaceutical companies, Shendun Biology still adheres to the consistent purpose, so that all patients can use it, and will not have too much burden on life, so that they will lose their money in order to cure the disease. In the eyes of many patients and people, Shendun Biology is different from those pharmaceutical companies that squeeze patients' sweat for money without any bottom line. In their eyes, Shendun Biology is more like a charity organization. Their medicine works better, but the price is very low, which makes them worry about whether Shendun Biology will lose money. Chen Mo's original intention is to benefit people in the real world. Compared with the huge profits of other pharmaceutical companies, Shendun Bio's profit margin is indeed much lower, but this does not mean that they will lose money. First of all, because these drug technologies are all brought by Chen Mo from the Life Foundation of Venom World, which directly saves the huge R&D cost of Shendun Biology. In addition, while other pharmaceutical companies suck up many patients' household property, they also kill many ordinary patients who can't afford these drugs, and those patients whose household property is sucked up will die soon after they can't afford the drugs, which is a one-off business. But Shendon Biological's new anti-cancer drug, although its price is lower, has a long history. Hundreds of millions of cancer patients all over the world continue to use this drug, and the profits are actually more than those of the pharmaceutical companies that desperately suck blood. This time, Chen Mo asked Bradley to develop a mechanical prosthesis, which was inspired by the disabled soldiers who had received the transformation of desperate virus under Killian in the world of Avengers Alliance. In every country, there are many disabled people who are injured, amputated, or born with incomplete hands and feet for various reasons. The proportion of disabled people in the world is as high as 10%, of which the proportion of physical disability is the highest, reaching 35%. That is to say, there are more than 200 million disabled people in the world. Although they have all kinds of prostheses, their life is still very inconvenient. These prostheses only play a more beautiful role. The actual limb function is very weak, or even not, especially in the arm movement. Although some prosthetic manufacturing companies have also developed some mechanical and bionic prostheses with certain auxiliary functions, but the actual use can play a very limited role, far less flexible than the real body. It is difficult to pick up the cup, let alone use it to drink water. These cutting-edge prosthetic manufacturing companies use sensors to collect muscle and nerve signals or brain waves to control mechanical prostheses. But on the one hand, the accuracy of the collected signals is limited, and the control of mechanical prostheses is relatively slow and stiff. On the other hand, they can only control the mechanical prostheses in a single way, lack of feedback function, and users cannot feel the touch of objects. It is impossible to effectively control and adjust the movement like the real body, so it often occurs that the object is crushed or not firmly grasped. Take the egg, screw the bottle cap, tie the shoelace, these seemingly simple actions, but now the mechanical prosthesis cannot be completed. However, the technology of robot nerve connection around the Pacific Ocean can solve this problem perfectly. The hunter's robot driver's control of the robot is not only a unilateral control, but also a clear sense of the robot's action feedback, body position, speed, resistance, and other situations will be directly fed back to the robot driver's brain. The hunter's robot is equivalent to the second body for them. The mechanical prosthesis made by using the technology of mechanical nail nerve connection is not only a prosthesis for users, but can really replace their incomplete limbs and make them feel again. In addition, the mechanical arm technology mastered by Shendon Machine will make the mechanical prosthesis much more flexible than other mechanical prostheses. With the technology of mechanical nail nerve connection, this mechanical prosthesis can completely achieve the function and feeling close to the real arm. Bradley also attached great importance to the task Chen Mo explained. He could feel Chen Mo's emphasis on the mechanical prosthesis project and understand the purpose of Chen Mo's doing so. Unlike Wade and Agent Zero, Bradley was also a member of Team X at the beginning, but he was not a qualified soldier. He was not decisive enough to kill, and he was always kind-hearted. At the beginning, he was also usually responsible for supporting work in Team X and carried out so many tasks, but no one was killed. Bradley has never regarded himself as a fighter. Although he has a powerful variety ability, Bradley prefers to use his own ability to carry out scientific research compared with fighting and killing. Chen Mo's giving Shendon technology to him is exactly what he wants. He has completed the development of holographic intelligent mobile phones and portable projection equipment very well. This time, the machinery is very good. He was also very attentive. In this respect, Bradley and Chen Mo are the same. He can use his own ability to help those who need help, which makes him very happy and motivated. Since Chen Mo gave him the technology of mechanical armor neural connection, he directly plunged into the laboratory and took his researchers to work. Shendon Group companies are busy. Shendon Film is no exception. The Dark Knight is still on the air, with no less enthusiasm and anxiety among the major film companies. The emergence of this more real and exciting 3D holographic film has a huge impact on the traditional film industry. Although only this new 3D film has been produced so far, it cannot fully meet the audience's all needs for film viewing. But after watching this kind of 3D holographic film, as if they are in the same situation, the traditional 2D and 3D films bring people a great experience in film viewing big drop. Affected by it, the box office of all the traditional films currently being released has plummeted. If the trend continues, it is not said that these films are likely to face losses, and the whole traditional film industry may collapse completely in the future. The bosses of the major film companies are like ants on the hot pot, trying their best to get through this difficulty, but with little effect. Before, some of them tried out-of-the-box moves to stop the release of Dark Knight but failed. Instead, it brought them a lot of enthusiasm. Before the film was released, the movie became popular. It's no use for them to use relationships, public opinions, and other ways to try to suppress Shendan Film Company. Their opponent is not an ordinary new film company, but the whole huge Shendan Group stands behind it. The methods they used to use in the past, such as issuing and seizing rivals by means of lines, do not work at all in front of Shendan Group. Shendan Group, with its huge financial resources, has directly jumped out of the rules and circles they have formulated, directly and forcefully established its own lines in the world, breaking through their strongest blockade. Facing the growing Shendan Group, these old movie companies are not rivals at all. However, after finding that the suppression has no effect, they also have to accept the arrival of the era of 3D holographic film. After changing their thinking, they have changed their strategies. Since they can't prevent the emergence of 3D holographic films, what they have to do is to join them. Even if they can't become the leader of the new era, they can't be abandoned by the era. In addition, with the inside information of these old companies, as long as they can enter the venue, they may turn around the situation and even rely on their strong production ability to directly suppress Shendan Film Company. So the major film companies changed their hostile attitude and took the initiative to seek cooperation with Shendan Film Company. Of course, the old movie companies still don't give up their attitude. After all, they have the resources that Shendan Film Company doesn't have. Whether it's directors, screenwriters, production teams, actors, or various copyrights, Shendan Film Company can't match them. It's not that they ask for Shendan Film Company, but the equal cooperation of mutual benefit. They provide resources, Shendan Film Company provides technology. In their mind, Shendan Film Company is a new film company after all. The current production team is only composed of Enron team. The film production capacity is limited, which cannot fully meet the market demand. It is necessary for them to join these old film companies. Otherwise, there are not enough works, and 3D holographic film, no matter how good, cannot support the whole industry. Although Shendan Group holds all the 3D holographic film technology, they can't develop this new film industry completely without their help. They can even negotiate with Shendan Group on this point to have more say in 3D holographic film technology and rule making. However, things have not developed as they imagined. Although there is only Dark Knight, a 3D holographic film released at present, as the first 3D holographic film, the experience and stimulation brought to all audiences is unparalleled. Many people have seen it for several times, but their interest is still the same. The box office of the movie is still high, and there is no trend to decrease at all. In at least 1 or 2 months, the movie Dark Knight can fully support the whole 3D holographic film market, and Shield Film Company has not stagnated. Shortly after the release of Dark Knight, new films have been produced. So for the cooperation requests put forward by these old movie companies, Shendan Film Company is not in any hurry. It neither refuses nor agrees, so it drags them. At the beginning, several major film companies tried to be calm, trying to take the initiative in the following negotiations. But in the face of the bland response of Shendan Film Company, they were just like punching in the empty space, which was very painful. After a while, they couldn't sit still. To suppress and intimidate Shendan Film Company and seek the right to speak of 3D holographic film technology and new industry can wait for a while. What they need to do now is to enter the new film industry as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will not only be met by the huge losses of the films currently being released, but also by the collapse of their old film companies. The movie market was eliminated. In the past, with the old movie companies' heirs, the major film companies seeking cooperation like alms have put down their posture and seek cooperation again. It's not that they give up their original plan, but want to get through the difficulty in front of them. As for 3D holographic film technology, and even the voice of the whole industry, it's not too late for them to plan after they really join in. They believe that with the strength of their major film companies, as long as they can get tickets for 3D holographic films, they will grasp the situation in the future and kill Shendan Film Company sooner or later. But how can Chen Mo do what they want? No matter what kind of cooperation they put forward, Shendan did not accept it. When the major film companies are anxious, all the people of Shendan Film Company are busy with the production of new 3D holographic films. Several established film companies do have most of the resources of the original film market. If they unite to block a company, it will be difficult for the company to find famous directors, writers, and actors to join in the production of the film. Because almost all the famous directors, writers, and actors are all under these old movie companies. They also own the rights to many popular movies, novels, comics, and characters. But that doesn't mean you can't make a movie without them. Several major film companies can manage the old directors, screenwriters, and actors, but they can't control the students in the film school, and the young directors, screenwriters, and ordinary third and fourth tier actors at the bottom who don't mix up and have little popularity. If it is an ordinary small film company, these people will not take the risk of offending several old film companies. But Shendan Film Company is obviously not a small company with weak strength, backed by the giant Shendan Group. They do not need to be afraid of the blockade and repression of several big film companies. And as the practitioners in the film industry, they all see the current situation. 3D holographic film is about to create a new era of film, and several old film companies are likely to be submerged in the wave of history. Compared with those big-name directors and first-line stars, their bottom movie practitioners have more courage to invest in this new change, even to stand on the opposite side of several old movie companies. But for Shendan Film Company, big brand directors, screenwriters, and stars have little meaning to them. What they attract the audience most is not the big brand director, how many big brand stars and movie heroes join in, but the epoch-making 3D holographic film technology. Dark Knight did not use any big stars and directors, and even completely adopted the Chinese cast, which was completely unimaginable in Hollywood in the past, almost determined that the film will inevitably fail, but the final result shows everything. Since the first day of film release, it has been constantly breaking the box office record. Now it has already left the world's first box office movie far behind. Many audiences have watched it many times in a row, and the popularity can be seen. That kind of shocking feeling, just like the experience, is impossible for any famous director and star to do. All kinds of resources that the old movie companies think are the trump card are of no value to Shendan. With the shock experience of 3D holographic film, it is enough to attract all audiences. Therefore, on the premise of ensuring the film quality, they boldly employ new directors, screenwriters, and actors. With the sufficient financial support of Shendan Group, now Shendan Film Company has several film project groups running at the same time. Enron's crew is made up of students from the film school of the University of California, Los Angeles, and all of them are highly capable talents. They have completed many Shendan advertising films with her. When filming Dark Knight, Enron divided the whole production team into several groups to shoot at the same time in order to speed up the shooting process. Several of her deputy directors had the opportunity to be on their own and got a good exercise in the film's shooting process. Because of their previous good performance, they also got the chance to direct a film independently under the recommendation of Enron. With the addition of some selected new generation of young directors and screenwriters, Shendan Film Company soon set up several film shooting teams. Now several new 3D holographic films are shooting at the same time. With the support of sufficient funds and human and material resources of Shendan Group, they will be released in succession soon. So for the cooperation requests of several major film companies, Shendan Film Company didn't pay attention to them at all. According to Chen Mo's instructions, the time is not right now. Let them go in a hurry for a while. But this time Enron didn't start filming. Although Shendan Film Company currently needs many 3D holographic films to meet the audience's viewing needs, it does not mean that they are ready to sacrifice quality. Although relying on 3D holographic film technology, as long as the shooting is not too bad, the audience will buy it, but this obviously does not meet the requirements of silence. He has always preferred to be short, and Enron is the same. Whether it's an advertisement or a movie, she will strive to be the best. She polished the script of Dark Knight for a long time, but now the new script is not ready. As for the other directors, they all produce their own works. After the strict review of Shendan Film Company, the project was finally approved and put into production. Shendan Group can be said to be Enron's bowl, which helped her step by step to become the director of the first 3D holographic film in history, breaking almost all box office records and destined to be remembered by history. Now the company needs to enrich the market, and she doesn't want to drag on. Before that, she was still worried about what to shoot. Every day, she sorted out some of her previous ideas and wanted to make a new script as soon as possible. However, the recent sinking of the Japanese warship by the U.S. Tomahawk missile gave her new inspiration. Of course, she's not going to make a sea war movie. That event has aroused great attention all over the world, and the details and connections of the whole event have been mined out. From the confrontation between the Sea Shepherd Association and the Japanese whaling ship, to the blue whale sinking the whaling ship, to the later Japanese pretext, claiming that the whale is a dangerous species, directly tearing up the global convention against whaling, sending out a large-scale whaling ship, preparing to resume commercial whaling activities, but being blocked by the Sea Shepherd Association, and finally sending out a warship to escort, but suffering the Japanese army. The ship sank by mistakenly firing after the accident. Under the strong opposition of the Japanese people, the military never dared to send warships to participate in the whaling and escort activities, and their whaling ships were not rivals of the Sea Shepherd Association. After several attempts, they also had to temporarily stop whaling after being defeated under the anti-whaling ship of the Sea Shepherd Association activities. Most of the others just watched a lively scene, but Enron found inspiration from it and soon finished the script of the new movie. This time she didn't plan to make a superhero, but decided to make a whale disaster film. Relying on 3D holographic film technology, she could perfectly present the magnificence and adventure of the sea, and also play a role in promoting marine protection. Enron's script was quickly handed over to Chen Mo through Su Wan. After reading it, Chen Mo had an idea in his mind, which immediately showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. Su Wan stands opposite Chen Mo and looks at the smile on his face. He is puzzled. She has seen this script, which is very good on the whole. It's thrilling, turbulent, passionate, and warm. It's a very good script, but it's very difficult in the specific shooting, because the main character of this movie will be a whale. If it's a traditional 3D movie, it can be made by special effects technology, combined with some real scenes. It's not a big problem, but what they shoot is a 3D holographic movie, which is a real 3D image. Although they can also make and process special effects, it's really a lot more difficult. If they make full use of special effects, they will not only consume a lot of money, but also spend a lot of money time, The final effect will be worse than the actual shooting. But the whales in the script need to accomplish many things that ordinary whales can't do, and most of the pictures can't be completed through live shooting, which is exactly where Soo-won has a headache. She has no doubt about Enran's ability. She also believes that the movie will be very She has no doubt about Enran's ability. She also believes that the movie will be very popular after it is made. With 3D holographic film technology, people can experience the magnificence of the sea and the charm of marine creatures. But it's too difficult to shoot this movie. If someone else changes, Soo-won will directly reject it, at least in the current situation. But for Enran, Soo-won didn't directly reject it but gave the script to Chen-mo. Now it seems that Chen-mo wants to approve. As Soo-won guessed, Chen-mo closed the script and said directly to her, "The script is well written and ready to shoot." Soo-won can't help but say, "Most of the shots of that whale need to be made with special effects. With the 3D holographic special effects technology we currently master, there will be a big gap between the final production effect and the actual shooting." This is also the biggest problem of the play. Chen-mo can't help but smile when he hears the words. He looks at Soo-won and says slowly, "We don't need computer special effects. We're all shooting live scenes. All reality." Soo-won couldn't help but look surprised. However, the whale in the script has the intelligence of approaching human beings. It needs to complete many complex actions and cooperate with the shooting. Even the domesticated killer whale is difficult to do, let alone we need a larger whale. There is no such thing in the aquarium, and we can only follow the shooting of wild whales at sea. It is almost impossible to make them cooperate with the shooting, yes. The smile on Chen-mo's face did not change at all, but he said instead, "What do you think of my thunder?" Although Soo-won was puzzled and said how the good whale ran to the horse again, he replied honestly, "The thunder is very strong. It is not only fast and has good endurance, but also very smart. It seems to understand everything I say." After Chen-mo bought the horse, he injected it with super soldier serum and strengthened it. Not only the speed and endurance became stronger, but also the intelligence was greatly improved, almost equal to the IQ of 10-year-old children. Soo-won sometimes rides the thunder in the manor, and knows the situation of the thunder very well. He also often hears their complaints about the thunder from Wade and Agent Zero. He knows that the horse often makes some unexpected moves, such as opening the stable secretly, running out to play, and hearing Wade's bad words about it, deliberately slamming the brakes and throwing him out. At first, she was very surprised at Thunder's cleverness, but when she thought of Chen-mo's miracles, she gradually accepted and got used to it. At this time, Chen-mo suddenly mentioned Thunder. Soo-won was puzzled, but he had a vague idea in his mind. Without waiting for Soo-won to think clearly, Chen-mo said directly, "If there's a blue whale as smart as Thunder, do you think it's difficult to shoot in real time?" Hearing Chen-mo's words, Soo-won nodded. "It will be easier if we are as smart as Thunder, but where can we find the blue whale as smart as Thunder? And we need to make it obedient and cooperate with the shooting." Looking at the pale smile on Chen-mo's face, Soo-won felt that her vague idea was instantly clear. Was it in Soo-won's expectant eyes? Chen-mo said to her with a smile, "I happen to have such a blue whale and I can understand people like Thunder." Soo-won was surprised to hear that. She gave the script to Chen-mo. She expected that Chen-mo would have a way. After all, Enran's script is really good. No matter what problems they encountered before, Chen-mo could easily solve them. This time she also put her hope on Chen-mo. But she thought Chen-mo would come up with better special effects technology, but she didn't expect Chen-mo to say that he had a blue whale that could understand people. If this is not Chen-mo, she will definitely think this person is talking nonsense. There are many rich people who raise lions, crocodiles, and even elephants, but the whale owners have never heard of it. Even the aquarium, at most, domesticates a relatively small killer whale, a blue whale with a length of 20–30 meters and a weight of more than 100 tons. Up to now, no aquarium has been able to domesticate it, let alone an individual. Chen-mo had only raised dozens of horses before, but now suddenly said that he had a blue whale that could understand people's words. Su Wan couldn't help but believe it. But thinking of Thunder's superintelligence, which is similar to that of human beings, and Chen Mo's various advanced technologies beyond the times, Su Wan can't help but believe that Chen Mo may really master some methods that can make animals improve their intelligence. Su Wan could not help but think that Chen Mo had left the desert island. Would not he have left sitting on the blue whale? In Su Wan's mind, Chen Mo stands on the back of a huge blue whale and gallops on the sea. He heard of this blue whale, the one that sank the Japanese whaling ship some time ago. Chen Mo's words interrupted Su Wan's imagination, which made her believe Chen Mo's words more, and all kinds of magic Chen Mo has always shown, also made her believe Chen Mo's words from the heart. In this way, the biggest problem of the film is solved. When Enran learned the news from Su Wan, she was also surprised. She was worried that because of the whale, the script couldn't pass, so she had to give up for a while and create another script and put it into production as soon as possible. Now that her script has been approved by Chen Mo, and even the whale problem has been solved, Enran is very happy. However, Enran is extremely surprised that the blue whale in Su Wan's mouth can understand people's words. At the same time, she can't help looking forward to the performance of the blue whale. While the crew were busy preparing for the stage, preparing props and equipment and recruiting actors, Enran, together with agents Su Wan, Wade, and Zero, rode on a yacht to the North Pacific Ocean, not too far from Los Angeles. The yacht stopped slowly on the sea, and several people stood in the bow and looked around. That's it. Su Wan looked at the GPS in his hand and said to several people. Wade turned around and saw that the sea was calm. He couldn't help but say that he didn't find any abnormality in his vision. Where are whales here? Are you sure you're in the right place? Su Wan also found peace around him, bowed his head and confirmed again, then said, That's the position the boss gave you, that's right. Wade couldn't help but say. Will the whale have left or been eaten by a shark? Other several people smell words all can't help turn a white eye in the heart. Agent Zero is merciless sarcasm way. Are you an idiot? The adult blue whale is more than 30 meters long and weighs more than 180 tons. It is the overlord in the ocean and has no natural enemies at all. What little fish and shrimp do you think it is? It will be eaten by sharks. How about sharks not eating fish or shrimp? Wade's defiant counterattack. Agent Zero heard the words and gave Wade an angry look and said in a cold voice, Know what else you're saying, Wade said as if he didn't feel it. I'm just joking. Even if it's not eaten by a shark, it should have left here. It's a whale, not a conch. It won't stay where it is. Looking at Wade and Agent Zero, who started to fight again, Su Wan helplessly glanced at Enran, and Enran shrugged helplessly at her, which she had seen for a long time. Like Su Wan, she was no longer surprised. When filming Dark Knight before, these two guys have never stopped. They can quarrel for any reason. She has been used to it for a long time. Su Wan looked at the meaning of the two people not stopping and ignored them. He turned back to the cabin and took out a box. Wade and Agent Zero were still bickering, but they came over safely. When Su Wan opened the box and looked at the contents safely, he asked doubtfully, What is this? Su Wan is also a little silly at this time. Chen Mo told her that when she got to the designated position, she could use the things in the box to summon the blue whale. She thought there would be some high-tech equipment in the box, but there was a simple and heavy horn lying in the box. Staring at this horn with clear texture, which seems to be made of the horn of some unknown animal for a long time, Su Wan looked up at Enran and said with some uncertainty, The boss told me that he could use it to summon the blue whale. Enran can't help but reach out to pick up the horn and find it is very heavy and hard. Blowing the horn and summoning monsters seems to be the only plot in the movie. At this time, it seems that it's not reliable. At this moment, she suddenly felt that she was too optimistic. Is there a blue whale whose IQ is comparable to that of human beings? And can you call with a horn? Enran couldn't help beating drums, but she still wanted to try. Holding the horn in both hands, he tentatively put it to his mouth and blew it hard. Woo, woo, woo. Woo, a low, loud horn sounded on the yacht, and Agent Wade and Agent Zero, who were still bickering, couldn't help turning to look over. They didn't expect Chen Mo to be so retro. They gave Enran a horn to summon the blue whale. Enran was also surprised to be able to blow the horn for the first time. She thought it would be very difficult, but her vital capacity was limited after all, and soon it could not be blown. Just as she stopped to catch her breath and continue to blow the horn, there was a huge spray of water on the sea a few kilometers away. "It's a whale, it hears." Enran looked at the huge jet of water in the back of his back. He could not help talking excitedly. Enran can't help but look at the horn in her hand. She didn't expect that she just blew it casually and actually called the blue whale out. It seems that Chenmo didn't talk big. She can't help looking forward to the blue whale. This horn is actually made of the horn of the world monster around the Pacific Ocean. Of course, it is not the whole horn but only a small part of the tip. After passing Enran's script, Chenmo didn't do nothing. He even went a blue whale himself and used his mind to instill some basic human language into it so that it could understand human words. In addition, the horn was made. In fact, although the horn looks very simple, there is a small signal transmitter hidden inside. When the horn is blown, the signal transmitter will send encrypted signals at the same time. Chenmo installed a signal receiver on the blue whale. After receiving the signal, it will send out a vibration to make the blue whale feel it. At the same time, it can judge the calling position through the sound of the horn. Chenmo's purpose is to prevent other people from recording or imitating the sound of the horn, calling the blue whale, which is not good for it. Although the ordinary whaling ship and bullets are not a threat to it after the super soldier serum is strengthened, it is still very dangerous if the other side launches a warship. Hearing the call of the horn, I felt the vibration of the signal receiver on my body. The blue whale that was hunting at the bottom of the sea immediately came out of the sea and swam towards the direction of the horn. As the south blue whale keeps approaching, its huge body shape gradually becomes clear in the eyes of all people on the yacht. Looking at the huge body and beautiful lines in the sea, it can't help but flash a little excitement on its face, which is exactly the movie protagonist it wants. Yes, the real protagonist of this movie is actually the blue whale, and the human protagonist should be next to it. In the last movie, Agent Zero was the leading actor and Wade was the double, not even showing his face. So this time, Wade booked the position of the leading actor early. Enran has no opinion about it. She has seen the acting skills of Wade and Agent Zero, which is no worse than those of the big stars. Wade's conditions are also in line with her setting for the hero. And Chenmo sent Wade and Agent Zero to join the crew, not only to play the role, but also to assist in the shooting of Blue Whale. Although the Blue Whale can understand some simple languages now, it is still difficult to shoot, and Agent Wade and Agent Zero have both received mental strength enhancement. Although there is a huge gap between them and Chenmo, the extension distance is shorter, but it is also enough to communicate with the Blue Whale, and it can also control its action for a short time, to guide it to film shooting and finish it's enough. After the Blue Whale came to the yacht, Enran tried to communicate with it, and was surprised to find that the Blue Whale could really understand her words, which was much smarter than any animal she had ever contacted, including dogs and orangutans. And under the communication between Wade and Agent Zero, the Blue Whale was even able to complete some very complicated actions, which surprised her even more. In this way, there is no problem in the shooting of the film. At the same time, Enran was very surprised at Su-Wan and Wade's boss. He actually raised at the same time. Enran was very surprised at Su-Wan and Wade's boss. He actually raised such a smart blue whale, which was far beyond the comparison of the local tyrants who raised lions and crocodiles. The most important thing is that this blue whale is more intelligent than she knows about ordinary whales. She can't help but wonder whether Aegis Group has developed some kind of magic drug that can improve the intelligence of animals. Soon, she shook her head and dispelled this unrealistic idea. During this period, she also checked a lot of information, until the whale's IQ was very high, which was equivalent to a child of several years old. It was not unacceptable to have a blue whale with a higher IQ among the whales. In addition, if someone was specially trained, it would be possible to understand people. Anyhow, Enran accepted the fact. In fact, she was very happy. The biggest problem was solved. The protagonist, the blue whale, was in place. The next step was the official shooting. Some were reluctant to bid farewell to Blue Whale, and Ron accelerated the formation of the crew. With the strong strength and financial support of Aegis Group, the preparation of various ships, materials, props, and equipment was completed quickly. As there was no need for famous actors, the selection of actors did not take too long. After a few days, the crew was set up, and a fleet full of personnel and equipment sailed to the north the Pacific Ocean, and the Blue Whale meet to officially start filming. Just when the movie was officially launched, Chenmo also ushered in another space shuttle. Feeling the change of space in his mind, Chenmo disappears on the sofa in a flash. Standing in an underground laboratory with no one but a pile of neatly arranged mechanical equipment, Chenmo puts his consciousness into the space. The barrier of void space becomes transparent again. Outside the space, numerous bright and dim light spots are scattered like stars, weaving a bright sky. The nearest place to the space, 3 bright light spheres are quietly suspended there, emitting bright and mysterious brilliance. Chenmo skillfully throws his consciousness into one of the light balls, and a world projection instantly appears in Chenmo's mind. In the vast starry sky, a spaceship with 4 huge thrusters and a very sci-fi shape is sailing forward. In the distance, there is a huge planet covered by thick clouds, and lightning flashes in the clouds from time to time. Obviously, this is a world with advanced technology. The spaceship in the projection is much more advanced than that made by Aegis Group. The distant planet does not belong to any planet in the solar system, and the spacecraft's ability to reach here is enough to show that its technology is enough to leave the solar system for long-distance interstellar navigation. However, this is not very attractive to Chenmo. The spaceship manufactured by Aegis Aerospace Company is only the spaceship that he takes out closest to the technological level of the real world. Chenmo, who has searched many advanced alien civilizations, still has many more advanced technologies in his hands. Compared with the state-of-the-art spaceship controlled by Chenmo, this seemingly advanced science fiction spaceship is far behind. However, Chenmo didn't draw a conclusion easily. He didn't know if there would be anything interesting in the future. The picture quickly switches to the planet. Several crew members of the spaceship in heavy spacesuits walk into a huge building on the planet which is like a barn, surrounded by a circular stone wall. They seem to have found an alien relic. At the end of the dark passage, a headless corpse, much larger than a human being, fell to the ground. When they opened the hatch in front of the corpse, a huge space appeared in front of them. On the ground there were many black pots arranged in order. Seeing this, Chenmo has already guessed about the origin of the film, and the subsequent pictures also confirm his idea. A thick black liquid came out of the jar. A strange creature, like a white cobra, emerged from the black water on the ground and launched an attack on a spaceship crew in front of him. A female crew member was lying on the operating table. The robotic arm opened her stomach and removed a 4-clawed octopus-like creature from it. An alien with a height of nearly 3 meters, a strong body and pale skin intruded into the spaceship and launched an attack on the crew. However, he was caught by the 4-clawed octopus, which has become very large. The chest of the tall alien was broken from inside, and there was a long protuberance at the back of a head. The ferocious and terrifying creature appeared from his body. As Chenmo had guessed before, this sphere of light connects the world of Prometheus. The background of this world is the Earth in 2093. 2 archaeologists found a vestige of an alien civilization. They found that the original human beings on Earth were actually created by a more advanced alien race. Through the star map in the mural, they found the coordinates of their planet. Then man created the Prometheus spacecraft, flew to the planet, trying to find the trace of the creator. The remains of aliens have been found in alien caves, and the genetic link between humans and aliens has been confirmed by DNA comparison. But at the same time, they also found a strange black liquid in the cave, which gave birth to an aggressive creature, and the people who drank the black liquid also changed into zombie-like monsters. With the help of man-made David, they found that there was a spaceship hidden in the cave, and that one of the extraterrestrial creators survived. However, after human contact with the creator, they were attacked by the creator, and found that these black liquids were actually biological weapons made by extraterrestrial creators, and their ultimate destination was the Earth. Because the rapid development of mankind made them feel uneasy, so they made this kind of black liquid biochemical weapons, trying to destroy human beings. In order to prevent these terrible biological weapons from going to the Earth, human beings use Prometheus' spaceship to crash and destroy the alien spaceship, which is going to take off and fly to the Earth. In the end, the alien was caught by a giant life body in the process of fighting with the female master. The female host took the opportunity to escape and flew to the real creator planet with the man-made David. At last, the first alien was born in the chest of the parasitized creator. This movie is actually a forerunner of the alien. There are many interesting things in addition to the alien that was finally born. For example, the spaceship of aliens, the black water with the function of evolution and mutation, the highly intelligent biochemical man, and the advanced biotechnology mastered by the alien are all very valuable. If there is no better choice, Chen-Mo doesn't mind wandering around the planet. The aliens and mutant creatures on this planet are no threat to Chen-Mo, and it is not difficult to get these things. But these technologies are not very attractive to Chen-Mo now. After wiping out the powerful alien races, such as the Chitauri, the Dark Elves, and the Pioneers, Chen-Mo's technical reserves are actually quite strong, but considering the development and acceptance ability of the real world, he doesn't give them out at all. Without stopping, Chen-Mo directly put his consciousness into the second sphere of light, hoping that the world would be more attractive. As consciousness enters the sphere of light, a new world is projected into Chen-Mo's mind. In a cave, the walls sparkle with a dazzling golden luster. A bald man in a strange robe suddenly appeared out of thin air. He turned a sharp blade with blue light in his hand and stabbed at a man in shabby clothes in the cave. As soon as the picture turns, the man in shabby clothes appears in a deserted gobi, jumping tens of meters with a strong jump. A group of alien creatures with green skin, 4 arms and a pair of ivory-like teeth protruding from both sides of the cheek appeared, holding cold weapons to seize the man. Seeing these aliens, Chen-Mo Dang even knew the name of the film. Alien Battlefield. The film takes place in the late 19th century. It is about a retired military officer who is keen on gold mining and accidentally finds a cave full of gold, but is attacked by a sudden bald alien. After killing the bareheaded alien, the man inadvertently crossed to Mars through his teleportation token. Due to the small gravity of Mars, the man has amazing bounce power and becomes a strong fighter. Later, in order to save his beloved Martian princess, he helped her country defeat the evil country that wanted to unify Mars with the support of the bald-headed Protoss. He married the princess, but was calculated by the bald god and sent him back to Earth. On the Earth, after a 10-year plan, the male master cheated the bald god out of death, took back the transmission token, returned to Mars, and reunited with the princess again. The background of this film is very early, and the technology of several races on Mars is not particularly advanced. Although it has a spacecraft that can fly in the air, its attack defense and speed are not very strong, and it does not have the ability of space navigation. On the surface, the technology of this world seems to be inferior to that of Prometheus, but in fact it is not. The skinhead Protoss in the film has a strong energy technology and transmission technology. In addition to the strange transmission token and energy weapon, they can also change their appearance at will. Although Chen-Mo can do both energy weapons and appearance transformation, and he has the ability to move instantaneously, the kind of transmission token that allows people to cross the Earth to Mars still has a certain attraction. However, Chen-Mo is still not satisfied. The two worlds seem to be alien worlds with extremely high technology, but they do not play a significant role in enhancing his strength. Alien Battlefield. the hero of the world, can become a super soldier only because of the gravity difference between the Earth and Mars. The bald-headed aliens who seem to be as powerful as gods are actually not as good as human beings. They were killed too by the hero one after another. What they relied on was only to transmit tokens and energy weapons. If they met Chen Mo, they might become the fourth extinct alien race in Chen Mo's hands. However, according to the law, there will always be some similarities between the three worlds. The first two are alien worlds with high civilization and technology, and the third world should not be worse. With the cutting-edge technology of three advanced civilizations, Chen Mo's demand for science and technology is not great. He wants something that can improve his own strength and hopes that the next world will not let him down. With a trace of expectation, Chen Mo pokes his consciousness into the last sphere of light, and familiar figures flash past Chen Mo's eyes. Wearing a red leather windbreaker and a metal mask on his head, a man dancing passionately among the ruins. A black-skin-tight leather suit, green skin, red hair, cold face, sharp knife in hand, tall woman. Tall and strong, holding double knives, naked upper body covered with red totem of the brave man. A raccoon with a short stature, but carrying a large-caliber science fiction rifle almost equivalent to his stature, a raccoon walking upright. And the tree that can move freely. It's the Galactic Escort. Although we don't see Tony Stark and others on Earth in this world, they should be in the same universe. Chen Mo included the Galactic Escort team when he first arranged the Hydra and Aegis Bureau. He also made some arrangements on Earth, but it is only now that he has a chance to contact the Galactic Escort team. A few members of the Galactic Guard don't seem to have much strength, but in fact, it's just because their opponents are very strong. In terms of actual combat effectiveness, they are not weaker than all the Avengers. Kamura is Mieba's favorite adopted daughter. She is known as the most dangerous woman in the universe. She is proficient in hand-to-hand combat and fencing. She has strong fighting skills and agility, as well as far beyond ordinary people's strength. The destroyer Drakes has a very strong defense, and the attacks of conventional weapons are basically ineffective against him, and his own strength is also very strong. Rocket Raccoon is a genetically modified product. He has a keen sense of smell and sensing ability. He moves quickly and flexibly. His strength is stronger than ordinary human beings. He is proficient in various firearms and weapons. He is also a mechanical and electronic engineer and tactical expert. Even if the whole body is broken, as long as there is still a piece of activity, it can grow again, almost immortal. As for the seemingly weakest star Baron, in addition to good skills and reaction ability, as well as a variety of alien weapons and equipment, he actually has half of the god blood. Once he awakens the power of God, he will have the powerful strength of Cambisol. They are a very important force in the process of fighting against hegemony. Moreover, the plot of Galactic Guard takes place in the galaxy, with various powerful alien races and forces. They not only master various advanced technologies, but also have many mysterious things. In addition to the cosmic spirit ball with power gems hidden in it, the huge head of the ancient god and the noumenon of Igo, the father of Star-Lord, may contain the way to enhance power that Chen Mo is looking for. As for the biotechnology of Prometheus and the transmitting token and energy weapon in the world of Alien Battlefield, it is not of great significance to Chen Mo. So Chen Mo did not hesitate to choose the world of the Galaxy Escort. However, he did not rush through, but first released the steel clothing from the space and finished dressing. The story of Galactic Guard takes place in the universe. Chen Mo is not sure whether the place he crossed is safe or not, and whether he will appear directly in space or on the planet where human beings cannot survive. Although with his current physical quality, he can survive even in a vacuum for a period of time, but Chen Mo still does not want to take risks. There are many more unknown dangers in the universe than on Earth. It's always right to be careful. Ready, Chen Mo's consciousness moved and he chose to go through. The next moment, his figure disappeared in the underground laboratory and reappeared, surrounded by a dark, broken scene. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and huge flashes of lightning broke through the sky from time to time, but the little sky exposed between the clouds in the distance was a dark red color. The rugged mountains in the distance outline a ferocious shape in the dark sky. With the grotesque rocks standing everywhere and the huge water jets from the caves on the ground from time to time, it presents a scene like hell. Streams of water, large and small, were sprayed into the sky, and then, together with the rain from the sky, fell towards the ground. Although Chenmo stood at a distance from the water column around him, it was still shrouded in rain all over the sky. Combined with the film, Chenmo immediately recognized the environment he is now in, which is the abandoned planet hiding the cosmic spirit ball Morag star. In the past, it was also a civilization with advanced science and technology. However, due to climate warming, Morag broke out with strong natural disasters, including earthquakes, tsunamis, hurricanes, and volcanoes. A series of devastating natural disasters wiped out the civilization race, and the original brilliant and developed civilization was annihilated in the universe. However, when the civilization still existed, they got the power gem and sealed it in the temple. Now, although the civilization has disappeared, the power gem is still hidden on the planet. Just as Chenmo is going to look for the remains of the temple where the power gem is hidden, a bright light suddenly flashes in the sky in the distance, but he can't help looking up. See, a swallow wing-shaped small spacecraft is rapidly landing from the air toward the ground. The bright orange and blue paint, even in this dark environment, is also very eye-catching. Chenmo knows that the protagonist of this movie has arrived. Chenmo immediately turned on the stealth device and flew toward the direction of the spaceship's landing. The ship soon landed at the edge of a canyon. A man in a red leather windbreaker and a metal mask stepped out of the ship and walked in one direction through the erupting springs and against the water curtain falling from the sky. Not far from his direction of advance, a piece of dilapidated building remains still standing, and Chenmo immediately flies towards the architectural relics. Hovering over the ruins, an invisible light shoots from the steel battle suit and sweeps through the ruins below. Then, in the hologram before Chenmo's eyes, one of the rooms on the top floor of the building is marked out, in which the energy response is found. Chenmo immediately flies down. Jarvis also shows the structure of this room in front of Chenmo. This room has only one gate, which can only be reached from the inside of the building, and there is a mechanism on the door. Only after the mechanism is cracked can the door be opened. However, Chenmo didn't intend to be so troublesome. He disappeared from the air in a blink and appeared in this room the next moment. The airtight room is not dark. A thick metal cylinder full of gorgeous patterns stands in the middle of the room. In the middle of the metal column, a purple energy shield emits bright light, illuminating the surrounding space. With the light of the energy shield, Chenmo can clearly see the situation in the room. This should be the treasure room of the temple. All the walls around it, including the ceiling and the ground, are carved with fine and gorgeous patterns. They look magnificent and full of religious solemnity and mystery. What's more, Chenmo also noticed that the center of the huge round relief in the middle of the ground is carved with 6 gem patterns of different colors, just corresponding to the 6 infinite gems. Obviously, this civilization also had a deep understanding of the 6 infinite gems. It's a pity that although they got the power gem, they couldn't use it and finally disappeared in the universe civilization. Chenmo finally cast his eyes into the purple energy shield. He saw a silver metal ball the size of a fist and covered with peculiar hollowed-out patterns. This is the cosmic spirit ball that countless people have been searching for. However, there are not many people who know that there is a gem of power hidden in it. Most people only know that it is a treasure and very valuable. As for the existence of infinite gem, only a few people in the universe know about it. The cosmic spirit ball completely insulates the energy radiation of the power gem. Conventional detection can't find its existence. The scanning before the steel battle suit actually found the energy shield that sealed it. Although many years have passed and almost everything in this civilization has been wiped out, the treasure house in the middle of the temple, as the important place for storing the cosmic spirit ball, has been well preserved and has been kept in a closed state. The energy shield has been able to continue to operate until now. It can also be seen that the level of science and technology of this civilization was not weak, but it still failed to overcome the power of nature. Looking at the energy shield with purple light flowing in front of her eyes, Chen Mo releases her mind and penetrates through the shield. This energy shield can prevent outside objects from passing through the shield to get to the cosmic spirit ball, but it can't prevent the mind from passing through. Chen Mo grabs the cosmic spirit ball with his mind, and Chen Mo pulls it out. When the cosmic spirit ball passes through the energy shield, Chen Mo feels a huge resistance, and the more it goes out, the greater the resistance. If ordinary people were replaced, it would be impossible to take out the cosmic spirit ball. Even Wade and Agent Zero, who also strengthened their thinking power, could not overcome the strong resistance of the energy shield to take out the cosmic spirit ball. However, Chen Mo's mental power has reached 40 tons. Although the resistance of the energy shield is huge, it still can't stop him from taking out the cosmic spirit ball. Soon, the cosmic spirit ball broke free of the shackles of the energy shield, flew out completely, and was grasped by Chen Mo. Another infinite gem is in hand, including Space Gem, Soul Gem, and Reality Gem. This is the fourth infinite gem Chen Mo has got. At this time, outside the treasure room, Xingju had listened to the golden songs in the Walkman all the way, danced through the ruins of the temple, and finally came to the door of the treasure room after flying over the abyss where huge snake-like monsters lived by using propellers equipped on his legs. With his portable unlocking device, he cracked the mechanism on the door. Two large and heavy stone doors opened slowly towards both sides. When Xingju looked into the secret room and was excited to find the treasures hidden in it, the picture in the door made him stupefied. Although the light in the treasure room was dim, by the light coming from the door and the dazzling white light from the reactor on the chest of steel war suit, Star-Lord could see the situation inside. A tall figure in black armor was standing in front of him, holding a fist-size silver metal ball with strange lines on its surface. Star-Lord immediately recognized that the metal ball in the other party's hand was his target this time, the cosmic spirit ball. Although shocked by the presence of someone in the treasure room, Xingju quickly calmed down. The area of the treasure room is not large. There is only a gate, and judging from the dust falling when the door was just opened, it should not have been opened before. That is to say, this guy in black armor should have been inside. Maybe he is just a sculpture, which is used to put the cosmic spirit ball. Although this explanation is somewhat reluctant, and the iron and steel war suit does not match the temple's secret room full of retro mystical colors, Star-Lord really can't think of other possibilities. But soon the Star Baron overturned his guess, because the steel sculpture in his eyes moved. Damn it, it can't be a robot to guard the universe spirit ball. According to his previous experience, any robot that is used to protect treasures has a very strong fighting power. If you are not careful, it may capsize. Just when Star-Ju wants to take out the gun first, he suddenly feels a flower in front of him and a chill in his brow. He looked at it in a hurry, but he saw a silver throwing knife with cold and cold feeling floating in the air, and the tip of the knife was against his eyebrow. The cold chill and the stabbing pain in his brow made him feel cold in his heart, and his movement stopped in a hurry. I advise you not to move. Looking at Xingju, who is staring at the flying knife in front of him with cockfighting eyes, Chen Mo can't help but pick up a smile and say slowly. Xingju hears the speech and raises his hands in a hurry. He looks at Chen Mo and says in a "Don't be nervous. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I thought you were the robot guarding the cosmic spirit ball now. Even if Star-Lord is stupid, he knows that he can't be a robot in front of him. Your ability and my foster father are very similar. You may know each other." Seeing Chen Mo's ability to control the throwing knife, Xingju quickly approaches him. Chen Mo naturally knew who the adoptive father was, so he immediately said, "You mean Yang Du?" Yang Du's sentry arrow is very similar to his ability to control the throwing knife. When he heard Chen Mo say the name of Yang Du, he said excitedly, "Yes, you know him. That's great. We are our own people. You must also be a centaur survivor. My adoptive father said that his people have the same ability as him. When his planet was destroyed, he thought he was the only one who survived. He would be very happy to see you." Chen Mo looked at Xingju, his face excited and gushing, but he slowly shook his head and said, "I don't know. The Star Baron could not help but be a little silly. He almost thought that Chen Mo was a brave and lost people just now. Chen Mo's sudden denial almost made him almost flash his tongue. However, he felt the pain in his eyebrows, so he adjusted quickly and continued. "It doesn't matter if you don't know. Well, you can't move this one. It was a misunderstanding just now. I promise you won't move." Chen Mo didn't continue to scare him. He raised his hand to take back the throwing knife and put it back into the space. At this time, his neck was relaxed, and he was still staring at the knife for a long time. However, feeling Chen Mo's cold eyes, Xingju didn't dare to move around. He squeezed his eyes and twisted his neck. He watched Chen Mo slowly put down his hands, but he did not dare to touch the pistols on both sides of his thighs anymore. He could not guarantee that Chen Mo would shoot his head directly with a flying knife next time. Judging from Chen Mo's reaction just now, his sense is very sharp, and his reaction speed is also very fast. His strength should be stronger than his courage. I'm afraid that if he starts with his strength, he will die. Seeing Chen Mo's throwing knife away, Xingju is relieved. However, looking at Chen Mo's cosmic spirit ball, you can't help but feel a burst of hot eyes. He didn't expect that he had taken out the fastest speed to dare to come, but he was still first boarded by Chen Moji. Was it because he had been delayed for a while to hook up with beautiful women on Shandal? It seems that next time you have a task, you can't pick up a girl. If he could arrive a few minutes earlier, the cosmic orb would be his. However, Star-Lord obviously won't give up like this. This private action of throwing away Yangdu has already offended Yangdu completely. If he fails to get the spirit ball, he will lose a lot. Even he has to pay for the fuel cost of the spaceship. But the other side is obviously not easy to provoke. The strength is even more terrible than courage, and it is not possible to grab the universe spirit ball from his hand. But Star-Lord is not only able to fight. Compared with fighting, his brain and eloquence is his strongest place. Seeing that Chen Mo didn't mean to go on with his work, Xingju stepped forward and said that he was familiar with it. "Hey man, although you arrived first, I didn't slow down much. We should have found this thing together, right? It happens that I have a big buyer. The price is very high. How about we split the money for the sale?" Chen Mo did not respond. Xingju immediately continued. "Otherwise 6-4, you 6 me 4, after all you came first, you should take the big head." Listening to Xingju's words, Chen Mo just looks at him quietly and doesn't speak. Xingju thought Chen Mo was still not satisfied, so he went on. 7-3 head office. After all, I'm looking for the buyer. 8-2, that's my bottom line. September 1, it can't be less. You should at least let me share the cost of fuel, of course. Although he said so, Star-Lord was thinking that if Chen Mo agreed, he would find a chance to steal the cosmic spirit ball and take it by himself. Although Chen Mo's strength is strong, his courage is not enough. Will he be afraid of Chen Mo although he can't beat him? He's an old hand by being abducted. He doesn't know how many times he's been trapped by him in bravery. He has full confidence in his ability to trap people. What he has to do now is find a reason to act with Chen Mo, and then wait for an opportunity to get the cosmic spirit ball. Chen Mo naturally saw Xingju's careful thinking, but he did not point out that Xingju wanted to be with him. Chen Mo's goal is not only the cosmic spirit ball in his hand, the Void Land, Igor Planet, even Star-Lord himself and his galaxy escort team are the targets of Chen Mo's crossing this time. Nihilism and Igo are all related to Protos, and there may be ways to improve their strength. Star-Lord himself is a half Protos. The Galactic Guard team is not weaker than the Avenger Alliance, and is an important force to fight against the hegemony. And all this needs to be done through Star-Lord. As far as Chen Mo knows, only a small number of people know the location of the Void Place. As far as Chen Mo knows, only Camilla, the adoptive daughter of Mieba, who is also a member of the future Galaxy Guard team, and the middleman broker who helps collectors release the Cosmic Spirit Ball mission. Of course, the Asgard should also know that if Chen Mo had not stopped them, they would have given the etheric particles to the collectors in the void, but Chen Mo did not want to go to Asgard again. As for Igo, no one knows its location. Only Igor appears on his own initiative can he take them there, and the only one who can lead to Igor, the super boss hidden in the universe, is his son, Star-Lord, who has been searching for so long. As for the Galactic Guard team, it is because of Star-Lord that they get together and become a real team. Therefore, Xingqiu can be said to be the key target of Chen Mo's crossing this time, and Chen Mo naturally won't miss it. However, Chen Mo didn't nod his head and agreed to the scheme. Seeing that he has reduced his share to 10%, Chen Mo still doesn't respond. He is worried. Looking at the situation of the other party, there may be a buyer. If he wants to persuade the other party to join him, it will be difficult for him to get hold of it if he leaves with the cosmic spirit ball. Just as Xingqiu's eyes were turning around and his brain was running fast, he was thinking about how to persuade Chen Mo to take him with him. However, Chen Mo suddenly raised his hand and threw the cosmic spirit ball at him. Xingqiu catches the cosmic spirit ball in a hurry. He looks at Chen Mo in surprise, but listens to Chen Mo's light. "I don't have a place on me. Let's put it there first." Xingqiu can't help getting excited when he hears the speech. He grabs the heavy cosmic spirit ball in his hand and says happily at Chen Mo, "Don't worry if you leave it with me. I'm sure I'll get it for a good price." Although he said that, Star-Lord had already thought about it. He would get rid of Chen Mo and run away alone with the universe spirit ball. Although Chen Mo's throwing knife is powerful, it is impossible to catch up with his spaceship. As long as you let him escape, Chen Mo and Yangdu can't help him. However, when Star-Lord was holding the cosmic spirit ball and planning how to swallow it alone, 3 people suddenly burst into the door of the treasure room. 2 of them wore the same black carapace-style combat uniform and round helmets made of the same material. They looked like the heads of turtles, and the weapons in their hands were very strange, but no one doubted its power. The other looked like a black man on Earth, but his eyes were cold blue, with a gray beard on his chin and a fierce look on his face. He was wearing a suit of silver and black half-armor, and there were 2 silver metal protrusions on both sides of his head, which looked like 2 silver horns. With his cold blue eyes and fierce appearance, especially the huge caliber energy gun in his hand, it looked very annoying. And their goal is obviously the universal spirit ball. Not long ago, the 2 major forces in the galaxy, the Cry Empire and the New Star Empire, signed a peace treaty, which stopped the long war between the 2 countries for many years. However, Ronan, one of the top leaders of Carrie Empire, the head of Carrie's accusation group, did not agree with the treaty. His family was killed in the war between Carrie and the New Star Empire, so he had a strong hatred for the New Star Empire and vowed to completely destroy the New Star Empire. Without the support of Carrie Empire, Ronan went to Mieba and offered to find the cosmic spirit ball for him, in exchange for Mieba's destruction of Shandal of the New Star Empire. So Ronan sent his #1 man class to lead a team of dead soldiers to Morag to search for the cosmic spirit ball. Class is the most powerful and loyal subordinate of Ronan. He has undergone mechanical transformation. His physical strength, reaction speed, and strength are much better than ordinary people. He can easily jump from a place more than 10 meters high, smash hard steel with his bare hands, and resist the attack of conventional weapons. However, although the mechanical transformation he accepted did not make his appearance change much, some metal mechanical parts were left on both sides of his head, which matched his fierce appearance and cold blue eyes. It looked very fierce. When they landed on Morag, they found Star-Lord's spaceship. Class immediately left a team of dead soldiers to guard Star-Lord's spaceship. He took 2 dead soldiers to find him. Carrying weapons through the open door of the chamber, Class saw Star-Lord and his cosmic spirit ball at a glance. "Put it down." Cross pointed his huge caliber energy gun at Xingqiu and gave a deep command. At the same time, he directed 2 dead soldiers in CREI language to control Xingqiu and Chen Mo. Star-Lord looked at the 3 men who suddenly broke into the room with guns. For a moment, he couldn't help being a little stunned. The universe spirit ball he just got has not covered the heat in his hand, unexpectedly was robbed. This makes Star-Ju's heart cannot help but a burst of frustration. Class did not give him time to hesitate. Seeing that Star-Lord did not respond when he was about to point his thick muzzle at his head, he snapped, "Put it down at once." Star-Lord looked at his thick muzzle, had to give in temporarily, reached out to throw the cosmic spirit ball to the ground, and tried to stabilize the other side. "Hey, calm down, man, no problem. There is no problem at all." Xingju can clearly feel that these three guys are completely different from Chen Mo. If he doesn't do so, the other party may shoot him directly at any time. At the same time of throwing down the cosmic spirit ball, Xingju can't help turning his head to look at Chen Mo with the strength Chen just showed. It should not be difficult to solve them. However, to his disappointment, Chen Mo did not respond, just stood quietly watching the play. Seeing that Chen Mo didn't move, the two dead soldiers just pointed their guns at him and stood on guard. However, the dead soldier standing by the Star-Lord, seeing that he was dishonest, stabbed him with the muzzle of a gun from time to time. Class looked at Chen Mo, felt that the situation was in their control and ignored him. Instead, he bent down to pick up the cosmic spirit ball rolling on the ground, looked at the Star Baron and asked in a deep voice, "How do you know about it?" They have just found out that the cosmic spirit ball is hidden in Morag Star, but this guy finds the cosmic spirit ball first, which makes him doubt the origin of Star-Lord. Xingju certainly won't tell the truth, immediately fooled the way. "I don't even know what it is. I'm just a rag picker, I'm just flipping around." Class is not so easy to fool as Ronan's confidant. Class is also well informed. At a glance he recognized the clothes on Star-Lord. "You don't look like a rag picker. You're wearing a Predator's uniform," with Class's questioning. The dead soldier behind Star-Lord stabbed at his back again with the muzzle of the gun. "Just a coat." Star-Lord, while dealing with Class, turned his head and called to the dead soldiers behind him, "Ninja Turtle, don't poke me again." This dead soldier with the same head as Ninja Turtle repeatedly stabbed him with the muzzle of a gun, which made Xingju very angry. He swore that he would kill this damned guy when he had a chance. Class was a little annoyed by the teasing of Star-Lord and immediately asked in a loud voice, "What's your name?" He felt that he had made the other party angry and worried that Class would not be able to control himself. He directly raised the large caliber energy gun in his hand and gave him a shot. Xingju immediately did not dare to continue to talk nonsense and quickly replied, "My name is Peter Quail." Brother, calm down. Class, however, did not want to waste time with Star-Lord anymore and directly ordered in a deep voice, "Follow me." "Why?" Star-Ju's smell speech is a face of puzzled. The other side has already got the universe spirit ball, why to catch him? Claris looked at Star-Lord and said coldly, "Ronan may have something to ask you." Star-Lord's appearance here is obviously not just an accident, as he said. Class is cautious and naturally wants to take Xingju back for interrogation. Obviously, Xingju also knew that there would be no good end if they caught him back. After a look, Chen Mo, who was still standing by to watch the play, had no intention of doing anything, so he had to find his own way. "Hey, you know what? You may have heard of my other name." Star-Lord stopped Class, who was ready to turn around and leave, and said slowly and seriously, "Star-Lord, Xingju thinks that he should have made his own reputation after so many years in the galaxy. If this cold-faced guy has heard of his name, he may give him face and let him go. But the result is obviously a little different from what he expected." Class had heard what he said and thought he had some special status. He turned around and looked at him seriously. At this time, however, he could not help asking with doubt, "Who?" "Star-Lord, man, legendary rogue." Xingju some unwilling to explain, but C-Class raised his arm, a face never heard of the appearance, so that Xingju feel incomparably unwilling and lost. "Ladies and gentlemen, do not give up." Looking at the two dead soldiers, Star-Lord tried to recover a little confidence from them. However, he was obviously disappointed again. The two dead soldiers did not respond. Xingju felt that his heart was deeply hurt. Class didn't want to delay anymore, so he yelled, "Let's go." Seeing this, Xingju shook his head and whispered to himself, "Forget it. It seems that relying on their own name to let the other side let go of their own way is not feasible. That can only come hard. However, facing 3 armed opponents, he is not confident that he can deal with it alone. Star Ju immediately turned his head and looked at Chen Mo, who had been standing on the side watching the play, and said in a hurry, "Are you going to keep reading?" In fact, Chen Mo wants to see Star Ju make a fool of himself. Watching in the film and seeing it on the spot are two kinds of feelings. However, Chen Mo is also curious about how confident he is that the galaxy will have heard of his name. But Chen Mo thinks that his name still works, at least on Earth. Chen Mo will not let class take away the spirit ball. The alderman alloy flying knife is released from the space, and a silver light flashes. Under the effect of thinking power, the flying knife quickly cuts through the secret room and passes through the heads of 2 dead soldiers standing behind them. In an instant, double kill. Star-Lord immediately pulled out the 2 energy pistols on the side of his leg. He heard something moving towards the door. Class, who had just turned around, pulled the trigger. 2 yellow energy bullets were fired from the muzzle of the gun. Before Class could react, they hit him in the chest and let him fly out directly. He fell to the ground. The cosmic spirit ball that he held in his hand also fell down and rolled to Star-Lord's feet. Xingju quickly bent down to pick up the cosmic spirit ball and put it into the bag behind, but then he found that Class, who was beaten out by him, did not die. Instead, he quickly got up from the ground and held up his big caliber energy gun and pointed it at him. "Shepherd." Xingju's face changed greatly, and he quickly reversed his body, avoiding the energy bomb from the muzzle of the gun. The energy bomb flew in front of Star-Lord, hit the back wall, and exploded. The huge power almost completely collapsed the whole wall and connected with the outside directly. Before Class continues to attack, the Star-Lord lying on the ground shouts at Chen Mo, "Let's run separately." Then he closed his helmet and started the thruster of his legs. His body quickly slid forward against the ground and flew out of the big hole blasted out by Class's energy gun. Star-Lord's rapid escape makes Class follow the shot to the ground, hit the ground, the explosion of rubble everywhere. Xingju flew out of the secret room. Pushed by the thruster, he crossed an arc in the air and fell to the ground far away. After several laps, he stopped. Xingju is not doing well now, and he doesn't have much money. Naturally, he can't afford any good equipment. His propulsor has limited power and short endurance. It is okay to cross a ditch or a ridge, but it can't support him to fly for a long time. After landing, Star-Lord did not care about the pain on his body and quickly got up from the ground, and then ran to his spaceship. He wants to take advantage of Chen Mo's chance of being entangled by Crass, run to his own spaceship as soon as possible and leave first. It is not easy to get rid of Chen Mo and swallow the spirit ball of the universe. He will not wait for Chen Mo to leave together. Universe spirit ball to his hand is his. No one wants to share with him. In the middle of the secret room, Class saw Star-Lord escape with the spirit ball of the universe and rushed forward with the energy gun, ready to jump down and chase from the big hole he opened. Chen Mo on one side was ignored by him. After all, Chen Mo has been standing quietly on the side since he appeared, without any action. When Chen Mo just controlled the throwing knife and killed 2 dead soldiers, he was turning around and walking out. He didn't see the specific situation. At this time, it was obvious that in his eyes, Star-Lord, who took away the cosmic spirit ball, was more important. Only when he had just taken 2 steps forward, a silver light shot at him from the corner of his eye. Class didn't even have time to react, so he felt a chill on his shoulders and then lost his sense of both arms. The next moment, he saw his arms and the energy gun in his hand fall to the ground. A sharp pain immediately hit. Then he realized that his arms were suddenly cut off by the guy who had been ignored by him in black body armor. Chen Mo's throwing knife is similar to Yang Du's sentry arrow, but the biggest difference is that the alderman alloy throwing knife can not only puncture like a sentinel arrow, but also cut with a sharp blade. With the sharpness of Edelman alloy, no matter how strong the armor is, it can't block its power. Outside the secret room, Star-Lord galloped all the way and soon got close to the canyon where the Milano spacecraft was moored and bypassed a rock. The Murano's figure came into view, but Star-Lord immediately found that several guys dressed like the 2 black armored soldiers in the secret room were guarding his spaceship. Star-Lord could not help but scold him in his heart. If one or two of them could still cope with it, but the group in front of him could not be handled by his 2 energy pistols. I'm afraid they would be killed before he rushed to the front of him. Seeing Star-Lord suddenly appeared, several dead soldiers immediately pointed their guns at him. One of them directly pulled the trigger. A green energy beam hit the rock beside him, and the rock was scattered and splashed, which made him feel pain. Star-Lord did not stop but ran towards the spaceship, gritting his teeth. He took out a 3-dimensional triangular metal device from behind and threw it at several dead soldiers like a grenade. After the metal device fell on the ground, it automatically bounced off, forming an expanded triangle. Several dazzling blue lights were lit up in the middle. At the same time, a strong gravity was generated. Several dead soldiers standing around did not have time to react, so they were pulled together by this powerful force and tightly squeezed together, unable to move. The price of this kind of gravity-generating device is not cheap. Xingju bought it specially for this operation. Originally, it was intended to take out the cosmic spirit ball from the energy shield. Unexpectedly, it was not used. Instead, it was used by him to deal with this group of inexplicable enemies. However, this is also the simplest way to deal with these dead soldiers. As for the loss of the gravity-generating device, compared with the value of the cosmic spirit ball in his hands, it is nothing. While some of the dead soldiers were trapped by the gravity-generating device, Star-Lord rushed to them, stepped on them directly and jumped hard toward the Milano, which was parked on the side. The Milano was hovering close to the edge of the canyon. Star-Lord's body crossed an arc in the air, crossed the cliff, and landed on the Milano's wing, and slid against the smooth fuselage of Milano towards the cockpit position. At the same time, the windshield of Milano's cockpit also opened rapidly. Starbuck slipped into the cockpit accurately and fell heavily on the deck. However, Star Baron did not care about the pain, so he quickly turned over from the ground and wanted to fly a fighter plane to escape from here. However, when he raised his head, he suddenly found a familiar tall black figure standing in front of him. Star-Lord could not help but open his eyes in amazement and said in shock, "Why are you here?" In Xingju's mind, even if Chen Mo is not entangled with class, he should still be on the way. He has come as fast as he can without stopping for a moment. Even if Chen Mo is fast, he can't arrive before him. Besides, only he can open his spaceship. How did Chen Mo appear in the spaceship? However, Chen Mo did not answer his question but just watched quietly. Starju see the situation, the heart cannot help but tight. Obviously, Chen Mo has seen through his careful thinking. At least for now, it is impossible for him to swallow the spirit ball of the universe. Thinking of the flying knife in front of Chen Mo's brow, Xingju couldn't help shaking. He quickly got up from the ground and explained to Chen Mo sincerely. "I mean, it's nice of you to come so fast or I'll have to go back and meet you." However, Chen Mo did not pay attention to Xingju's rhetoric but looked at the edge of the cliff and said to Xingju, "Let's get out of here first." On hearing this, Xingju turned his head and looked out. He saw that the dead soldiers had broken away from the gravity device, stood up again, and were assembling an energy gun. Although the power gun in their hands is limited, it is not enough to damage Star-Lord's spaceship, but this larger energy gun is obviously enough to destroy his spaceship. Star-Ju immediately did not care about other, and quickly sat on the pilot's seat to start the spacecraft. The low-power hovering propulsor under the Milano immediately increased its power, spurting out dazzling flames, and the spacecraft began to rise. At the same time, however, several dead soldiers have completed the assembly of the energy gun, aiming the muzzle at the spacecraft. Star-Lord saw this scene through the windshield of the cockpit. His face changed. He quickly pulled the control lever, and the spacecraft suddenly flashed to one side. The thick green energy beam from the energy gun just flew through the lower part of the spaceship and hit the canyon opposite. A violent explosion occurred, which collapsed a large rock wall, and countless gravel and smoke and dust fell into the gorge over the valley. If you are bombarded by this death spirit, Star-Lord's spaceship is absolutely unavoidable. After dodging the first death cannon, Star-Lord breathed a sigh of relief and then did not stop at all. He directly controlled the spaceship to fly forward rapidly, while the dead soldiers in the rear turned around and continued to shoot at the spacecraft. Green cannons bombarded the cliffs and mountains, causing the rocks to collapse and dust and debris to scatter everywhere. However, these cannons failed to hit the flying ship. Star-Lord flew the Milano out of the area, around a mountain, and was completely free from the death cannon attack. While Star-Lord was laughing with pride, the spaceship, which was descending because of the turn, was suddenly shocked and then lost control. As if it was held by some force, it went up rapidly. Looking at the water spray shooting out of the windshield, Xingju immediately reacted. He was hit by the water column of high-pressure ground spring ejected from below. Although the environment of Morag is not as continuous as it was when it was destroyed, the environment is still very bad and the crustal activity is very active. The huge underground pressure bursts from time to time, which can eject the water column into the air tens of meters or even hundreds of meters, which contains a huge force enough to fly the small spacecraft out. The Milano rose a long way against the water column and then began to fall with the collapse of the water column. As Xingju was just in a hurry to drive the ship to escape, he did not fasten his seat belt. At this time, he was thrown out of control. The whole ship was completely out of control and tumbled down to the ground in the water curtain. Xingju was tossed around the cabin by the tumbling spaceship, and the debris in the spaceship was also thrown around. Although his body was hurt by the collision, Xingju knew that he must control the spaceship as soon as possible, otherwise he would fall with the spaceship soon. Xingju immediately tried to stabilize his body and moved towards the driver's seat in the rolling cabin. Finally, he grasped the seat of the driver's seat and reached for the control lever. His hand was still a long way from the joystick, but the ground was getting closer. When Star-Lord reached forward with panic on his face, an arm covered with black armor stretched out from his side. He easily grasped the joystick that he could not reach for half a day and quickly pulled back. Several thrusters under the spacecraft immediately ejected a dazzling flame. The original rapid-falling spacecraft suddenly stopped the falling potential, in a very close height from the ground to stabilize again, hovered in the air. The light flame from the thruster below the spacecraft directly blows the water on the ground to scatter and splash, forming a water mist in the air. In the cabin of the spaceship, Star-Lord sat down on the ground and took a deep breath. Looking at Chen Mo, who seemed to be unaffected by the slightest impact, he could not help feeling a little complicated. He wanted to get rid of Chen Mo and swallow the spirit ball alone, but just now, thanks to Chen Mo, he saved the spaceship. Otherwise, he would have fallen into a pool of flesh and mud. Xingju can't help but feel a little lucky that Chen Mo follows. However, the thought of dividing the spirit ball of the universe with Chen Mo, and Chen Mo's 90% and 10% of him, made Xingju's heart ache. Just as Xingju hesitated to find another chance to get rid of Chen Mo, a woman's voice suddenly sounded in the cabin, which startled Xingju, who had not recovered from his previous adventure. "Pete." He quickly turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound, but he saw that on the floor behind the driver's seat, the cabin door connecting the lower rest cabin suddenly opened, and a starlet with red skin all over her body with her hair scattered crawled unsteadily from below. Dazed by the violent rolling just now, she didn't notice Chen Mo standing behind her. Instead, she looked at Xingju, who was sitting on the ground, panting, and asked with a puzzled face, "What's the matter?" Star-Lord stares at this female alien for a long time, then suddenly reacts and says to her, "Hey, ah." Star just opened his mouth but suddenly stuck again because he found that he did not remember her name. Female alien also saw his situation. Immediately some helpless said, "Barrett." "Yes, Barrett." Star-Lord looked at her and said frankly, "To tell you the truth, I forgot you were still here." Barrett can't help but look unbelievable. He is such a big living person who has been ignored. She remembered the sweet words of the Star-Lord to her last night, and even her name was forgotten in the last night. Star-Lord can't help but feel helpless when he looks at Beret. The red-skinned female alien was just picked up by him in Chandel yesterday. However, He thought that she had left after she was finished, but he didn't expect that she was still in the spaceship and came to Morag with him. He was still thinking in the secret room before that, if it was not for the delay of collusion with her, he would not have been the first to be registered by Chen Moji, and now he can only get 10% of the money. He did not expect to see her again in a flash. However, although Xingju is romantic, he will not be angry with others. No one can blame anyone for your love and my wish. However, Xingju has made up his mind secretly. If he has any action next time, he must not be misled by women. Then Star-Lord found out that Barrett was wearing the T-shirt he had worn when he was captured from the Earth when he was a child. The small T-shirt on Barrett's body fully highlights her figure. And although Barrett's skin is all red, she is definitely a beautiful woman in terms of her appearance. However, Star-Ju, who has lived in the galaxy for so many years, has already been used to all kinds of extraterrestrial beauties with various skin colors. Barrett's red skin is more sexy and charming to Star-Lord. Star-Lord looked at a lazy face, sexy hot Barrett. Eyes cannot help but flash a light. Since Barrett suffered huge losses on the cosmic spirit ball because of his reasons, he must make up for these losses from her body. However, just when Star-Lord is about to become a beast, Chenmo's voice is just like a basin of cold water splashing him awake. Are you going to do another sky surfing, or do you want to wait for those guys to catch up? Xingju suddenly woke up and ran to the driver's seat, controlling the spacecraft to fly to outer space. At this time, Barrett finally found Chenmo, looking at the tall figure covered with thick black armor behind her, and her eyes flashed with curiosity. She had been sleeping in the cabin on the bottom floor. She didn't know what had happened before. She thought Chenmo was a friend of Star-Lord. When she saw Chenmo, she raised her arm and waved to him. Hi. Looking at the red-skinned alien, Chenmo feels that Xingju's taste is a little heavy. However, Chenmo is relieved when he thinks that Xingju's father, Igor, is not afraid of planting seeds all over the universe. After all, Xingju is not a pure Earth person, and it is normal to have a wide range of hobbies. Moreover, compared with Igor, Xingju's aesthetics is normal. At least, except for the red skin of Barrett, there is no big difference between Barrett and the Earth beauties in other aspects. Chenmo nodded to Barry's character, then turned to look in front of the spaceship. At this time, Star-Lord had driven the spacecraft through the clouds and flew out of Morag. In the sky in front of them, two huge stars were hanging in the air, one far and one near, as if within reach. Even the farthest one of them looks much bigger than the moon, while the nearby giant red planet can only see a small part of it, which seems to be bigger than their Morag star. However, as the spacecraft continued to accelerate, they soon separated from Morag, leaving behind all the stars and flying fast toward the depths of the universe. At this time, even if Class and the dead soldiers are driving the spaceship to catch up, it is difficult to find their figure in the vast universe. In the secret room, Chenmo didn't kill Class, though it was easy for him. Chenmo also needs him to tell Ronan the whereabouts of the cosmic spirit ball, so that he can send Camura to grab the cosmic spirit ball. Although Camilla was the adopted daughter of Mieba, and was trained by him to be the first female assassin in the universe. In fact, all her clansmen were killed by Mieba, and she was the only one who survived the entire Zahauberry clan. Camura is not as loyal to Mieba as it seems. When he learned about Mieba's crazy plan, and knew that he wanted to collect infinite gems, and use them to destroy half of the life in the universe, Carmala had already made up his mind to stop him. In fact, she had already got the location map of the soul gem, but she secretly burned it, just because she didn't want to get the soul gem. Although known as the daughter of Mieba and the most dangerous woman in the universe, Camura is not as cruel as people think. Camilla is actually very kind-hearted. She knows about the deal between Mieba and Ronan. In order not to let Shandel be destroyed by Mieba, Camilla will not let Ronan get the cosmic spirit ball. And this time, the mission of recapturing the cosmic spirit ball is also an excellent opportunity for her to completely get rid of Ronan and Mieba. In fact, it is just like this. Crass, whose arms were cut off by Chenmo, was taken into the spaceship by the remaining dead soldiers and returned to Ronan's nest, like a huge dark star warship like a city. In order to successfully complete the cooperation with Ronan, Mieba sent Kamura and Nebula to Ronan's side to help him capture the cosmic spirit ball. Ronan originally wanted to send the Nebula to take back the cosmic spirit ball from Star-Lord. However, Kamura volunteered to go to Shandel, where the broker of the mission was located. On the other side, Star-Lord, after being out of danger, turned on autopilot and let the ship fly to Shandel, and he got up and went back to the cabin in the rear. Barrett has returned to the cabin below, leaving him and Chen Mo alone in the cab. Feeling Chen Mo's eyes toward him, Xingju can't help feeling guilty. He wanted to get rid of Chen Mo before. Chen Mo sees through the spirit ball of the universe and enters his spaceship first. In order to prevent Chen Mo from mentioning this matter, Xingju quickly found a word to say. "You know what? You look like my idol when I was a child." Pointing to Chen Mo's black armor, Xingju said excitedly, "He is also dressed in black armor like you, but he also has an impregnable sword and a round shield that can withstand any attack," Xingju said, but he couldn't help showing a trace of reminiscence on his face. This is one of his few deep memories from the Earth. When Chen Mo hears the speech, he can't help looking at Xingju. "Are you talking about that?" Chen Mo takes out the king's sword and Zhenjin's shield from the space and looks at Xingju and says slowly. When he saw the weapon in Chen Mo's hand, he was surprised. However, when he saw the appearance of Chen Mo's sword and shield, he was stunned. Thinking he was dazzled, Xingju squeezed his eyes hard. Then he widened his eyes and looked at Chen Mo's sword shield again. After that, Xingju's face showed an incredible look. He suddenly looked up at Chen Mo and said excitedly, "This is the sword and shield. How could you have it?" Xingju said that he soon had a guess that he thought was the most possible. He said excitedly to Chen Mo, "Are you from Earth? You're a fan of the commander, right?" Xingju said, looking at Chen Mo's eyes can't help but be kind. Although Xingju has not returned to the Earth for so many years, it does not mean that he has no feelings for the Earth. On the contrary, it carries all the beautiful memories of his childhood and is his hometown that he will never forget. Although he lived in the galaxy for many years, he still did not forget the memories of the Earth. Music, movies, dances, stars, and characters were deeply imprinted in his mind. But because of his mother's death, which also represents the deepest pain for him, he has been trying to escape, so he never returned to Earth. But to see a fellow from the Earth, and also a fan of the commander, Star-Lord is still very happy. Being able to create two weapons like the commander's at his side shows that he is absolutely a fan of the commander, which makes Star-Lord's eyes more and more close to Chen Mo. Looking at the excited look on Xingju's face, Chen Mo raises his hand to take back the Zhenjin shield and the king's sword, and then meets the eager eyes of Xingju and slowly opens his mouth. "In fact, I am the commander." Xingju can't help being stunned at the speech, which is totally different from his imagination. Xingju quickly reacts to come over, immediately strong shake head, some excited say, "It's impossible, he died more than 70 years ago." Chen Mo listens to the words of Xingju but can't help but turn a white eye, then stares at the Star-Lord and says in a deep voice, "Are you sure it's dead?" Although he can't see Chen Mo's expression through his helmet, he can't help but feel the chill in Chen Mo's voice. He can't help but feel the pain in his eyebrow, which was stabbed by a flying knife. Xingju immediately did not dare to talk nonsense. Instead, he recalled the legendary story of the commander that his mother told him when he was a child. Then he looked at Chen Mo and said with some uncertainty, "When the World War II was about to be won, in order to save the world, the commander drove the super bomber secretly developed by Nazi to the bottom of the sea." Star-Lord said here, "The heart cannot help but produce an amazing idea. Is the commander really not dead?" Then he heard Chen Mo's voice slowly ringing in his ear. "That's right. The plane crashed in Greenland. I was frozen in the ice for more than 70 years, and only a few years ago was discovered and dug up by a scientific team. In fact, Captain America and Carter didn't die either. They were later rescued from the ice, and they had a daughter." When Chen Mo said this, he couldn't help but take a look at Xingju and said slowly with some sympathy, I can only say that you missed a lot of wonderful things. After hearing Chen Mo's last words, Xingju could not help but feel the impulse to return to the earth. However, the picture of his mother's death on the hospital bed reappeared in his mind, which made his impulse to return to Earth instantly dissipated. Although he is very curious about the current situation of the Earth, at least for a short time, he still does not want to return to that sad place. Xingju soon cleared up his mind and stopped thinking about the Earth. Instead, he looked up at Chen Mo. If the commander was still alive, it would be wonderful. Although Star-Lord has grown up, his admiration for the commander has not been weakened. On the contrary, his life in the interstellar space has become more and more intense. In this universe far away from the Earth civilization, Star-Lord has become more and more precious for everything on Earth. When Yangdu was taken away from the Earth at the beginning, all the Earth objects he carried were treasured by his treasure, including his precious memories of the Earth. As his mother and his common idol, the commander has become his spiritual sustenance, encouraging and supporting him so that he can face everything bravely. Star Ju immediately looked at Chen Mo, full of excitement but also some uncertain, said, "What you said is true, but your armor." Chen Mo looks down at his iron and steel uniform, remembers his original equipment. He can't help but look at Xingju, who is full of doubts. He says in a funny way, "You don't think I'm going to wear that suit forever, do you? 70 years later, of course, my equipment will be upgraded." The Star Baron hears the speech suddenly, immediately can't help but nod repeatedly. It is true that, more than 70 years later, no matter how slow the development of Earth's science and technology, it is certain that great progress has been made, and the equipment of commanders will inevitably be upgraded. As far as he knows, the commander's original alloy armor combat uniform can also play a bulletproof role, and the defense is very strong, but that's all. In addition to defense, it cannot bring more help. The commander's strong combat effectiveness depends on his own super strength and the invincible king's sword in his hand. But now the steel battle suit is obviously more than that. From the perspective of Star-Lord, it is a set of very advanced exoskeleton armor. In addition to having a strong defense force, it should have a great bonus for strength, and it is likely to be equipped with various powerful weapons. If you think about it carefully, it will be more realistic. If the commander is still wearing the alloy armor combat uniform of decades ago, it will be abnormal. In this way, Xingju believes more about Chen Mo's identity. However, looking at Chen Mo's obviously advanced steel suit and his simple equipment, Xingju could not help feeling a little lost. Xingju had always believed that the man who lived in the alien world should be the most powerful man who mastered the most advanced science and technology among all the people on Earth, not to mention that he was more powerful than the commander and captain of the United States at that time. At least, with the advanced alien weapons and equipment, he could be regarded as a member of Bajang. But now it seems that things are not as he imagined. By contrast, his equipment seems to be much worse than the commander today. Compared with Chen Mona's advanced and cool steel war clothes, his mask and flying device are too simple and handsome. Standing together, they seem to be the antique more than 70 years ago. Over the years, the Earth seems to have developed a lot, more advanced than when he left, and he still stays in the 1980s when Yangdu took him away. Neither his clothes nor his preferences have changed much. At this moment, for the planet that has been away for 26 years, Star-Lord cannot help but have a strong curiosity. What has become of the Earth now? If he goes back again, can he still recognize the way home? A trace of yearning and loss flashed on his face. Then, Star-Lord looks at Chen Mo again, but his eyes are quite different from before. Although Chen Mo's identity cannot be fully confirmed for the time being, he has already believed in 9 points. Being able to see the idols he worshipped since childhood, Star-Lord is hard to keep calm. Looking at Chen Mo eagerly, Xingju said excitedly, "So you are really a commander?" Chen Mo looks at the excited Star-Ju and nods. He doesn't speak. Xingju never thought of seeing the commander. The commander was more like a legend to him. So looking at Chen Mo, he was very excited, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. After all, Xingju was not a child at that time. After spending so many years in the galaxy, he saw many big scenes. He soon forced himself to calm down and finally looked at Chen Mo and said expectantly, "Can you tell me what happened on Earth these years?" Of course, Chen Mo looks at Xingju and nods. He just wants to tell Xingju about the Earth. Seeing Chen Mo's promise, Xingju is excited. However, he glances at the cab and finds that it is not suitable for a good chat. He immediately says to Chen Mo, "Let's go to the cabin and talk slowly." Chen Mo also did not refuse. They immediately went down to the rest cabin under the cab through the cabin door. The space here was more spacious than above. There was a table fixed on the ground in the middle. The red-skinned female alien Barrett was sitting at the table, holding a water cup and watching the Shape soap opera on the opposite display. Seeing the two men coming down, Barrett warmly said hello to them, then turned her head and continued to look at the screen. Chen Mo and Xingju didn't disturb her either. They went directly to the inside of the rest cabin. Near the tail of the spaceship, the last wall was a glass. Through this, you can see the Morag star behind them, and the several giant planets beside it are quietly suspended in the dark universe. With the rapid development of the spaceship, they are gradually moving away. Chen Mo takes his eyes back from the starry sky and looks around him. This should be the place where Xingju usually sleeps and rests. Two sofa beds are fixed close to the wall on both sides. On one side of the wall, an old-fashioned wood recorder is inlaid, and the surrounding walls are covered with various pictures and stickers related to the Earth. Chen Mo's eyes are attracted by one of the posters. This is the largest and most conspicuous one on the whole wall. Chen Mo can't help but pay attention to it. Moreover, Chen Mo is very familiar with the picture on the poster. That black body armor, holding a sword shield standing in the battlefield in the smoke of the mighty figure, it is the World War II he. Xingju even treasures a poster of his time. It seems that what he said before, that he was a loyal fan of the commander, was not lying. Seeing Chen Mo looking at the poster, Xingju can't help but feel embarrassed. He quickly moves to block the poster and points to the sofa bed opposite him. He says to Chen Mo as if nothing happened, "Stop standing, sit down and say." Chen Mo saw the uneasiness on his face and didn't say anything. He sat down on the sofa bed opposite him. Then Chen Mo looks at Xingju, who is still standing on the opposite side and doesn't want to sit down. He smiles and says to him, "Don't you sit down." Starju smells speech. Eyes can't help but wander around. Immediately in front of a bright, quickly raised his hand to support his waist, pretending to be a face of pain, said, "In fact, I twisted my waist when I ran away. It hurt a little. I'll stand for a moment first." Chen Mo smiles at the performance of Starju, but he doesn't break him down. Seeing that Chen Mo didn't tangle with this matter again, Xingju couldn't help but feel relieved. He originally had a poster of the commander in his collection, which was not embarrassing. After all, he had already admitted that he was a big fan of the commander. But what really made him feel ashamed was the line in the corner below the poster. Although he often said that David Hasselhoff, the star of Knight Errant, was his father when he was a child, he actually hoped that the commander would be his father to protect him from being bullied. This poster to Star-Lord is the most precious thing he has brought from Earth, besides the Walkman and tape that his mother gave him. We can imagine how helpless an 8-year-old child is when his mother dies and is captured by aliens. His mother sends him a Walkman and a tape to help him heal his pain with music. The commander in the poster becomes his spiritual pillar, encouraging him to face everything bravely and firmly. 8-year-old Star-Lord wrote "Star-Lord Guardian" in the corner of the poster, hoping that the commander could protect him from being eaten by these terrible aliens. Whenever he felt afraid, he would take a look at the poster, and the picture of the commander conquering the battlefield appeared in his mind. A strong sense of security could not help but arise from the bottom of his heart, as if the commander was standing by his side to protect him and make him forget all his fears. However, he did not expect that one day the commander would really come to his side and see this poster. Thinking of the line he wrote, the Star Baron could not help feeling guilty. I hope he didn't have time to read it. When he found that Chen Mo looked at the poster, he stopped at the first time. In such a short time, he should not have seen that line of small characters. In this way, Xingju felt a little relieved, but he didn't know that the line he wrote had already been seen by Chen Mo, but Chen Mo didn't show it. He knows the situation of Xingju and can fully understand his mood at that time. Chen Mo is very happy that he can help Xingju to be strong. Xing, you can't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, he didn't write Dad at that time. Otherwise, he would definitely want to jump out of the spaceship and die in space. After that, Chen Mo told Xingju about all kinds of important things happened in this period of time on Earth. Hearing Chen Mo say that his godson, Tony Stark, made a steel suit and became an Iron Man, Star-Lord couldn't help but look envious. As a big fan of the commander, he naturally knew Howard Stark and his Stark Industries company, and that he had a gifted son. But what Star-Lord envies is not Tony Stark's steel suit, but his ability to have a great godfather like a commander. When he learned that Chen Mo was wearing the steel war suit invented by Tony Stark, Star-Lord had to admit that Tony Stark was not purely lucky, but had a strong ability to become the godson of the commander. When Chen Mo talked about Thor, Star-Lord was unbelievable. Although he had lived in the galaxy for many years and accepted the existence of various aliens, he was shocked when he learned that the mythical Thor actually existed. When he heard that Loki, the evil god, invaded the Earth with the army of Zetari, he could not help tightening his heart. Then he looked at Chen Mo in horror and asked in a trembling voice, "The Earth will not be destroyed, will it?" Xingju said, looking at Chen Mo uneasily, for fear that he would say that the Earth has been destroyed, so he left the Earth. After all, Chen Mo, the guardian of the Earth, is not on Earth, but it is really strange to be here. Chen Mo sees the tension of Xingju, but he doesn't betray the truth. He says directly, "Don't worry, the Zetaris have been wiped out by us, and Rocky is taken back to Asgard by Saul and put into custody." Chen Mo talked for a while and found that there were quite a lot of great events happening on Earth in recent years. It would have taken a long time to tell all of them to Xingju. Later, Chen Mo simply asked Jarvis to sort out a video material and explanation and sent it to Xingju for him to watch. And Star-Ju, as the whole process opened his eyes, was shocked by a series of pictures in the video data. From the top of the building, there are blue columns of light shining directly into the sky. Huge wormholes opened in the air, Zetari aircrafts, Leviathan monsters, which are 100 meters long and covered with heavy armor, as well as the figures of fierce battles with the Zetari army when Star-Lord saw Chen Mo rush into the wormhole in the face of countless Zetari troops pouring out of the wormhole, and finally destroy the entire Zetari army with nuclear bombs. Star-Lord's eyes toward Chen Mo are filled with admiration. If Xingju was still a little uncertain about the identity of Commander Chen Mo before, now he has no doubt about Chen Mo's identity. Not to mention that Jarvis's collated data contained fragments of the U.S. military statement on the return of the commander, as well as pictures of the rescue team in the Greenland ice sheet wearing alloy-armored combat suits. Chen Mo, frozen in the ice, was rescued from the wreckage of the Valkyrie bomber. Just Chen Mo's act of stepping forward in spite of the danger, going through the wormhole alone, and risking the risk of death to destroy the Zetari mother ship, is enough to make him believe that Chen Mo is the commander he worshipped since childhood. 70 years ago, the commander did not sacrifice himself in order to save mankind. He drove a bomber loaded with super bombs and fell into the sea on his own initiative. This spirit of bravery and fearlessness is exactly what Star-Lord has worshipped for so many years. Even though he is now in his 30s, his admiration for the commander has never diminished. With the emotional ups and downs, Star-Lord finally saw the video clip of Jarvis. Through these videos, Star-Lord truly saw the powerful strength of Iron Man, Thor, and all members of the Avenger Alliance, and also more truly understood the major events that Earth has experienced in recent years. He then realized that the Earth had gone through so many dangers in the years since he left the Earth, and any one of them might bring the Earth into an irreparable situation. What's more, he didn't expect that there were so many powerful superheroes on the Earth, trying to protect the Earth from the destruction of alien invaders. Compared with them, Star-Lord felt a little ashamed. Since he left the Earth, he never went back. Even after he had enough ability, he still selectively forgot it. Although he had his reasons, he did leave the Earth behind. If the Earth was destroyed by those aliens, he would regret and blame himself. Fortunately, there are commanders and avengers on Earth. When he is in the galaxy, they are guarding the Earth, fighting against various powerful enemies and making the Earth ride out of crisis after crisis. It also makes him not like some other interstellar adherents. The planet was destroyed, the extinction of the race, become a lonely wanderer in the galaxy, no longer home. Imagine that kind of scene. Star-Lord Hart cannot help a burst of fear. Although he seems heartless and unwilling to return to the Earth, he always knows that the Earth is there. He is a man with roots. He is not alone in this galaxy. Star-Lord suddenly found that his heart to return to the Earth impulse suddenly become unprecedented strong. Through the video just now, Star-Lord has seen the great changes of the Earth in the past 10 years. Maybe it's time to go back and have a look. In the end, Xingju actually cast his eyes on Chen Mo's steel battle suit. In the video material just now, Chen Mo's figure appeared many times in the steel clothing. He also saw the strength of the steel suit. As he had guessed before, this steel suit is very advanced, and according to Chen Mo's performance in the video, it is more powerful than he thought. It is not only an exoskeleton armor that can increase strength and defend against attack, but also can fly, much more powerful than the Zetarians in terms of speed and flexibility. Moreover, the steel suit also has a powerful weapon system, which can simultaneously launch dozens of micro-tracking missiles to kill Zetari aircraft, and can also launch more powerful armor-piercing and high-explosive bombs. The arc pulse gun fired from the palms of both hands is more powerful than his energy gun, which is almost comparable to the large-caliber energy gun in Class's hands. It's beautiful, and it's much faster. Star-Lord can fully imagine Claris's despair when he went to Chen Mo after he left. Not to mention Chen Mo's ability to control flying knives, which was very similar to his courage. Just relying on this set of steel armor was enough to crush Class and the group of dead soldiers around him. When he didn't know the actual performance of Chen Mo's steel battle suit, Xingju had been hit by a lot. After knowing the strength of the steel battle suit, Xingju had the impulse to throw away all these backward, alien equipment. Compared with other developed civilizations, the galaxy is not so backward. Even the most powerful empires in galactic science and technology will have to pay huge casualties and costs to withstand their attacks in the face of the countless Zetaris and Leviathans coming from wormholes directly above the city. And to do some ordinary civilization planet is only destroyed by them. Although the Earth does not seem to have the ability of interplanetary navigation, in terms of the combat capability within the planet, the Earth with space carrier, Kun Fighter and Avenger Alliance is no weaker than these alien civilizations. After a long time, Xingju digested the information he had just got, and then he suddenly thought of a question. He immediately looked up at Chen Mo and asked him with a puzzled look on his face, "But how did you appear on Morag? What's the use of this cosmic orb?" Knowing Chen Mo's real identity, Xingju doesn't think Chen Mo is looking for the universe spirit ball for money. Chen Mo didn't answer Xingju directly, but looked at him and asked. "How much do you know about the cosmic orb?" Starju hears speech a Ling, and then tell the truth. "Well, all I know is that it's valuable." Xingju said that he took out the universe spirit ball from the bag and looked at it in his. He didn't know why such a small metal ball was so valuable. As a matter of fact, this mission was originally received by Yangdu. Because Xingju has a strong ability to unlock the lock and explore treasure, he took him with him and agreed to come to search for the cosmic spirit ball today. However, after knowing the value of the universe spirit ball, Xingju even decided to throw down bravery and take it by himself. Anyway, he betrayed Yangdu not once or twice. It was this damned blue alien who abducted him from the Earth, and he was very strict with him since he was a child. He would eat him to frighten him. The Star Baron betrayed him and had no psychological burden. But Star-Lord did not consider why he betrayed Yangdu so many times, but he was always safe in the end. You know, all the other pirates who betrayed Yangdu died under his sentry arrow. Moreover, after many times of his betrayal, Yangdu was still so reassured that he not only told him the location of the cosmic spirit ball, but also did not conceal the information of the middleman broker. However, for the specific situation of the cosmic spirit ball, Star-Lord can still be said to have no concept at all. Chenmo can't help but glance at him when he hears that the cosmic spirit ball is very valuable. Now Xingju is the star mercenary who cheated for money, rather than the member of the Galactic Guard willing to sacrifice himself in order to save the galaxy. Looking at a face curiously looking at the star baron of the universe spirit ball in his hand, Chenmo shook his head and said slowly, "No, its value can't be measured in money at all." In Xingju's puzzled eyes, Chenmo directly tells the secret of the universe spirit ball. There is an infinite gem in this cosmic spirit ball. Infinite gem. Xingju's speech is still a face of doubt. He has never heard of infinite gem, simply do not know what this name represents. Chenmo explained immediately. Infinite gem is the most powerful treasure in the universe. It is tempered by the essence of the 6 singularities before the Big Bang. It has a powerful force beyond imagination and can easily destroy a planet. On hearing this, Xingju opens his mouth in shock. Although Chenmo's description is simple, it does not hinder Xingju from imagining the power of infinite gems. Xingju doesn't think that Chenmo will cheat him. That is to say, the cosmic spirit ball in his hand contains enough terrorist power to destroy the planet. Star-Ju immediately felt that the universe spirit ball in his hand became hot. Chenmo's voice continued to ring in his ears. However, the energy contained in these infinite gems is so great that only those with extraordinary power can control it, or they will be destroyed by the huge power contained in them. Xingju could not help shaking his hand, and the cosmic spirit ball fell to the ground, but soon it hovered in the air, and then slowly flew toward Chenmo and landed in his hands. Looking at Chenmo's ability to control objects again, Xingju understands that Chenmo's ability and courage are not the same. Yangdu can only control the sentinel arrow made of special materials, but also has to rely on the overhead device and whistle. Chenmo seems to have the ability to control all objects, which is obviously much stronger than Yangdu's ability. However, Xingju is not in the mood to explore Chenmo's ability. Instead, he looks at the cosmic spirit ball in Chenmo's hand and asks with dignity, "Can you handle it?" Hearing this, Chenmo can't help thinking. A long time ago, he got the cosmic cube containing space gems, but at that time he could not control the cosmic cube at all, so he would be burned and couldn't get it into the space, so he left it in the Hydra. Later, Chenmo tried both the spiritual scepter and the etheric particle. Only the spiritual scepter can rely on spiritual power to control, mobilize, and use its power. However, it is only able to control the mind like Rocky, which has little meaning for Chenmo, who has the power of mind. The etheric particles may have been created by the Dark Elves, and Chenmo could not control them at all, nor could they enter the space. In addition to him, Thor and Rocky can also use the cosmic cube and spiritual scepter to a certain extent under the condition of carrier carrying. Of course, they are only simple functions such as space transmission and mind control, and they cannot fully exert the real power of infinite gems. This makes Chenmo can't help but think of the situation that Star-Lord controls the power gem in the film. Although it is with the help of others, Star-Lord controls the power gem without any other device and carrier. If ordinary people hold the power gem with their bare hands, they will soon be burst by the powerful power of the power gem. Even if it is shared by more than a dozen people, it will not help. The difference between Xingju and ordinary people is his physique. Although his mother is an Earthman, his father is a powerful ancient Protoss, and his body has half of the divine blood from his father. Although it seems that Xingju doesn't look different from ordinary Earthlings on the surface, from his flying out of the temple chamber and falling to the ground without any harm, we can see that his physique is much stronger than that of ordinary Earthlings. Therefore, Chen Mo speculates that if you want to completely control the power gem and other infinite gems, it is likely that you need the blood of the Protos, or to be exact, a strong constitution strong enough to withstand the infinite gem energy. Of course, this is only the basis of controlling infinite gems, so that they will not be burned to ashes as soon as they touch infinite gems. If they want to really control infinite gems, they must have strong enough power. Although Xingju was not burned to dust by the power gem, he could only use part of the power gem for a short time even when other people helped him share it. Once the time was too long, he and others would be destroyed by the powerful power of the power gem together. This also just shows that the power of Star-Lord is not enough to control the infinite gems. Only by relying on his special constitution inherited from Igor can he barely withstand the power of the power gem. As for other ordinary people, they can only barely control the infinite gems through the carrier, and cannot play its real power, and even overuse will pay a huge price. According to Chen Mo's knowledge, only Odin can directly control a single infinite gem without any carrier. Igor, the father of Star-Lord, should also be able to do it. Odin is the god king of Asgard, and Igor is the god born from the universe in ancient times, and they all have strong heavenly father-level strength. Mieba is an eternal Protos. Although he can't directly control infinite gems because of his sub-heavenly father's strength, he can touch infinite gems with his bare hands without any damage, and he can control 6 infinite gems with infinite gloves. What's more, Chen Mo also found that the conditions for controlling each infinite gem are different. The cosmic Rubik's Cube seems to need divine power to be able to control. The spiritual gem needs to have enough spiritual power. Only the dark spirit can control the ether ion, and the power gem has high requirements for the user's physical strength and strength. Chen Mo speculates that Soul and Rocky should also be able to directly contact and control the power gem, and will be more relaxed than Star-Lord, and more able to play the power of the power gem. However, if you want to completely control it, you still need to have the same powerful heavenly father strength as Odin and Igor. However, according to Chen Mo's understanding of these infinite gems that have appeared, in addition to the spiritual gems which have no great significance to him, they are the most violent and uncontrollable power gems, which are the most likely to be used by him. Power gem will cause great damage to the user's body. Although Chen Mo's physical strength is far beyond ordinary people, it is obviously not enough to completely resist the damage of power gem. But don't forget that Chen Mo also has a very strong self-healing ability. Even if it is a fatal injury, it can be completely recovered in a very short time. Although Chen Mo doesn't think he can completely control the power gem, there should be no big problem in short-term contact and use. Chen Mo is also ready to find a chance to try to find out how far he can keep his power under control, or is he unable to use it like an etheric particle. However, this is obviously not a suitable time. After the strength keeps in contact with the organism, it will start to release energy and cause great damage to the surrounding area. Although the spaceship of Star-Lord is advanced, it is obviously unable to withstand the powerful power contained in the power gem. Chen Mo quickly returns to his mind from thinking and looks at Xingju's searching eyes. As far as I know, the only one who can fully control the power gem is Odin, Saul's father. Chen Mo didn't tell Igor about it. After all, in the whole universe now, only the star hunter who collected many descendants scattered around the universe, Yangdu. Chen Mo can't explain how he knew Igor existed and how he came to know his strength. And now is not a good time to let Star-Lord know his life experience. Chen Mo didn't explain Asgard in detail before, so the Star-Lord didn't know until Chen Mo mentioned it that the god king Odin really existed. Although very surprised, but before the Raytheon thing, Star-Lord was very quick to accept this matter. Since there are Thor and Loki, the existence of Odin is normal. However, from Chen Mo's words, Xingju can also feel the power of the gem. Even Chen Mo, who destroyed the Zetari army, and the mighty Thor could not completely control the power gem. Only Odin, the most powerful god, could control it, which was enough to show its strength. And this only God King Odin can control, powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth, just in his hands. Thinking of this, Star-Lord's eyes on Chen-Mo's cosmic spirit ball can't help but become more dignified. As Chen-Mo said, the value of this cosmic spirit ball is far from being measurable by money. And Chen-Mo's next words made Xingju's face change greatly. According to what I know, Mieba is collecting infinite gems and wants to use their power to destroy half of the creatures in the whole universe. Chen-Mo has said before that there are 6 infinite gems in the universe, each of which has a powerful power to destroy the earth and the sky. You can imagine how terrifying the power of the 6 infinite gems when they are gathered together. The famous Star Baron has also heard that it is the real terrorist existence of the universe overlord. It is a superpower that even powerful forces like Carry Empire and New Star Empire should fear. Moreover, Mieba is extremely cruel and ferocious. He often destroys planets in his hands. Countless cosmic races have been exterminated because of him. He used to regard Mieba as a cruel madman. Only after listening to Chen-Mo did he know that the real purpose of Mieba was to destroy half of the life in the whole universe. It's even crazier than he thought before. It was hard for him to imagine what a cruel man would want to do such a crazy thing. There are billions of human beings on the Earth and Shandal. In the universe, such civilized planets are hard to count. Star-Lord can't imagine how much life there is in the whole universe. If the destruction of Tyrant is really successful, countless human beings will die. Imagine that kind of terrible scene. Star-Lord heart cannot help but shudder. We must stop him. Xingju looks at Chen-Mo with a dignified face and says excitedly, "That's why I'm here." Chen-Mo nodded. When Xingju heard this, he suddenly remembered those guys he had met in Morag, and he couldn't help asking Chen-Mo, "Who were those guys before? They won't be sent by Mieba to grab the universal spirit ball." Xingju was just asking casually. He didn't expect that Chen-Mo, who just came out of the earth, could be informed. However, he obviously underestimated Chen-Mo's understanding of the world as a prophet. "You can say that." Chen-Mo nodded and said slowly in Xingju's surprised eyes, "They should be Ronan's men." Ronan. Xingju could not help repeating that he remembered that the guy with half a mechanical skull had mentioned the name before in the secret room of the temple. That's right. Ronan is the leader of the Carry Empire's accusation group. He has a feud with the New Star Empire. In order to destroy Shandarksing and avenge his family members who died in the war between the two countries, Ronan cooperates with Mieba in exchange for Mieba to help him destroy Shandarksing at the cost of Cosmic Spirit Ball. Xingju could not help but stare at his words. That is to say, besides exterminating Tyrant, we have to deal with Ronan and his army. Star-Lord has heard of the Charge Group. It is the most powerful Star Corps in Carry Empire. It has a very strong fighting capacity and has been the main force in the battle between Carry Empire and New Star Empire. A super overlord of the universe has been enough to make Xingju feel headache. Now there is another accuser, Ronan. Star-Lord feels that the situation they are facing has become more severe. Can he and Chen-Mo deal with Ronan and Mieba and guard the spirit ball of the universe? He couldn't even deal with some of Ronan's men before, and he was beaten to flee. But the next time Ronan sent out to hunt them down, the power will be more powerful. Can he still cope with it? Since she was an adult, Star-Lord looked at her helpless Star-Lord who had just run to the table. Barrett realized that she had made a mistake. She couldn't help pursing her mouth and looking up at her apologetic smile. There was no time for Star-Lord to complain, and the alien on the screen called out in anger, "Quill." Starju's Smell's speech had to turn to look at the screen, pretending to be indifferent to the opening said, "Hello, Yangdu." The anger on Yangdu's face did not decrease at all. He looked at the star and asked in a deep voice, "I'm in Morag now, but I didn't see the cosmic orb, nor did I see you. I was around there before." Star-Lord casually perfunctory way, "Think of the group of people met in Morag Star before." Star-Lord can't help but add, "I've solved a big problem for you." Brave degree but ignore Star-Lord's words. Angry voice cross asks away, "Where is your boy now?" Star Baron can't be silly enough to tell Yangdu his position, immediately said impolitely, "I'm sorry but I'm not going to tell you." Yangdu was very angry with him until he said angrily, "I've worked so hard to lead you. 1,000 hardships." In the face of the courage of anger, the Star Baron is said with disapproval, "It's hard to make a few phone calls, isn't it?" Xingju can't remember how many times he betrayed Yangdu. He was used to Yangdu's anger and was not as afraid of him as the others in the Marauders. "Are you trying to pit me?" Yangdu looked at the Xingju, who didn't care. He felt that the stinky boy wanted to pit him, but he didn't become more angry. Instead, he said solemnly to him, "We don't do that. We are predators. We have our principles." However, Star Jew did not put the words of bravery in his heart and directly accepted that the principle is, grab if you can. Being repeatedly contradicted by Star-Lord, Yangdu was not angry, nor did he continue to educate Xingju to abide by the rules of predators. Instead, he said in a deep voice with a serious face, "When I picked you up from Earth Star." Listening to Yangdu, he took out what happened at that time. Xingju had no choice but to turn his head. He turned his lips and repeated in a low voice, "Pick up." Yangdu didn't seem to see Xingju's small movements, just like an adult who scared children. "My men want to eat you." "Is it?" Starju, a face does not believe, brave degree is as to explain general continue to say. "They haven't eaten the flesh of earthlings before. I stopped them. You survived thanks to me." Looking at the face of the star, you do not care about the appearance. Courage cannot help but put a cruel word said. "I'll find you, I want to." However, without waiting for Yangdu to finish, Xingju directly hung up the phone and cut off the second half of Yangdu's cruel words. Morag, a dozen armed men in marauding costumes are standing outside the ruins of the temple. Seeing that the call was hung up, Yangdu waved angrily to turn off the holographic projection, turned around and said angrily to his deputy Clara Green, "A reward for him, 40,000. Yangdu said, walked to Clara Green, grabbed his arm, pulled it to his eyes and said to him in a deep voice, "But I want to catch it alive." Compared with the other large, fierce-looking predators around, Clariglin looked much thinner, but the look and temperament on his face was much more stable and calm than other predators. Craig Green's main job in the raider team of Yangdu is not fighting, but responsible for external communication, transmitting instructions and driving the spacecraft. He usually follows Yangdu's side, equivalent to his secretary. Hearing Yangdu's order, Clariglin nodded directly. "Yes, Captain." For Yangdu's order to capture Star-Lord alive, Clara Green was not surprised. He had already guessed it would be like this. After all, it was not the first time that he had been used to it. But obviously not everyone is like him. A middle-aged marauder with a big beard can't help but query when he hears Yangdu's order. "Catch alive." Xingju swallowed the universe spirit ball that should belong to their whole team and betrayed them. He should have been killed directly, but Yangdu just offered a reward to catch him alive. You know, according to the rules of their plunderers, all those who dare to betray should be killed directly, and Yangdu does the same to other people. Over the years, there are not no traitors among them. All of them have died under Yangdu's sentry, so no one has dared to betray Yangdu for a long time, except Xingju. They can't remember how many times Star-Lord betrayed them. In accordance with the past practice, even if Star-Jew is caught, Yangdu is only to shut him up for a few days, and he will be forgiven again. This obviously unequal treatment, let their hearts cannot help but produce dissatisfaction. Why should they betray and be killed, and Star-Lord doesn't have to pay any price? In the face of the doubt of the old man around him, Yangdu walked towards the spaceship and said with indifference, "You heard me right." Middle-aged Beard heard Yangdu perfunctory words, cannot help but more dissatisfied, quickly catch up with Yangdu, angry said, "When you picked him up, I told you that we should deliver him according to the customer's requirements. He is just our goods. You've been too soft on him." Bravely heard the speech, but his face was cold. He suddenly stopped, turned around and grasped the collar of the Beard. His right hand suddenly opened the windbreaker, revealing a short golden arrow more than 30 cm long hanging on his waist. As the gray device inlaid with short hair of Moxigan on his head lit up a faint red light, the arrow and tail position of the golden arrow also lit up a dazzling red light, as if awakened. "I think it's too soft on you." At this time, Yangdu showed a different tough attitude when facing Star-Lord. He coldly looked at the Beard and said in a cold voice, "Just now, his angry beard closed his mouth, glanced at the shining whistle arrow on his waist, and quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He regretted his impulse just now. As an old hand who has followed Yangdu for many years, Mustache naturally knows the power of Yangdu's sentry arrow, and also knows that Yangdu is cruel to other traders except Xingju. He doesn't want to be shot through his head by this whistle arrow. After several predators who were ready to move and also wanted to question, they could not help but turn away from their heads when they saw the sentry arrow of Yangdu. Their eyes were evasive, and they did not dare to look directly at Yangdu's eyes. Yangdu's reputation is built up by countless killing. No one among the looters dare to question Yangdu's decision. Before Yangdu forgives Xingju's betrayal, no one dares to say anything more. This time, it is also because the value of the Universe Spirit Ball is very high, and Beard thinks that he is an old man who has been following Yangdu for many years, so he dare to question braveness under impulse. Bravely look at the eyes of a group of dodging people, but in the heart is not from some dignified. When Mustache questioned him just now, only Clara Green and a few others stood firmly beside him and looked at him angrily. Most of the others had a look on their faces that were eager to try. If he had not suppressed him in time, others would have spoken out and questioned his decision and authority. However, although this query has been strongly suppressed by Yangdu, the signs of discontent and resistance have already appeared. Maybe it will erupt again next time, and it is likely to be more intense. It seems that we can't suppress others and connive Xingju. Yangdu immediately looked at the big beard with a cold face and said in a cold voice, "Don't worry about Mr. Keel for me. I'll take care of him when I get him back." Although Yangdu said that he was murderous, only he knew what he would do in the end. See the eyes of a group of people dodge. No one dares to speak. Brave Degree immediately changed the topic. Deep voice said, "What we need to worry about now is who else wants to get the ball." When Yangdu arrived, they just saw several dead spirit spaceships leaving. Morag, as an abandoned planet, would not come here at all. Therefore, the target of this group of people is obviously the cosmic spirit ball. In his previous remarks, Xingju also mentioned that he helped solve a big problem, which should refer to those guys who also play the idea of cosmic spirit ball. In Yangdu's view, Star-Lord's betrayal is only a small problem within the Predator, and these business guys are the real threat. It's just that they have very little information now, and maybe the middleman will know more. As Star-Lord and Chenmo head for Shandel, the brave Predator team leaves Morag and flies in the same direction as them. Xingju knew nothing about it, and Chenmo didn't remind him. In fact, after hanging up Yangdu's phone, he found that Chenmo was staring at the commander's poster on the wall. Even with a guilty look on his face, he pulled Barrett to another room. I don't know whether he was embarrassed because Chenmo discovered his little secret, or because Barrett delayed his action and retaliated. In short, Chenmo had to turn on the old tape recorder inlaid on the wall and cover up the voice of a certain Earth person and alien friends with music. Although Milano's size is not large, which is similar to Chenmo's Vakanda spacecraft, their performance is not comparable. Although the Vakanda spacecraft is a very advanced aircraft on Earth, its flight ability is far inferior to that of Milano, except for its stealth function and body strength. With its small size and advanced powerful engine, Milano's speed and flexibility are more powerful than that of Vakanda. It can be used as a fighter for fierce air combat. The most important thing is that the Vakanda spacecraft is just an aerocraft, which can only fly on the surface of the planet and cannot leave the atmosphere. The Milano spacecraft can not only carry out space navigation, but also has the ability of interstellar space jump. It can span a long distance and reach the remote star regions that ordinary spaceships can't reach for hundreds of years. Flying Milano, they can reach anywhere in the galaxy. Morag is not too far away from their target Shandel. After a space jump, it took them a few hours to arrive at a strange binary system with 2 stars. In the light of 2 dazzling stars, a huge blue star appeared in front of the spacecraft. This is the capital of the new star empire, Shandel. Star-Lord piloted the spaceship to land slowly in the spaceship port on the edge of Shandarksing City. Star-Lord, Chenmo, and Barrett, dressed in very fashionable and gorgeous clothes, set foot on Shandal together. Barrett himself is a Shandarian. In fact, they just met each other when Star-Lord came to Shandal to receive the mission yesterday. However, it was obvious that the communication between them was very happy. When Star-Lord sent Barrett away, both of them were reluctant to part with each other and agreed to make another appointment sometime next time. Looking at the two tired together and reluctant to say goodbye, Chenmo does not urge him, but looks around at his surroundings at will. Chenmo has been to many other planets before, but either Asgard is full of myth and retro style, or the dark planet like Wattelheim, or the underground world where pioneers live. Chenmo has never experienced an alien planet with advanced technology such as Shandal. Looking at all kinds of aliens with different looks and skin colors, Chenmo can't help feeling far away from the Earth and in the alien world. Although most of these Shandars have similar appearance and skin color to the Earth people, in addition to the peculiar skin colors of red, yellow, blue, and green, there are also some special alien life forms with different appearance. However, the people around them are not surprised by the appearance of these alien life, which is very different from that of human beings. They even seldom look at them. It seems that they have long been used to the existence of all kinds of extraterrestrial life and will not be surprised at all. Even though he was dressed in a black steel uniform, he did not attract much attention. Only occasionally, some people would look at him more, but that was all. While Chenmo is looking for strange alien life in the crowd, two familiar figures come into his sight. Chen and Mo are now standing on a wide overpass. Next to a fountain under the overpass, a tall tree man, nearly 2.5 meters tall, is completely composed of wood and vines. He is lying beside the fountain, putting his mouth to the water column and drinking the water from the fountain happily. It is tall and slender, a piece of wood and thick vines like bones and muscles, intertwined together to form its body. It does not look crude and slow, but strong and flexible. The green moss on the wood and vines gives it more vitality and does not give people the feeling of withering and withering. As like as two peas raise a hue and cry, is next to him. A man is less than 1 meter tall. He only looks at the thigh of a tree man and looks exactly like a raccoon. He stands on foot like a human being. He is wearing clothes and a creature with arms. They are not far away from each other. Chen's hearing clearly understands their conversation. "Gruit, don't drink from the fountain, you idiot, it's disgusting." The raccoon yelled angrily to the tree man who was drinking the fountain water with his mouth open. Hearing his words, the tree man stopped, straightened up, and slowly shook his head toward him, as if denying the raccoon's accusation. Although the tree man shook his head and denied it, his whole chin was full of spring water just sprayed on his chin. At this time, it was flowing down his chin. With his constant shaking of his head, the water drops were thrown to both sides, completely exposing his lies. "You drink, I just saw it. Why lie?" Raccoon mercilessly exposed the tree man's lie. On the overpass, Chenmo looks at the two people arguing below and can't help but smile. Star-Lord's future two comrades in arms have been in place. The establishment of the Galaxy Escort Team has entered the countdown. These two strange animals and plants that are apparently unrelated to human beings are members of the future Galactic Escort Team, Tree Man Gruit and Rocket Raccoon. The Rocket Raccoon below didn't notice Chenmo's eyes and was preparing to continue to teach the unhygienic Gertrude. However, the transparent tablet computer in his hand suddenly rang and a red alarm flashed on the screen. The Rocket Raccoon saw the situation and temporarily let go of Gertrude, and then raised his tablet computer to look up. "It seems that we have a goal." Looking at the screen, "Find mission target prompt," the Rocket Raccoon cannot help but excitedly said, immediately held the tablet computer toward just before the education of Gertrude, using the tablet to scan at random on the overpass again. At this time, the tablet sounded a prompt, and it was obvious that the target was in the group he had just swept. Soon, The screen locked a figure standing by the overpass. It was Star-Lord, who said goodbye to Barrett. The Rocket Raccoon looked at the enlarged picture on the screen and said to himself happily, "Stupid human, see how much you are worth." As Star-Lord is locked, a line of information appears below. Wanted reward target, Peter Queer requirements, capture employer, Yondu Yaodong to reward, 40,000 40,000. Grunt, we're going to be rich. Rocket Raccoon saw the amount of reward on the wanted notice and said excitedly. As like as two peas in his mouth, his sharp teeth came out, but he had a face like raccoon, but his expression was clear and clear to him. However, when he turned to look at the tree man Gertrude happily, he was surprised to find that this guy even took advantage of his inattention to the fountain again and opened his mouth to drink the spring water. Just also a face excited. Rocket Raccoon can't help but some decadent low head, helpless shake his head. The raccoon didn't notice that a tall figure wrapped in black steel armor was standing behind the target, keeping an eye on them. Chenmo knows that the Rocket Raccoon must have received a reward from Yangdu, but instead of reminding Xingju, he turns to look at the overpass. He thought of the scene that had appeared in this part of the story, and could not help but want to see if he could find the familiar figure. Chenmo didn't let him down. He soon saw the familiar old face near the overpass. He was holding a hot blonde and saying something happily. The thin white hair combed back, the white beard on the lips, the alien-style sunglasses, and the inexplicably joyful face coincided with the figure in Chenmo's mind. Seeing this old man here, Chenmo feels more happy than meeting Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon. In this world, he is still alive, although in another identity. And look at his appearance, it seems that life is not bad or, say, very exciting. Although he looks very old, but his mental state is very good and his body looks very strong. Chenmo did not go up to talk to him, but just took a deep look at him and withdrew his eyes. At this time, Xingju finally said goodbye to Barrett. However, until Barrett went far away, Xingju was still staring at her sexy back and refused to leave. Chenmo had to remind her, "Well, it's time for us to get down to business." "That's right, get down to business." Hearing Chenmo's words, Xingju immediately withdrew his eyes and said solemnly. In fact, Star-Lord didn't have much affection for Barrett. After all, he even forgot that she was still in the spaceship or her name. The reason why Xingju didn't give up was that she didn't compensate him enough. If not for the time lost by colluding with her before, he might have taken the cosmic spirit ball for money now, instead of having no way to sell money, but also shouldering the responsibility of saving the universe. You know, half a day ago, he was still a star mercenary, a humble little role, but now he has to shoulder the responsibility of saving the universe. This role transformation is a little big for him, and the pressure on him is also very heavy. Maybe he just wanted to vent more. But Xingju didn't really regret it. After all, the fact was there. He didn't want the universe spirit ball to finally fall into the hands of Mieba. Regardless of the universe and half of life on Earth, even from his own point of view, he did not want to bet that he would be the one who survived. In any case, he must shoulder the responsibility. However, looking at Chenmo in front of him, Xingju feels a lot less pressure on him. However, Chenmo was also a superhero who had saved the Earth several times. He also defeated the evil god who invaded the Earth and the army of Zetari, and wiped out the whole army of Zetari. With such powerful superheroes acting together, Star-Lord feels that it is not impossible to stop the destruction of hegemony. Xingju doesn't pay attention to Barrett, who looks back frequently in the distance. He turns around and leaves with Chenmo, and walks towards the shop of the middle man of the task. Under the leadership of Xingju, the two people came to a shop which was not very conspicuous. As they came to the shop, the steel rolling shutter door, which was originally closed, was opened up and down automatically, and then they walked into it. The area of this shop is not big. There are several transparent glass display cases on both sides, and there are some exquisite small ornaments inside. It seems that this is just an ordinary jewelry store, but it is obviously just a cover-up. Behind the counter in the innermost part of the shop, a thin alien in a light gray windbreaker is repairing something. He seems to be the owner of a trinket shop, but he is actually a very famous middleman and broker among the star mercenaries. When he saw Star Ju come in, the broker recognized him at a glance. After all, Xingju had just received the task from him 1 day ago. "Mr. Quill, have you got the cosmic orb?" The broker looked at Xingju and said happily. "If this task can be completed, he will get a large commission." Star Ju took out the spirit ball of the universe. The broker's eyes lit up and was about to reach for it. However, he did not hand it to him. Instead, he threw it up and down and said casually, "But I'm not going to sell it to you. I'm going to deal directly with the buyer." The broker stretched out his hand in the air, and then he could not help staring at the Star Baron and said angrily, "You're out of order." Xingju hears the speech to grasp the universe spirit ball in the hand, looks to the broker and nods. "Yes, but are you sure you want to join in?" Looking at the smiling expression on his face, the broker couldn't help but feel puzzled but listened to Xingju continue to say, "Forget it, I met a mechanical-headed monster in Morag who claimed to be Ronan's man." "What?" The broker could not help but change his face. As a Shandarian and a well-informed middleman, the broker certainly knew Ronan and knew what he wanted to do. Ronan is a radical faction of the Carey Empire. He is infuriated by the peace treaty between the two countries. Unless Shandal's civilization is completely eliminated, he will not give up. He doesn't want to have anything to do with Ronan. If Ronan really stares at the cosmic spirit ball, he will not give up. He will follow Star-Lord to pursue here. The madman who wants to destroy Shandal's star can do anything. As the middleman of star-level mercenary, although he does not need to carry out the task himself, in fact, it is not a safe job, and the reason why he can live safely until now is to be careful. At this time, the broker was not in the mood to worry about Xingju's breaking the rules. He just wanted to get rid of this matter completely. "I'm sorry, Mr. Quill. Please leave at once. I will not intervene in anything that is related to Ronan." As the broker spoke anxiously, he came out from behind the counter and began to chase people. "Xing, you didn't expect that." The broker's reaction was so great that he was so afraid of Ronan, so he immediately said, "Don't worry, we will leave, but you have to tell me who the buyer is first." "No, I can't divulge customer information, and I won't be involved in it." "Please leave at once." The broker didn't want to get involved in this matter anymore, and he didn't want to break the rules and disclose the client's information. At the same time, he pushed the Star Baron towards the door. When passing by Chen Mo, the broker also extended his arm to him and pushed it hard on his chest. However, it felt as if it had been pushed against a wall without moving. The broker almost twisted his waist without noticing. Chen Mo takes a look and is still pushing and shoving with the broker, trying to persuade him. He shakes his head secretly. It's really hard for Star-Lord to grow up among the predators and maintain his kindness and principle, but sometimes he is a little too pushy. For the enemy, he can take out his gun without hesitation, but for the innocent, he is not willing to hurt them or even use strong. But Chen Mo doesn't have time to see him convincing people here. The idea moved. An Edmund alloy flying knife appeared out of thin air, and then, driven by mental power, it crossed a silver track in the air and instantly appeared in front of the broker. The sharp point of the knife pointed straight at his eyebrow. Just now the broker tried to push Chen Mo, but he didn't. He was about to turn his head and look at it, but he only saw a flower in front of him. Then he found a cold, shining flying knife suddenly appeared in front of him, floating in the air and pointing at him. And at the same time when he saw the flying knife, it seemed that it was driven by some force and flew to him out of thin air. The broker looked at the flying knife that was approaching his brow. He suddenly responded, and quickly released Xingju and retreated. However, the flying knife in front of him followed him closely and kept a distance of only a few centimeters from his forehead. Soon he hit the counter behind him and was forced to stop, but the flying knife continued to fly forward firmly, forcing him to continue to tilt back, and finally the whole person almost fell on the counter. Although Xingju has been pointed by Chen Mo's throwing knife before, it is totally different to be pointed at by himself and to see others pointed by a throwing knife. At this time, Xingju completely forgot his confusion, straightened his clothes torn by brokers and looked at his gloating. "May I speak now?" At the same time, Xingju's mind is also reflecting. It seems that sometimes it doesn't work to talk with reason, but it depends on violence to solve it. The broker stared at the throwing knife in front of him with his eyes. He couldn't help swallowing, but he hesitated and didn't speak. But the next moment, the flying knife, which was a few centimeters away from his eyebrow, continued to fly forward slowly, and the sharp point of the knife gradually penetrated into the broker's eyebrow. The broker wanted to keep hiding, but was blocked by the counter behind him. Feeling the cold and stinging pain coming from the center of his eyebrows, the broker finally couldn't stand it and immediately opened his mouth to beg for mercy. I said, "Don't go any further." Finally, under the threat of Chen Mo's violence, the broker still tells us the identity and position of the buyer behind the scenes. It is the owner of the void land, the collector Diffin. Thank you. When he got the news he wanted, he immediately shook his cosmic spirit ball to the broker. Then he turned his head to Chen Mo, thumbed up, and said with admiration, "It's better for you." However, Xingju forgot that he hated the similar violence and coercion bravely, and thought that he was savage and rude. Now he completely changed his attitude towards Chen Mo's behavior. However, he did not feel bad about his obvious double-label behavior, not to mention his prejudice against Yangdu, the bandit who took him away from the earth. His identity and background cannot be compared with Chen Mo. Yangdu is a star mercenary who can do everything for money. Although it is not burning, killing, and looting, it is obviously not related to justice. Chen Mo is the guardian of the whole earth and a superhero who has saved the world several times. Even if it is the same thing, the two people have different meanings. Not to mention that their ultimate goal is to fight against Ronin and destroy tyrants, and save the galaxy, including the brokers themselves. In this context, it is reasonable and justifiable to use violence to ask for some important news from him. Even the brokers should thank them. After asking for the information he wants, Chen Mo takes back the throwing knife directly and turns to walk outside the shop. Xingju immediately follows him when he sees the situation. However, before leaving, Xingju still turns his head and says something to the frightened broker. "Don't worry, we'll kill Ronin for you. It's like buying your news." The broker looked at the star who left after Chen Mo, but his face was muddled. "Kill Ronin, just the two of you." 10,000 people in the broker's heart don't believe it. And aren't you going to deal with the backdoor buyers? Why are you going to kill Ronin again? According to his understanding, Star-Lord should not sell the cosmic spirit ball to collectors before Ronin finds him as soon as possible, and then take the money to leave. He can't fight against Ronin at all, and even threatens to kill him. The broker looked at the figure of Star-Lord blocked by the closed rolling shutter door and could not help but utter a sentence. Insane. Outside the store, Chen Mo, who was the first to come out, saw the tall and vigorous green-skinned female alien standing beside the door. The other party also looked at him. Although she deliberately disguised it, Chen Mo could still detect a sharp touch in her eyes. This woman is obviously not simple, and in fact it is. Chen Mo recognized her identity at a glance. She is the most important adopted daughter of Mieba. She is known as the most dangerous woman in the universe, Carmela. However, Carmela obviously did not know Chen Mo's identity. After sweeping Chen Mo's eyes, she fell on the Star-Lord who came out from behind, but her eyes could not help blinking. It's not that Carmela fell in love with Star-Lord at first sight, but she just heard what Star-Lord said to the broker. Kill Ronin. This unknown little mercenary did not seem as simple as she knew. Or is he just bragging? Carmela is more willing to believe that it is the latter possibility. After all, even if she is not sure that she can kill Ronin, all she wants is to get rid of them. Why does Star-Lord, a small star mercenary, think he can kill Ronin? Carmela immediately gave up the idea before, turned to look down on the cosmic magic ball in the hands of Star-Lord. Xing, Yu is about to leave after leaving the shop, only to find that Chen Mo turns his head and looks to the side. He can't help but turn his head and look at Chen Mo's eyes. Then he finds Kamura standing on the side. Xingju's eyes immediately brightened. On time, it happens to be his favorite type. Her slim and tall figure is comparable to that of a top model. Her green skin is sexy and full of alien amorous feelings. Of course, her facial features look very beautiful, showing a slightly cold look. With a black tight leather coat, she is wild. Little wildcat, I like it. Xingju can't help but stop, but finds that Chen Mo has already turned back and continues to go forward. Starlord saw this, but he could not help but feel relieved. He was also worried about Chen Mo's falling in love with this beautiful woman just now, but now it seems that he is worried too much. Xingju immediately started chatting with a smile to Carmela. "Hi, beauty, I'm Peter Quail. Everyone calls me Starlord." Carmela glanced at Chen Mo not far away. Instead, he gave a smile and pretended to ask, "I just heard you mention Ronan." The Star Baron saw Carmora and responded with a smile. Immediately, he was overjoyed and had a play. Seeing that Carmora was interested in Ronan, Starlord said directly, "Yes, you know Ronan too." Carmela wanted to wait for Chen Mo to get away from him. At the same time, he also wanted to talk to Xingju. He walked slowly from the wall to Xingju and said, "Accusing the radicalists, of course." Starju's smell speech can't help but in front of a bright. Shadow did not expect that the girl in front of you really know Ronan. Chen Mo, seeing that Starlord and Carmela have started a conversation, stops immediately and looks around. He was very clear about Kamura's purpose this time, but he didn't mean to expose her. In a sense, Kamura and they are actually on the same front. Looking at the squint of Starlord's face, Chen Mo does not intend to remind him that it is better for him to suffer more losses from Carmela, so as to save him from falling down on women in the future. Feeling Chen Mo's eyes, Xingju immediately turned to him and said, "Why don't you go back to the ship first and I'll go back later?" Looking at Xingju secretly winking at him, Chen Mo takes a deep look at him. "It's not that I don't help you, it's you who want to die." Chen Mo didn't say much at once. He turned away and walked towards the distance. Xingju immediately turned his head and looked at Carmora. He wanted to continue to talk with him about Ronan, but found that Carmichael was still staring at Chen Mo's back. Carmela watched Chen Mo leave, but she couldn't help feeling relaxed. She suddenly found that her heart had been tense since Chen Mo appeared just now. This is the intuition and instinct generated by her constant training and fighting over the years. However, Chen Mo did not show any aggression before, so even she did not realize her inner tension. Only when Chen Mo left, her heart suddenly relaxed, did she realize her change, and her eyes toward Chen Mo could not help but feel a little more dignified and worried. She believed in her feelings that this guy in the steel suit was not easy. She used to feel this way only when she was with Mieba. Even if Ronan brought her pressure, it was far less intense than Chen Malai. Who the hell is this guy? Why is it here? What's the purpose? Would it threaten her next move? Camilla's eyes are dignified for fear that Chen Mo will suddenly come back and attack her, but soon she found herself worried. Chen Mo's steps did not stop and soon disappeared in the crowd in the distance. After confirming that Chen Mo has left, Carmela completely relaxed and looked at the Star Baron beside him. He couldn't help asking, "Is he your friend?" Just now, Xingju noticed that Carmela had been staring at Chen Mo's back. He thought that she had taken a fancy to Chen Mo, but it was wrong to think about it. Although Chen Mo is indeed a great legendary hero and guardian of the Earth, the problem is that no one else in the entire galaxy knows Chen Mo's real identity except him. From his appearance, Chen Mo is just a tall soldier in steel armor. In principle, he should arouse the interest of the wild beauty in front of him. At this time, listening to Carmela's question, Xingju thought that she was just curious about Chen Mo's dress and said immediately, "Oh, he's mine." Starlord just opened his mouth, but he could not help stopping. If other people were changed, he would not hesitate to say that he was his subordinate or partner, but for Chen Mo, the idol he had been deeply worshipped since childhood, Xingju hesitated for a moment. Thinking that he could save the universe together with the commander, Starlord could not help but show a touch of pride on his face, then looked at Carmora and said with pride, "He's my boss." When Carmela heard the words of Starlord, he couldn't help but flash a look in his eyes. She has investigated Xingju and got a general idea of him. In her intelligence, Starlord is from a predator team, and their boss should be Yangdu. But she can be sure that the tall figure who left just now has caused her a lot of pressure is not courage. For Chen Mo's identity, Camilla can't help but be more curious. Carmichael also wants to further inquire about Chen Mo's identity, but she is worried about arousing Starlord's vigilance, so she has to endure. Now the most important thing for her is to get the Cosmic Spirit Ball. Looking at the Star-Lord with a look of reverence in front of him, Camril said with a smile, "I see you are a gentleman." Seeing that Carmela did not continue to ask about Chen Mo, Xingju was relieved. He was afraid that Carmela had taken a fancy to Chen Mo instead of him. Fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. Hearing Carmela boasting himself, Star-Lord was very happy, but on the surface he pretended to be indifferent. "I'm not so good either, but I'm not usually so proud of myself." Xingju said that he didn't care, but his facial expression and movement fully revealed his inner satisfaction. He threw the cosmic spirit ball up and down on his hand, fully revealing his happiness in his heart. However, he didn't notice that Camora's eyes changed instantly as he threw the cosmic spirit ball into the air. She took a step closer to Star-Lord silently. Just as the cosmic spirit ball was thrown into the air again, Carmela suddenly reached out and grabbed the spinning cosmic spirit ball in the air. Meanwhile, without waiting for Star-Lord to react, she stepped heavily on Xingju's stomach. Star-Lord couldn't help but bend back and withdraw several steps, while Carmela took the opportunity to quickly turn around and run away. In a flash, he ran far away. Xingju realized that the real purpose of Carmela was for the cosmic spirit ball in his hand. He was so easily cheated that he could not help flashing a trace of anger on his face. Damn it! Before clearly also reflected, don't because of the woman wrong things, did not expect but still fell in the hands of women, and then the last fall even worse. However, Xingju obviously would not let Carmela snatch the cosmic spirit ball. Seeing the figure of Camilla, he had already run out for more than 20 meters in an instant. Xingju quickly took out a device as big as a slap from his body, and then started throwing it at Camilla, who ran away from the crowd in the distance. The device quickly unfolds in mid-air, pulling out a red rope in the middle, spinning and flying towards the galloping Camorra. As the crowd was pushing away from the road ahead, Camurra, who was fleeing at full speed, didn't notice the meteor rope coming from behind. Although she did not use her full strength just now, it is enough for ordinary people to lose their resistance ability in a short time, which is enough for her to leave the scene. However, she did not expect that Xingju was not an ordinary person, and his physical fitness was not as weak as it looked. After being kicked by her, she recovered quickly and launched a counterattack. Under his carelessness, Camilla was immediately entangled in his legs by the flying meteor rope. His body lost his balance and fell to the ground heavily. The cosmic spirit ball in his hand also came out of his hand and rolled to one side. Seeing that he was entangled with Carmela, Xingju immediately rushed to her, and Camilla quickly turned over and sat up, reaching out to untie the meteor rope on his legs. Just as Xingju rushed to her and jumped up to her, Carmela finally untied the meteor rope and suddenly raised her legs and pushed up against the Star-Lord who was flying in the air. The strength of this kick was much heavier than that of the previous foot. Xingju's body was directly pushed to one side and fell heavily on the ground. He didn't feel relieved for a while. On the other hand, Carmela did not give him a chance to react. Instead, he lay on the ground directly and faced Star-Lord with several fists in his face, which made him confused. But after all, Xingju's physical quality was much better than that of ordinary people, and soon launched a counterattack. The two men lay on the ground, fighting hand and foot. However, Xingju was obviously not Camurra's opponent. His counterattack did not cause any harm to Carmora. She easily blocked all of them. Instead, Carmora's fists and feet fell on him from time to time, which made him scream. Camora's skill is obviously far better than that of Star-Lord. Even if he lies on the ground, a pair of long legs can directly hit him in the head, making him unable to fight back. The Star Baron, who has been beaten up, can't help but get angry. He immediately reaches out to the energy pistol hanging on the outside of his thigh and wants to rely on the weapon to recover his disadvantage. However, his movement was quickly detected by Carmela. He immediately got up, squatted on him, and put his foot on his wrist. Looking down at the Star Baron, Carmela could not help but flash a shred of sharpness in his eyes. He immediately reached out and pulled out the dagger from his waist and raised it high. I can't be blamed for that. Obviously, The Star Barons moved to draw the gun angered Carmichaela and made her ready to hurt her hand. Do not say to kill Star Baron directly, also want to let him lose the ability to resist. Although Camilla is different from Mieba, Ronan, and Xingyun, he will not kill innocent people casually and will be merciful in many cases. But when the enemy threatened her, she would not hesitate to kill the other side. Her name of the most dangerous woman in the universe was won by her own strength. If she had been soft-hearted, she would not have known how many times she had died. At the beginning, he was merciful to the Star-Lord. Star-Lord looked at the dagger stabbed in the air, and his pupils enlarged in an instant, but he had an idea in his mind. I'm a playwoman, she's killing herself. If he didn't stay for the sake of beauty, or didn't ask the commander to return to the spaceship first, he would be okay if he was here. But it's too late to say anything. He has countless royal daughters in the galaxy. He has tasted the female aliens of almost all races. He did not expect that he would eventually die in the hands of an alien woman. Moreover, he was his favorite sexy, hot and wild product. This has to be said to be ironic. At this time, Xingju's heart was still a little sad, but he didn't know whether it was because he couldn't save the galaxy with Chen Mo, or because he couldn't eat the best extraterrestrial beauty in front of him. But God obviously didn't want Star-Lord to die with regret. Just as Carmora's dagger was about to be stabbed, a hairy figure suddenly sprang up from the side, and in an instant he fell down and saved the Star-Lord. Xingju was stunned and quickly turned his head to see a raccoon dressed in clothes throwing himself on Carmola. He was saved by a raccoon. Put him in the bag. Put him in the bag. Listening to the sound of the raccoon's mouth, Xingju was even more confused. But then he found that a huge tree man more than 2 meters high ran from behind with the raccoon's words. Vines sprang up from the tree man and wound up to Kamora, who was climbing up from the ground. Soon, he wound her upper body and arms in circles. At the same time, he opened his huge pocket as high as a man in his hand, ready to put her in. No, it's not her, it's him. We need to distinguish between the sexes. The raccoon, who had spoken before, was lying on Carmora's back, holding her head firmly in both hands to prevent her from being thrown away, and yelled at the wrong tree man, Gertrude. Xingju hears the speech to understand instantly. The real target of these two sudden appearance guy is actually him. At the same time, he picked up the cosmic spirit ball which had fallen on the side just now and ran to the distance. Kamura's several people did not have the energy to pay attention to him at this time. Although Carmela was entangled in his arm by the vine of the tree man Groot, he still kept shaking his body, trying to shake off the raccoon on his back. The rocket raccoon had to hold on to her head tightly. Her hands instinctively fumbled around her face, looking for a place to be fixed. Finally, one hand caught her nose and the other hand buckled toward her mouth. With the swing of her body, the strength of the rocket raccoon was all applied to Carmela's nose. Rao was so strong that her nose was still very fragile and sensitive. She was hurt by the claws of the rocket raccoon, and she couldn't help crying out in anger. The rocket raccoon took the opportunity to put his finger into her mouth, trying to fix himself, but was severely bitten by the angry Carmela. "Hey, no biting!" Rocket raccoon quickly pulled out its paw and cried angrily. Kamura, on the other hand, paid no attention to him at all. He struggled and stretched out his arms, trying to break free from the bondage of vines. Rocket raccoon can't help but appease the way. "Relax, relax, I'm not going to catch you." However, as soon as his voice fell, Camilla suddenly broke off all the vines that bound her. After her arms were free again, Camilla did not wait for the rocket raccoon to react, so she grabbed him and threw him under the overpass. Some of the people who did not catch a dagger and ran away from the ground. It was not a last resort, but Camera didn't want to kill him, so the throwing knife just cut the back of Xingju's hand. Xingju, who was running, felt a pain in the back of his hand. He could not help but loosen his hand. The cosmic spirit ball in his hand fell to the ground and rolled down along the gap of the overpass guardrail. Camilla pulled out another dagger from her body and controlled it to grow rapidly into a long sword. Then she whirled her body and slashed her sword on the tree man Groot, who was opening his pocket to trap her, and drove him back. She quickly climbed over the guardrail, jumped off the overpass, then took up her sword and ran towards the cosmic spirit ball which fell not far away. However, she just picked up the cosmic spirit ball and ran out a few steps, but was also jumped down from the overpass. Xingju directly fell to the ground. However, the previous battle has shown that Star-Lord is not her opponent at all. Carmilla easily rolled over and pressed the Star Baron under his body and put his knee on his neck. "Fool, you should have a long memory." "I never have a long memory. That's one of my faults." While speaking, Star-Lord installed the propeller that had been removed from her leg to Corolla. At the same time, he grabbed the cosmic spirit ball in her hand and pressed the start button of the propeller. Before Camilla could react, he was carried out by the suddenly activated thruster and fell into the fountain pool beside him. He glided a long way in the water until he hit the wall of the pool behind him. Star-Lord got up from the ground and looked at Kamora, who fell into the fountain pool in a mess. He threw the cosmic spirit ball in his hand with pride on his face. He was about to turn around and leave, but he was suddenly covered by a big pocket. "What are you doing?" Xingju's exclamation, and he were covered in the bag together. The tall tree man Groot directly grasped the pocket and picked him up and carried him behind his back. One side of the rocket raccoon finally caught the target. Can't help but very happy. As long as the star due to Yangdu, 40,000 yuan will be in hand. For him and the tree man Gertrude, this can be regarded as a huge sum of money. But looking at the grin on the tree man's face, the rocket raccoon can't help but teach a lesson. "Don't laugh, idiot. Be professional." While saying this, the rocket raccoon turned around to leave, but saw the drenched Camora was holding a long sword and coming towards them in anger. "If there is any mistake, come back." As soon as the rocket raccoon's voice fell, Carmilla, who came in anger, pressed his hand on his head, pushed it aside and fell to the ground. Compared with the serious Camura, the rocket raccoon is no match at all. Camilla also ignored the fallen rocket raccoon and strode toward the tree man Groot with his sword. One sword cut down the pocket in Groot's hand, and then several swords were continuously slashed at him. The tree man Groot had no resistance at all. He could only resist with his arms. He was chopped by Carmilla's sword, and 2 arms were cut off by her after a few strokes. The last sword was heavily cut on his stomach and lost his resistance ability. After abandoning the tree man Groot, Camora did not kill all of them. Instead, she took up her sword, went to the pocket he had just cut to the ground, bent over to open it, and prepared to teach her a lesson about the hateful guy who had suffered a great loss. However, she had just opened her pocket, but Star-Lord was holding a pistol and looking at her from his pocket. Carmichael's face changed, but he had no time to react. He was hit by the high-voltage arc from the Star-Lord pistol. He was covered with electric light and fell to the ground convulsively.